Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 250, All of You Can Be Like Me. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the main hall to the entrance of the Spectre College Instance Dungeon, the gamers were counting down to the opening of the Instance Dungeon. While the gamers were preparing for the Instance Dungeon, the Spectre College candidates were also doing their preparations. Compared to the gamers, who only had to prepare their physical condition, equipment, and traps, the candidates had more things to prepare. Number 1. Examination Notes. The current notes had developed from about 10 sheets to a booklet of 50 pages. If they were willing to pay more, there was a cover with the black armored goblin, golden fringes, and a bone bookmark. Number 2. Find 4 team members and prepare a large number of servants. The Level A examination was supposed to be more difficult. Though the Eternal Kingdom combatants could be replenished in an unlimited fashion, the restrictions placed on the candidates were also greatly reduced. They were allowed to use skeleton magicians, who wielded mana. The skeleton soldiers weren't limited to the basic levels. They could utilize the most powerful skeletons. The main point was that the 5-member team was allowed to have a maximum of 5 bosses per candidate. A normal candidate was allowed to summon 40 to 50 skeleton soldiers in addition to 5 bosses. The graduation criteria had become simpler. If the candidates were able to defend themselves for 24 hours, they would have succeeded. As such, many candidates chose the Level A examination, as they couldn't see how they could succeed in the Level B examination. Number 3. Designing the graduation examination. The graduating candidates had to design their own examination. They had to design the details of the plot according to the allocated examination ground. They were responsible for the placement of the skeleton soldiers, the appearance of the bosses, the design of special effects, and dialogue. The candidates didn't understand why they had to do that. They heard that it was a requirement in the agreement between Spectre College and Eternal Kingdom. The aim was to cultivate the design skills of the candidates. Though it was unconventional, the rules had been set. They had to follow the rules if they wanted to graduate from the Level A examination. The first 3 points were enough to make the candidates extremely busy, especially points 2 and 3. Candidate 59865 was a student who chose the Level A examination because he felt it was easier for him to graduate. The more crucial point was that his parents had watched a promotional video, Success at the Starting Point, made by Spectre College. The video was produced by the Eternal Kingdom Publicity Department. The actors were a group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men who had green symbols above their heads and the famous genius Brainiac. The content of the video was as follows. I'm Brainiac. I'm waiting in the most powerful dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, for you, the emotionless lich said as he stood in front of a large furnace. With the large furnace as the background, a gnome leaped from it and screamed, "Leap of faith!" He jumped right into the molten liquid metal. Then the shot changed to a scene with a blacksmith professor and his apprentices. The Black Chiron dwarf shouted to hundreds of his apprentices, "You have to remember that you are the strongest citizens of the dungeon. If your blacksmithing isn't up to par, don't disgrace Eternal Kingdom, kill yourself." Then the camera showed numerous half-naked apprentices jumping into the large furnace. We have the most stringent criteria and the most ruthless management. We are the strongest dungeon, Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac expounded the strength of Eternal Kingdom in a 10-minute introduction. It included the dragon-killing gladiator Moros, the carpenter Mufasa with his excellent culinary skills, and the ex-Winterfell business unit supervisor, Beast, whose back showed the worshipping chapel that was filled with sacred light. However, it only appeared for a second before it was covered by some mosaic and a caption that read, "Military Secret." There was also the Howling Secretary who was a small black dragon, the terrifying Great White Goose, Black Hand, a conservative and shy succubus, and the Mana Engineer Yoda. After all the employees of Eternal Kingdom were introduced, Brainiac came up with a concluding sentence. Do you wish to have such an impressive job like us? Do you wish to work with such insane colleagues? Do you wish to have an unlimited future? There's no overtime, and my salary increases daily. What are you waiting for? Brainiac extended his hand and said, hurry and take part in Spectre College's Level A graduation examination. You can succeed like me. That was the end of the promotional video. The promotional video was very nicely done. After candidate 59,865 finished watching the video, his whole family supported him in taking the Level A examination. Then it was a tense month of planning and preparation. Candidate 59,865 found 4 other candidates, and they designed a comprehensive plotline. The 5 of them deployed 300 monsters and 20 powerful bosses, with 3 of the bosses being skeleton magicians. Even if there were 15 combatants from Eternal Kingdom, the number of monsters to be killed was overwhelming. If all the bosses weren't killed, then they would graduate. Candidate 59,865 was confident, and he entered the examination ground with his companions. The examination ground was newly constructed, and the scent of renovation still lingered in the air. There was no problem holding the examination at this location. The 5 candidates revised their plan. When they enter, act according to the opening scene. Candidate 85,945, you're in charge of creating background effects. I'll take charge of the background music. For the final boss, show his face and cast some mana with ruthless dialogue, then return the boss to his final location. Humph, pathetic underworld inhabitants, don't think of fighting the terrifying Void Legion. You are looking for your own death. Wait, didn't we say not to use the looking for death dialogue? Didn't a lot of our seniors use that dialogue? Yeah, it's only a graduation examination, we're not shooting a drama. Just say something to tide over. The main point is to protect our bosses. Good, I understand. What about the rest? While the 5 candidates were still discussing and allocating work responsibilities, the gamers had walked into the instance dungeon the moment it was opened. Chapter 251, Group's Initial Trial Attack Strategy Guide. Candidate 59,865 and his companions were gazing at the crystal balls that showed 15 gamers gathering. Then a Lich candidate controlled the final boss, which was a powerful skeleton magician, to confront the gamers. Then the boss spoke to the gamers while magical effects lit up the sides of the boss. As the Lich was making the boss leave the scene, the gamers charged at the boss. Wait, what's the situation? Didn't I say for them to find me at the final hall? Did you say it incorrectly? Why didn't the gnomes and hound headmen follow the instructions? Gosh, what should we do? The notes didn't have this scenario. What notes? How did they compile the notes? Amongst the noisy shouting, the student liches quickly controlled their bosses and minions to engage the 15 gamers. According to the examination rules, they weren't allowed to engage all their monsters with the combatants. They were only allowed to engage 2 bosses and 20 minions with the combatants for each battle. The student liches treated the 15 vulnerable gamers like ants, but after killing a gamer, a half-naked gamer would emerge from the entrance behind them. The skeleton magician boss was getting more and more injuries. Candidate 59,865 and his companions were starting to panic. Don't flee from the battle. A gnome warrior wielded his shield to deflect the shower of frosted arrows. The boss, who was full of injuries, wanted to make use of his mana attacks to retreat. However, 2 more gnomes engaged the boss in combat, so the boss was unable to retreat. There were numerous skeleton fragments and signs of explosions. This place had gone through fierce battles. Kill the boss. He's going down. Takia Spirit shouted as he thrust his pike at the boss with his eyes closed. All their revised tactics were ineffective when they met the first boss as he had mana skills. In addition, his bones were tough. The boss was still standing even after 10 bladder bombs exploded. The gamers had fought for 2 hours. The mana-wielding boss was going down as his mana attack frequency decreased, and his speed was lethargic. Most importantly, his magical aura was weakening. Though the gamers couldn't see his health points, they estimated his remaining health from his mana aura. They were quite accurate. After the boss released his magical snowstorm, he half knelt on the ground, while the magical flames in his eye sockets started flickering. The last fatal blow landed on his spine, and the boss collapsed to the ground. Gosh! We spent 2 hours to kill the entrance guarding boss. How difficult is this instance dungeon? Fortunately, we managed to defeat the boss with our unlimited revivals. How are we going to fight the next boss? We can't possibly depend too much on our revivals. It's alright, the bosses can't heal themselves. We'll grit our teeth and take turns to engage the boss until it's dead. That sounds logical. The gamers collected their loot and stored it at a designated location. This instance dungeon was similar to the 5-member instance dungeon. There was no way out unless the gamers killed themselves or exited via the teleport portal at the final stage of the instance dungeon. The only difference was that they could have unlimited entries into the instance dungeon, provided the 15-member limit wasn't breached. This gave the gamers a chance to defeat the boss using unlimited revivals. However, the difficulty had increased exponentially. The surviving gamers waited for the revived gamers to catch up. After all of the members were accounted for, the group ventured deep into the instance dungeon. Sherlock was in the Dungeon Lord main hall using the computer to browse the discussion forum. As the new instance dungeon was open, the gamers' attention was diverted from Winterfell to the new instance dungeon. After a day and a night of fighting in the new instance dungeon, there were many related posts on the front page of the forum. The most popular post was created by Not Wearing Pants. Spectre College, Troops Training Grounds Initial Trial Attack Strategy. Hello everyone, I am Not Wearing Pants. It's time for your favorite strategy guide. I'm discussing the 15-member trial attack strategy. I will talk about the main rules instead of the preparatory missions since the official website has information regarding the preparatory missions. This post is about the group-based content for the new instance dungeon. Number 1, Group Preparations. I will discuss the configuration, which is similar to the 5-member group. Every member should have a small round shield. The group also requires a wind-related magician with the protective wind mana skill. Using a shield to deflect mana attacks from magician bosses is not favorable. The best solution is to use protective wind to protect companions. I won't emphasize the importance of having 2 sets of equipment, food, and other support items. Number 2, bosses will heal themselves. If we flee from battle, the bosses will heal themselves after some time. If a boss isn't engaged in battle within half an hour, the boss will regain full health. Some gamers questioned this logic. Of course, it is the work of the coder monkey. I will discuss combat tactics. Don't panic. The self-healing property of bosses is normal. In the 5-member instance dungeon, the gamers only have one chance to complete the instance dungeon. They aren't able to re-enter the instance dungeon. At least we are given second chances in the new instance dungeon. The attack strategy is very important. Defeating a boss using unlimited revivals is only effective against the entrance boss and the second boss. As the team ventures deeper into the instance dungeon and is annihilated, the time for all revived gamers to re-engage the boss is 10 minutes. During this period of time, the boss can regain most of its health. How did the lousy game producer allow such a powerful bug? As this is a trial attack strategy guide, I will create a detailed post after I'm familiar with the related bosses and the instance dungeon. Chapter 252, Reverse Strategy Guide. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The new instance dungeon was too difficult. That was what the gamers thought after they challenged the new instance dungeon. The combat pace was extremely fast, and there was no fixed tactic to deal with the bosses. The skills in the game couldn't be understood as there were no proper explanations. The gamers couldn't pinpoint their location or find bugs to exploit. They had to depend on their capability to defeat the bosses. The graduating students in Spectre College had to put in more effort as the difficulty had been raised just like what the gamers experienced. They were in a mutually disadvantaged situation. The real winner was Sherlock, who sat in front of the computer to read comics, play computer games, and browse the discussion forum. The gamers had to spend reputation points and game coins to challenge the instance dungeon. After being killed, they had to spend reputation points and game coins to redeem their equipment. The gamers were enthusiastic in challenging the instance dungeon, and death was as common as breathing. A portion of the gamers was unable to earn magic stones in Winterfell. Sherlock had introduced some good stuff like the eggs of the Houndhead Man, which were limited to 100 and had rare labels. The gamers were racking their brains on how to obtain them. A Houndhead Man egg cost 100 magic stones. Only the rich gamers could afford it. As for the Houndhead Man pet hatched from the egg, Sherlock found that the creature was very cute based on his observations in the dungeon and on the discussion forum. But the gamers didn't think the same way. Is there an issue with aesthetic value in the game Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom? You call the label cute? Then there were a bunch of pictures of small Houndhead Man pets. The fangs weren't proportional to the huge head, and the skin was grayish-red as though it was burnt. The triangular eyes were inverted, and blood vessels that looked like tree roots climbed all over the body. The creatures looked like an extremely ugly and shrunk version of the three-headed hellhound without two heads. The Houndhead Man pets or hellhound pets were only as tall as the gamer's calves when hatched. The pet didn't take clay, only meat, and the meat created by the gamers using mana wasn't accepted. The pet loved large lizard's meat, spider meat, and dire wolf meat. It wasn't possible to keep one without money as the pet ate like Eggface. Most of the gamers felt the pet was too ugly. Only a small portion of the gamers who played World of Warcraft thought otherwise. The uglier the creature, the better the character, and the greater the value for keeping it. What do you know? While Sherlock was browsing the discussion forum, he heard a knock at the door. Come in. Brainiac walked in. Lord Sherlock, I'm here to report information. Brainiac nodded and brought a bag of documents to Sherlock. It's information transmitted from Spectre College. All 20 groups of candidates who took part in the Level A examination graduated successfully. The graduation rate skyrocketed while the costs also increased. The cost of a Level A examination is equivalent to 10 Level B examinations. Spectre College was very pleased with the results. Even parents gifted the college with pennants. That's good news. Making our customers happy is our first motto, Sherlock said rightfully. According to my speculation, it's only a matter of time before the gnomes and Houndhead men defeat the Lich students in the Level A examination grounds. Brainiac frowned and said, Pardon me for being direct, but your servants aren't fools. They will assimilate experiences, and they have a hive awareness, which brings considerable group benefits. From my observation, they are faring better and better in the Level A examinations. In the future, if the students are unable to graduate, Spectre College will be complaining again. Is that an opinion of Professor Bacon? Sherlock asked. No, I'm suggesting it for Lord Sherlock's benefit and consideration. We have to maintain the median graduation rate, like before. If the students are unable to graduate again, the college will make things difficult for Lord Sherlock, Brainiac said earnestly. What you have said makes sense. I'm also considering the issue. Since we already have the Level A and B, why don't we add Level S and SS? Sherlock said. Brainiac rebuked quickly, Lord Sherlock, this isn't possible. From what I know, students have mastered their most powerful servants for the Level A examination. The only way for them to be stronger is for them to fight in person, but that isn't safe for them. The college won't allow that to happen. I'm not asking them to fight in person. Let's not talk about creating more difficult examinations. If the graduation rate declines, we can consider making our servants slower and decreasing their damage and the acuity of their senses. The more intelligent candidates can approach me with magic stones. Sherlock hesitated to continue. Brainiac was taken aback, and he asked, Lord Sherlock, are you implying accepting bribery? and intentionally reducing the difficulty of the examination by making the gnomes and houndhead men less combat-worthy. I didn't say that. That's your own reasoning. If there are any problems, you'll be responsible. Sherlock waved his hand and said. I understand. Brainiac nodded and bowed to Sherlock before walking out. Lord Sherlock, Brainiac is very concerned about the examinations at Spectre College, Bruce said to Sherlock after Brainiac left. Since Professor Bacon is in charge of the examinations and he is the student of Bacon, naturally, he will be concerned, Sherlock said. I'm not worried about the graduation rate. The new instance dungeon has just commenced. The gamers and the Lich students are both adapting. Am I right? That's correct, Brew agreed. Sherlock took out some paper and a pen and started writing. Spectre College Examination, Level A Examination Notes, Hardcover version 1.22. Chapter 253, Undesirable Learning Condition. I defeated the most feared leader of the Houndhead men and battled the tsunami-like ancient god's army. I also thwarted the conspiracies of the Liches in Spectre College and saved everyone from the calamity. I even solved the speeding issue in Winterfell. After being a gnome for a few months, I feel that the potential of a gnome is unlimited. There is nothing we can't do, except for advanced mathematics. The gnome Burning Chest Hair said to a local little gnome, I can't do it. I can't solve this question. The location was in the old district of Winterfell. The background was a construction site that was starting to develop a building. The Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild was being rapidly constructed. The 2,000 gamers completed the design blueprint within a night. After being approved by Sherlock, a few hundred gamers became workers. With the leadership of hemp rope technology and some construction expert gamers, the development speed was like a rocket ship. The gamers didn't need to rest, eat, or drink and could do without salary. Their speed of construction was astonishing compared to the other construction workers outside. There were problems with the residents of the old district. The location of the guild was provided for Marco Polo by the residents in exchange for Marco Polo's tutoring in natural sciences and the provision of books. This couldn't be done alone by Marco Polo, so the responsibility was distributed among the gamers. The gamers felt they had become tuition teachers, but to the residents, they encountered a group of black market merchants with good stuff. Not everyone liked learning. There were those who decided stubbornly not to learn. While Burning Chest Hair was teaching a little gnome whose eyes were filled with learning curiosity, Tiny Meatball was handling some special reported cases at the Winterfell Garrison Guard Station. The cases weren't reported by the gamers. After several days of exposing criminal activities, the garrison guards were no longer paying rewards for the exposition of crimes. The gamers weren't able to profit from the garrison guards, so they turned their attention on defrauding the speeding drivers and loan sharks. They were much more profitable than exposing criminals at the garrison guard station. Besides dealing a blow to the speeding drivers and loan sharks, they also received a good citizen prize and a sum of money from the Winterfell officials. Even the new dungeon lord Andrew asked about the flood of immigrants to Winterfell. The Winterfell residents were cheering the actions of the gamers, who dealt a blow to offenders. Tiny Meatball was in a dilemma as his captured suspects vanished without any traces. He couldn't even find a suspect to interrogate. It was of no issue. Tiny Meatball received several crucial tips. He saw the construction site filled with sacred light at night. He also heard the chants of mathematical formulas. The scene was extremely terrifying. Cherry held a case report and informed Tiny Meatball. The Adventurers Guild isn't a proper business location. Instead, it's a nest filled with filthy criminals. How dare they commit such treachery? That's despicable. Tiny Meatball said viciously. Captain! We can't allow such learning conditions to pervade Winterfell. My son is about to start schooling. He has to be first in smoking metal sticks, drinking chrysanthemum tea, tattooing, perming of hair, and getting a girlfriend. What if such learning conditions infect my son and he tells me he's going to learn mathematics? Oh gosh, I tremble at such a frightening thought. Cherry spoke in a fearful voice. If the evil atmosphere spreads, Winterfell will be finished. These sacred Lord believers are more unscrupulous and cunning than the ancient gods believers. Yes, the situation is dire. Tiny Meatball sighed. He was deeply worried about the future of Winterfell. What shall we do? Captain, do we escalate the issue? Cherry suggested. We aren't in a hurry. These creatures came from Eternal Kingdom. If we escalate this issue, it may implicate Lord Sherlock. We have to find out if Lord Sherlock is the perpetrator. Tiny Meatball squeezed his chin and pondered. Then he said, we have to go to the site to investigate. At the old district of Winterfell. Tiny Meatball hid in a dark alley and surveyed the nearby construction site. The green-skinned creatures were working diligently. There was no sight of sacred light or the chanting of mathematical formulas. Cherry was getting restless, and he said, Captain, we'll arrest and interrogate them. No, let's wait. They can't possibly learn in public. These filthy activities are done in private. Tiny Meatball pulled down his hat as he watched the diligent gamers with eagle eyes. Two of you. As Cherry and Tiny Meatball were hiding and observing the scene, Sherlock greeted them politely from behind. Excuse me, what are you doing? Tiny Meatball and Cherry turned their heads to see Sherlock. They were stunned, and Cherry blurted out, Who are you? Lord Sherlock. Tiny Meatball said nervously, Lord Sherlock, thank you for saving us from the ancient god's army. Without you, we would probably be dead. Ah, it's nothing much. I did that after receiving remuneration from the Merchant Alliance. What are both of you doing here? Sherlock was puzzled and asked, Are you interested in my Adventurers Guild? No, we're from the Garrison Guards. We came here today. Cherry didn't complete his sentence when Tiny Meatball dry coughed and said, We're here to do our daily patrol. We discovered a new construction site, so we came here to check on the safety and collect some information. Tiny Meatball dragged Cherry away as he said politely, Lord Sherlock, we shall make a move. Sherlock watched the orc and gnome leave and pondered for a while. Then, he walked towards the construction site. Chapter 254, Give all to me. Lord Sherlock, you have foresight. The gamers will definitely attract the attention of the garrison guards if the gamers teach the residents of the old district here, Bruce said to Sherlock when he arrived at the construction site to survey the progress of the construction. If we use mission tips and heavy punishments to restrain the gamers' passionate learning, I feel it's not a good long-term solution. There may be negative repercussions. Sherlock looked at the working gamers and said worriedly. Lord Sherlock, are you misunderstanding the gamers? Passionate learning? The gamers are only interested in the game. Brew quickly clarified the gamers' intention. They're fixing a time, location, and group to learn on the forum. In the dungeon, they work while reciting formulas. If they don't have a strong passion for learning, I don't see why they're doing that. Brew quickly said, Please, believe me, Lord Sherlock. Besides hemp rope technology, the other gamers don't have a passion for learning. This is a requirement specified by the game. To have a great gaming experience, they started learning seriously. I have seen gamers memorizing complex solutions. But Lord Sherlock, you are correct in saying that restraining the gamers isn't a long-term solution. What shall we do, Lord Sherlock? Brew asked, but Sherlock didn't respond. Sherlock walked to Marco Polo under the envious gazes of the gamers and said to him, I need to meet the poor residents of the old district. Help me arrange it. Marco Polo was taken aback. Mission title, Lord Sherlock's Order. Mission description, carry out Lord Sherlock's order. Mission reward, improves Lord Sherlock's impression of you. When you create posts on the discussion forum, the administrator may be watching you. After seeing the mission appear before him, Marco Polo shouted excitedly, Yes. Sherlock looked at the elderly gnome, whose eyes were filled with restrained fear, wariness, and bewilderment. Greetings, I'm Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock. I'm sure it's not your first time hearing my name. I'd like to thank you for letting us build the Adventurers Guild on your land." Compared to the wariness of the elderly gnome, Sherlock was casual. The elderly gnome said, "We've heard of your big name. Your servants are different from the servants of other dungeons. They don't think that natural sciences are dangerous subjects. Most of them are knowledgeable, and some of them have sacred light." "Are you saying that?" Sherlock noticed the elderly gnome hesitating, and he continued to speak. "Truth be told, I'm a special superior devil. I don't abhor the power of sacred light. When I was exploring the surface world, I had some good friends who were grand priests, like so and so." Sherlock explained and said, "I ordered Marco Polo to meet up with you, so don't be wary of me." The elderly gnome bowed to Sherlock and said, "Respectable Lord Sherlock, please pardon me for my disrespect. I'm in awe of your servants' knowledge. In order to accommodate these servants, I believe you must be very different from other devils. Thank you for your trust." Sherlock nodded at the elderly gnome as a return gesture. Then he said, "I feel sympathy for you for choosing the most dangerous belief in the underworld. Your fortitude is admirable, but it will cause incidents one of these days. From what I know, the learning activities of your residents and my servants have been reported to the authorities." "Reported to the authorities? Impossible. We have a great passion for learning. It's impossible for them not to like learning," the elderly gnome said firmly, but his eyes flickered. "When I came just now, I encountered 2 garrison guards who didn't gain any information. They may come again with more guards." The elderly gnome said, "We will deny vehemently. As long as we deny it and they have no evidence, they can't do anything to us." Sherlock nodded and said, "Indeed. If you insist on your innocence, unless they discover your private collection of learning materials or witness your usage of sacred light, they will be unable to take further action. But haven't you thought about the day when you can learn freely in public?" "Learn freely in public?" The elderly gnome was stunned. Sherlock leaned forward and said in a tempting manner, "A day where there's no need to hide or use the dark alleys to learn. Where you can even have your own sacred light worshipping chapel and teach your future generations to study hard every day." Sherlock spread out his hands and gestured a beautiful vision. He said convincingly, "Think about it. They could do homework at home daily, take examinations once every 2 months. They could attend classes daily with no holidays. Don't you wish for this kind of a life that seems like a dream? But, this is impossible. Without the protection of the dungeon core, we wouldn't be able to survive for long. Soon, we would be infested by the underworld's ideology and become like the insane houndhead men who go around killing creatures." The elderly gnome was dispirited, but Sherlock smiled and said, "Why isn't it possible? I have trained the houndhead men to be construction workers. Haven't you seen the houndhead men? They are my dungeon's citizens. If you're willing, I can give you a chance to realize that dream." "Lord Sherlock, what do you mean?" "You can be my vassals and join Eternal Kingdom. There is a satellite town called Marsh Inkspuer Town. The location is pretty good with serenity, security, hygiene, and scenic views. The place is full of rocks, and it's relaxing. The wilderness is also packed with millions of large lizards moving around. The most important thing is..." Sherlock smiled and said, "You can freely study and learn, and nobody will care about you. My only desire is, to obtain all the land in the old district." Chapter 255, New Leads. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Eternal Kingdom had a symbolic incident. After a residents' committee meeting, the residents of the old district decided to transfer their land to a black dragon merchant Eggface. The adventurer from the east boasted of a legendary land filled with milk, honey, and magic stones. He decided to set up his business in Winterfell. The related compensation agreement was discussed. The rate of compensation was fixed at a ratio of 1:2 for the land area, and there was an additional compensation for each individual involved in the move. The new designated location for the residents of the old district was the new territory beside Eternal Kingdom Sunshine Garden, marshlands of the Marsh Ink Spewers. The environment is pleasant, educational facilities are comprehensive, and it has convenient transportation and good medical services. It's a starting point for the new cultured generation. There's currently a steep discount on housing prices. A 50 square meters unit with an underwater view requires only $9,999,999. 9 magic stones. A gnome read out the promotional pamphlet, and Winterfell Dungeon Lord Andrew frowned as he heard the information. After the gnome finished reading, Andrew said, "This small black dragon egg face accumulated the land of the entire old district and transferred the residents to the land beside Eternal Kingdom." That's correct. According to a reliable source, this egg face is only a spokesman, and he's supported by Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord Sherlock, the gnome said mysteriously. "I feel that this is a good thing, Lord Andrew. To tell you the truth, one of the top 10 major problems of Winterfell was the old district. Most of the residents of the old district were decadent and shunned by the underworld. But we didn't have any evidence to arrest them. Lord Sherlock has become the scapegoat. By moving the residents out of the old district and compensating them, he has helped Winterfell solve a huge problem. But he now controls the entire old district." Andrew frowned and said, "The land belonged to the residents of the old district. By some manipulation, Lord Sherlock was able to obtain the land, which is the cheapest in Winterfell. Now the land belongs to Lord Sherlock, so it won't be easy for us to make plans for Winterfell." Yes, that's correct, but to manage the old district requires a large sum of money. Moreover, the geographical location isn't ideal. Even if Lord Sherlock accumulates the land, he will make a loss. Andrew placed both his hands on the window and said, "That's what I thought. For such a massive project, the cost and the information I gathered don't add up. Perhaps his workers don't require a salary." Outside the window, in the middle of the bustling dungeon, the old district seemed to be hidden in a haze and devoid of life. Because of the previous war, the district had become a ruin. And now, the district belonged to Lord Sherlock. Andrew felt jealous all of a sudden. He was hesitating about whether he should do it, and Sherlock accomplished it without batting an eyelid. If he knew about this, he would have bought up the old district with a large sum of money. Andrew felt he was defeated by Sherlock once again, and he was jealous. Marco Polo was busy recently. After Eggface bought up the old district, Marco Polo was heavily involved in the moving of the old district. The gamers were responsible for the moving mission. The mission included moving houses, taking care of kids, the allocation of the moving lottery, maintaining order, and the relocation of residential property. The gamers were responsible for building the relocated residential houses. There weren't many old district residents, but there were still several hundred households and 1,000 of them. After moving to the marshlands of the Marsh Ink Spewers, their living conditions would definitely be worse off. In order to be able to study freely, let their future generations be decadent, and even be baptized in the future, the residents decided to face all difficulties. Most creatures weren't willing to help with the relocation, but the gamers were different. As long as there were missions, they were even willing to jump into feces pools. Marco Polo belonged to this category. However, the gamers encountered problems. A small number of old district residents fell ill. We don't know what the illness is. It seems to be a mental illness. It's not contagious, but when the illness strikes, the creature will become like a hissing serpent. Those who are devout believers and are passionate about learning, their conditions are less serious. The elderly gnome pointed at a bedridden gnome whose face was pale and who had a strange expression. His eyes were filled with irritation and violent tendencies. When the elderly gnome placed a forbidden mathematics supplementary book in the hands of that gnome, he became quiet, and his body emitted serene brilliance. Learning can alleviate their sickness. What about those who don't like learning? Marco Polo asked. The other nearby gamers were also curious. The elderly gnome sighed and said, "The illness will spread when you are bitten. To control the spread of the illness, we sent those who don't like learning to the Fatality Hospital." The elderly gnome added, "I hope that they can be discharged soon." The eyes of the gamers lit up. This was a lead for a hidden mission. In the relocation plot, there was an outbreak of an infectious disease. Those who weren't able to be treated were sent to the hospital. If the gamers found the hospital and the patients, would special plots be triggered? Marco Polo decided to try finding them. Tens of gamers also thought the same way. Soon, someone posted the information on the forum, and many gamers thought the same way too. Half of the gamers were involved in challenging the instance dungeon and creating strategy guides. They were going to fight to the death with the students of Spectre College. Fatality Hospital wasn't hard to find. The hospital had the best doctors, was the officially appointed hospital, and due to special reasons, had a great reputation. After the gamers asked around discreetly, they found the hospital. On a very mundane day, the games flooded the hospital. Chapter 256, Winterfell Monthly Digest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sherlock sat in the Dungeon Lord main hall as he browsed the discussion forum where the gamers were discussing strategies used in the 15-member instance dungeon. Though every instance dungeon was composed of different Lich students, after the gamers had fought many groups of students, they came up with different strategies. For example, the previous post created by Not Wearing Pants. The strategies of the gamers were slowly refined. The strategies that were created by Sherlock and provided to the Spectre College students had to be improved to keep up with the gamers. Lord Sherlock, you're a genius in business. If the graduating students of Spectre College didn't have your strategy guide, the graduation rate would be very tragic, Bruce said thoughtfully, but Sherlock was indifferent. I'm not doing business, I'm merely carrying out my contractual obligations. Spectre College collaborated with me in order for their students to graduate. If the graduation rate is too low, I'm unable to answer them. But your strategy guide sells. It's to cover my costs. Sherlock was pleased. Brew was about to speak when a fireball interrupted him. A newspaper was thrown out from the flames. Winterfell Monthly Digest. Those were the words written on the newspaper. Aya, Brainiac's newspaper has been delivered to Lord Sherlock. Sherlock picked up the newspaper and started reading. To celebrate the inauguration of Dungeon Lord Andrew, our shop is having a celebration promotion. All toilet bowls have a 1% discount and complimentary benefits coupons that are worth 10 magic stones. Come and patronize if you're a bro. I'm waiting for you at the Glutton Pit. This is brand new Feces Clay. Feces Clay Hotel is now accepting orders. The Northern Gladiator Arena is introducing the latest Gladiator Magic Stone Soul Survivor Tournament. Tomorrow is the premiere, and we're having a promotion. It will cost 100 magic stones. Please contact us via letter incineration at address xxxx. Advertisement placement for 99 magic stones. Sherlock examined the local news for the month. The new dungeon core has arrived safely at Winterfell. We would like to thank the mission accomplished mercenaries. Our reporter is honored to interview mission accomplished's captain. The following is the live report. Reporter, greetings, Captain, I'm a reporter from the Winterfell newspaper office. Captain, greetings, I'm captain of the mission accomplished mercenaries. I'm happy to be interviewed. Reporter, we understand that the Winterfell dungeon core was escorted by your mercenaries. Did you encounter any danger during the journey? Captain, the journey was fraught with danger. When we passed by the Great Valley, there was a traffic jam caused by bridge safety checks. One of our members' buttocks developed traffic jam allergy syndrome. It was very dangerous. Reporter, that is frightening. How did you and your member overcome the crisis? Captain, we arranged a location for him to release the pressure from the sphincter. I used my money to sponsor a large roll of paper. Because of this, we were fined. Reporter, fined? Captain, the Environment and Culture Department is very strict. If a creature isn't able to control his sphincter muscles, he will be fined. Reporter, from your description, I can imagine the precarious situation. We're grateful for your contribution. I represent the Winterfell residents to thank you. Captain, it's nothing much. This is what we should do after being paid. Reporter, this is a live report brought to you by our newspaper office. Breaking news at Fatality Hospital. A group of creatures with strange green words tried to kidnap numerous sick patients illegally. The Winterfell garrison guard arrived at the scene to maintain order and prevent the criminals from succeeding. The senior management of the garrison guards arrested the sick patients in order to ensure their safety. It was suspected that the criminals were citizens of Eternal Kingdom. This is a live report from our newspaper office. Reporter, standing beside me are a Fatality Hospital Incineration Department physician and garrison guard Captain Tiny Meatball. I'm happy to interview both of you. Physician, greetings, everyone, and regards to all the sick patients who are reading the newspaper. Tiny Meatball, greetings, everyone, this is my first time being interviewed, so I'm nervous. Reporter, do you need me to blur out your face? Tiny Meatball, it's not necessary. I like being in the newspaper, it's good for my future career advancement. Can this be removed? Words within brackets to be removed. Reporter, okay, we'll deal with that later, don't worry. Let's begin our formal interview. Physician, why did the strange creatures barge into the hospital? Who are the patients that they were trying to kidnap? Are there any conflicts? We understand that Fatality Hospital has a very good reputation in Winterfell. Are there any doctor-patient conflicts that we don't know of? Physician, okay, I have to explain one point, we don't have any doctor-patient conflict in Fatality Hospital. We are harmonious and don't want magic stones. We only hope for the patients to recover by doing our best to treat their illnesses. That has always been our motto. So, we're harmonious. We don't know the creatures who barged in. I heard they were from Eternal Kingdom. They threatened to kidnap the sick patients who were admitted after they were mysteriously infected. The area of infection was on the neck. The illness causes insanity, violent attacks, hissing, and the blabbering of nonsense. The face is no longer recognizable. It's a very serious infectious disease. Reporter, that's terrifying. Physician, it's a bit scary, but don't worry. We'll operate on the sick patient to remove the neck, which is the source of infection. Then, we'll admit the patient into the incineration department to receive systemic treatment. After our treatment, the recovery rate is 100%. There's no risk of infection, and Winterfell is safe. Reporter, let's thank the physician. Thank you very much. Captain Tiny Meatball, as for the arrested sick patients, how are they doing? Tiny Meatball, they are currently safe. After handling the case, we'll send them back to the incineration department for further treatment. For the kidnappers, we enforced compulsory payment and imposed 100 years of corrective labor. I believe they will realize their mistakes and make amends. We won't let any criminals go scot-free. Reporter, thank you, physician and captain, for accepting our interview. The above is the content for the Winterfell Monthly Digest. Sherlock finished reading the newspaper, then lifted his head and asked, "What are the gamers up to?" Chapter 257, Invitation Letter. They are developing their own plots. To be more precise, they thought they discovered the leads of a plot, and they are searching for more information, Brew replied quickly. Why don't they put more effort into carrying bricks, working in the factory, challenging the instance dungeon, or fighting in the gladiator arena instead of interfering with Samael's conspiracy? Even if Samael swallows Winterfell entirely, what has it got to do with them? Sherlock said with exhaustion, I'm overwhelmed with many things. Can't these gamers be more considerate? Though they are human tools, they have ideals and ambitions. Between daily missions and hidden missions, they prefer hidden missions. Don't be pessimistic, Lord Sherlock. Aren't a quarter of the gamers fighting in the instance dungeon diligently and working towards the grand vision of Lord Sherlock? Brew consoled Sherlock and said, once the third beta testing commences, there will be more gamers. We don't have to worry. Sherlock nodded in agreement. The door of the dungeon lord main hall was opened. A small black dragon walked in and said to a gnome gamer beside him, continue to publicize more. We have to let the old district residents know that the relocation is for them to have a better future. We will compensate them for the relocation. Just give them the ES. Since when did I, Eggface, swindle anyone? Get a good designer for the construction of Black Dragon Investment Private Limited. Include a Black Dragon treasure nest. The design must be nice. Make it look more impressive than the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. The gamer held a notebook and said awkwardly, we can't delay the relocation of the poor residents of the old district. I'm attending the guild's activity and challenging the instance dungeon tonight. I know you're busy, but my company is an important task. It can't be delayed. This is a hidden mission. I'll reward you with Black Dragon's blessings after it's completed. Hurry. The gnome perked up upon hearing about the hidden mission and reward. He spun around and left. Eggface had mastered the correct method of communicating with the gamers by using the mission as the motivation. Eggface walked towards the shelf that held bloody chrysanthemum tea. I feel that ever since Lord Sherlock let Eggface become the Winterfell tycoon, his behavior has become weird. Indeed, a creature's naivety and imagination make it easier for him to immerse in his chosen role, Brew said as Eggface brewed bloody chrysanthemum tea for himself. Eggface. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. Instead, he looked at Eggface and shouted at him. Please call me CEO Eggface. Eggface held his cup of tea and turned around gracefully as he lifted his chin proudly and said, I have a complete plan for developing the old district. Those gnomes, goblins, and houndhead men may look silly, but they are talented in business. After controlling the old district, I'm going to set up a large-scale feet washing chain. All the citizens of Eternal Kingdom will work for me. While Eggface was expounding his fantasy, Sherlock walked over and grabbed his wings. He put Eggface's cup on the table and looked at Eggface's huge innocent eyes. Sherlock said, Eggface, I admire your immersive performance, but your development plan for the old district isn't necessary. I have other plans in mind. I understand, Lord Sherlock. After Eggface was lifted up, he became self-conscious and spoke in an aggrieved tone. Sherlock intended to reprimand Eggface, but upon seeing his puppy face, he didn't say anything. He put Eggface down and patted the back of Eggface's head. Go out and play. Lulu. Sherlock drank the bloody chrysanthemum tea in front of Eggface. Eggface walked out reluctantly as he glanced at the cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea in Sherlock's hand. The shouting of the gamers was heard coming from outside the dungeon lord main hall. Eggface. A family refuses to relocate. What shall we do? Don't call me Eggface, call me CEO Eggface. Not willing to relocate? What are they not satisfied with? This group of difficult residents. The voices receded. Lord Sherlock, your choice of making Eggface the spokesman was excellent. With Eggface's rich imagination, he's fully immersed in his role as a tycoon. Brew praised Sherlock and asked, Lord Sherlock, what do you intend to do with the old district? I feel that the feet washing chain is a good idea. We can also provide special services with some hints. The membership card will be 50,000 magic stones. Thai massage will be an attractive item. Then the garrison guard will accuse you of fraudulent advertisement after not providing special services. They may even impound the old district using illegal business as a reason. Brew sighed and said, Lord Sherlock, you are wise. Let's not discuss this issue. For the Samael matter, use your missions to direct the gamers. Bruce said, I understand. I'll divert the gamers from investigating the infectious disease. No, I'm not stopping their investigation. Use missions to direct them so that they won't barge into the hospital and attract the attention of the garrison guards, Sherlock said. I don't mind the gamers developing plots. In fact, it's pretty good that they're reducing my workload. But they have to remain discreet. I understand. Lord Sherlock is very wise, Brew complimented Sherlock and then kept quiet. The dungeon core burst into flames, and a letter was thrown out. The words in the letter were: To Eternal Kingdom Dungeon Lord Sherlock, Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena's Invitation Letter. Respectable Lord Sherlock. Greetings, this is an invitation letter from the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. We would like to sincerely invite you to be one of our technical shareholders and to watch the premiere of the Sole Survivor tournament. We hope that Lord Sherlock will attend our event. Love from the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. Chapter 258, Tonight's Auspicious Winner. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Lord Sherlock. I'm very happy to see you at our event. The Gladiator Arena's boss, Poison Skin, who had a large belly, received Sherlock warmly inside his office. The tournament is about to begin. Your idea of the Sole Survivor tournament is marvelous. The spectators are looking forward to it. More than 50% of the seats were sold. I haven't seen that many spectators for a long time. Old ways of business management are no longer useful in this new age. Sherlock sat in the chair and smiled. You're right. Poison Skin took out a uranium stick. He lit it up before putting it in his mouth. The uranium stick sizzled as he said, Lord Sherlock, we'll see how your gladiators perform. Don't worry, they're fully prepared, Sherlock nodded and said confidently. In the dim resting room, the monopowered ceiling fan was spinning above a group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men. The creatures had strange green symbols above their heads. They were different from normal gladiators as they didn't memorize dialogues or relax their muscles in preparation for their gladiator fights. They gathered and chatted like there was no tomorrow. Selling items online. It's a magical item that allows walking through walls, automatic weapon aiming, seeing of the world map, and even flying. Vulgarities, more vulgarities. Why are you scolding? I'll scold anyone who is selling items online. We'll do it together and fight in a direct way. Don't be afraid. I'm a small, vulnerable, and gentle girl. Please don't kill me later. I want to be the sole survivor. D*MN, you look like a gnome with the hoarse voice of a brute. I'll be the sole survivor on this auspicious night. Beside the chatting, many gamers were repeatedly squatting and standing, while other gamers were hopping around and climbing up and down. Dragonborn didn't chat or hop around. All of his equipment was being impounded, just like the rest of the gamers. The coming gladiator fight would transport all of the gladiators to a huge environment that would require an hour to walk a circle around. All of the gladiators were unarmed. They only wore underpants. After being placed in an abandoned building or area, they had to look for equipment. Every 15 minutes, a ring of mana mist would be released. The mana mist would knock out the gladiators, so they had to survive while the mana mist kept shrinking. The sole survivor would be the winner. The gamers were exhilarated. This was the dungeon version of PUBG Mobile. How could they miss such exciting gameplay? In order to have maximum effect, there were only 100 gladiators in one session, with 3 sessions per day. The limit was requested by Sherlock, as his gladiators were limited in number. The other reason was that the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena had only recently started this new type of gladiator fight, and there was a month of preparation for the single arena. Including preparations and cleaning, 3 sessions a day was the infrastructure limit. If conditions allowed, the gladiator arena would want to have 100 sessions per day. Dragonborn was pretty lucky, he got a reply immediately after he registered. His group challenge of the instance dungeon failed. They exceeded the time limit before they finished half of the instance dungeon. After a tedious day of challenging the instance dungeon, the guild members decided to rest for a day before continuing. Hence Dragonborn took the opportunity to take part in the gladiator fight. Ah! Dragonborn! A gnome shouted out his name. Dragonborn turned his head and saw a gnome with the words burning chest hair above his head. Chest hair bro! Dragonborn stood up nervously and greeted him politely. Dragonborn joined Arthur and his group in one of the instance dungeon challenges. Burning chest hair had to handle some personal affairs, so Dragonborn replaced him. Dragonborn heard about the alias Chest Hair Bro during the instance dungeon challenge. They also used the alias on the discussion forum. I didn't expect you to join Arthur in our group. When you fought with Arthur, you were very impressive. Burning Chest Hair smiled and said. It's nothing. Arthur gave me a chance, Dragonborn shook his head and said. Though Burning Chest Hair wasn't as famous as Arthur, his capability and wealth were on par with Arthur. It was unfortunate that he was shot to death by Sylvanas in the Dark Rider tournament. Otherwise, he might have fought against Dragonborn or Arthur. If he hadn't given you a chance, would you have lasted that few minutes? Haha, I'm not being sarcastic. You're strong, but your equipment was inferior to Arthur. Burning Chest Hair said, I'm on par with Arthur. Let's pit ourselves against each other. I may not survive to fight against you. Dragonborn was dumbfounded. Burning Chest Hair tapped Dragonborn's shoulders and said, survive until the final round, then we can fight against each other. Buck up, I have high expectations of you. All gladiators, prepare to enter the arena. Outside the noisy room, a gnome carrying a magical loudspeaker shouted at the gamers, all gladiators are to queue up and proceed to the teleport portal. Enter according to the number indicated. The counter starts at 0. Make haste. The gnome thought of something and shouted, no equipment allowed. The entrance of the teleport portal has a detector. All offenders will be disqualified from the tournament. The gamers queued up and entered the portal. Dragonborn's number was 66. He found the 6th portal and followed other gamers, walking through the arched door detector. The prohibited items were weapons and equipment. Dragonborn had no problems with that. The other gamers couldn't possibly hide any equipment as they weren't able to smuggle anything through the detectors. When he was in front of the teleport portal, he saw a suspicious gamer with a swollen crotch at the 8th portal. Dragonborn was dumbstruck. How could a gamer control the size of the crotch during character creation? The gamer at the 8th portal noticed Dragonborn. He smiled sheepishly, the ends of his lips stretching 45 degrees up. He had the fearless expression of a martyr. Then he used his mouth shapes to say, don't panic. It's only a bladder bomb. Gosh, was a bladder bomb not considered a weapon? Dragonborn was dumbfounded. He had no time to think as he was pushed into the portal by an NPC. Chapter 259, Huge Discovery by Tiny Meatball. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The teleport portal flashed with brilliance, and Dragonborn found himself standing on empty ground. He was half naked, and the surroundings were bare. There were a few rows of houses in the distance. Though Dragonborn hadn't played any Soul Survivor kind of games, he had seen them previously. He would have heard about such an exhilarating game even if he hadn't tried it before. Dragonborn surveyed the environment. After ensuring there was nobody, he ran towards the houses. Before he ran for long, he came up to a small slope and saw 2 other gamers running to the houses and beating each other violently with their fists. However, the damage of fists was limited. Nobody was a master in martial arts. There was a large difference between wielding a weapon and not. Dragonborn didn't care about them. He dashed into one of the houses and used his body to bash open the door. He knocked into another gamer and lifted his head to observe. It was a gnome from the guild-friendly Lilo Alliance. He hadn't heard the name before, and it looked suspiciously criminal. Holy cow! That gnome, who was wearing tight pants, held a short sword. After being knocked into by Dragonborn, he cursed at Dragonborn and stabbed him with the short sword. Dragonborn didn't have any weapons. He collided with the gnome and felt the sword slash his stomach. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep. He didn't feel much pain, but if he let the gnome stab deeper, he wouldn't make it. Dragonborn twisted the gnome's finger and bit the gnome's ear while using his knees to crush the gnome's crotch. When Dragonborn recovered, the gnome was motionless. In the chaos, Dragonborn snatched the sword and stabbed the gnome to death. Before Dragonborn had the chance to breathe, another nearby gamer dashed towards him. In the spectator stand of the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena, there were densely packed spectators who took up half of the seats. And the number of spectators kept increasing. Compared to the miserable tens of spectators 2 months ago, where a lich had to make use of mana to create a fake crowded atmosphere, it was almost a miracle to have that many spectators watching the tournament. A middle-aged orc couple brought their 3 kids and sat in the spectator stand to watch the arena that had a huge mana crystal ball with 4 screens. The screens used countless mana eyes to capture the brutal fighting of the gladiators in the newly constructed area. The gladiators were fighting viciously to become the sole survivor. One of the images showed Dragonborn fighting for his life. Bloodshed, violence, and the killing of the gamers were all grotesque images that overwhelmed the senses. The cutting off of limbs, close-up execution, and hunting novelties were wildly popular in the underworld. That's awesome! I want to be the sole survivor too. Are gladiator fights so fun? Why didn't I know about it? The kids of the orc couple were chatting excitedly as they jumped up and down in their seats. They were showing the true nature of kids. The male orc of the couple was Tiny Meatball, the garrison guard captain, who was troubled by many strange cases. Hubby, aren't you very busy recently? Why did you bring us to watch a gladiator fight? Tiny Meatball's wife was a virtuous female orc called Steel Egg. She smiled gently at Tiny Meatball and said, "If you're busy, I can ask our neighbor Wong to bring the kids and me to watch the gladiator fight." Tiny Meatball waved his hand and said, "Even if work is busy, I have to take care of the family. The security of Winterfell has improved tremendously, so there's not much work." "You're so nice, hubby." Steel Egg leaned blissfully on Tiny Meatball's shoulder. Tiny Meatball's eyes focused as he gazed intently at the images on the screen. His eyes were glimmering with the brilliance of wisdom. Was it believable that Tiny Meatball was enjoying the bliss of being with his family? He was there to investigate. By chance, he discovered that his wife and his neighbor Wong had come to watch a gladiator fight at the Northern Underground World Gladiator Arena. The gladiator fight was about a group of creatures who had green symbols above their heads and were fighting each other viciously. His wife frequently stayed out at night and watched the gladiator fight. Tiny Meatball frowned and discovered that things weren't that simple. After some intense investigation and using his excellent skills, he discovered an important lead. His wife and his neighbor Wong. They were watching gladiators from Eternal Kingdom. Tiny Meatball would have a splitting headache whenever he heard mention of Eternal Kingdom. After the creatures of Eternal Kingdom appeared in Winterfell, he came under immense pressure at work. Then there were bizarre events that happened. Tiny Meatball intuitively felt that these creatures with green symbols weren't simple and weren't easy to deal with. So, Tiny Meatball found a chance to bring his family to watch the gladiator fight in order not to arouse suspicion. He was quite successful in his plan. The creatures of Eternal Kingdom didn't discover him. Wah, that's pitiful. That creature was carrying a large pack but was killed. That gnome is very powerful. He's had 4 consecutive kills. Is he invincible? That's hilarious. Can't he use a bow? He's better off using a short sword with his lackluster archery skills. The spectators were enthusiastically discussing the images on the screens. The spectators watched the new gladiator fight with excitement. Each rating of a house was like a lottery. Most importantly, the chaotic and novice way of fighting displayed by the gamers made the spectators want to join in the fray. As for the problem of safety and risk, the walls of the arena were covered with disclaimers, such as, "The highly trained gladiators are strictly supervised by professionals. The mana special effects created are highly dangerous. Please don't imitate. If you do, we won't take any responsibility." Though it looked dangerous, it was fun to watch and very tempting too. The gamers didn't realize that while they were playing the game, the Underworld residents were entertained by their brutality. Dragonborn leaned on a door. He held his breath and focused as he picked up the footsteps outside the door. The coma-causing ring of mana mist started to shrink. The radius was only the size of a few houses. According to Dragonborn's sense of hearing, there were only 5 gladiators left. Victory was within his reach. Chapter 260, Ground-Hugging Demon. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dragonborn leaned behind the door and remained very silent. The fighting outside started and became very violent. Then there were booming explosions. Perhaps it was that gnome who hid the bladder bomb in his trousers. After a while, it was quiet. Dragonborn didn't dare to make his move. Only when the mana mist approached him did Dragonborn inhale deeply, push open the door, and dash out. It was a brutal sight. There were 2 corpses and no survivors, but Dragonborn felt that something was wrong. He lifted his head and saw a creature on a lamp overhead. How did he end up there? Dragonborn noticed the words burning chest hair above the creature's head. Burning chest hair leaped down with his dagger and stabbed at Dragonborn's head. Instinctively, Dragonborn lifted his shield, which saved his life. They collided and wrestled with each other. Whether it was the real or game world, once they started wrestling, without the help of mana, it was just a street brawl. This was when wrestling skills came into effect. Dragonborn had learned wrestling before. Dragonborn poked Burning Chesthair's nose and eyes. Though Burning Chesthair didn't learn wrestling, he knew about gangster brawling. After Dragonborn used unscrupulous methods, Burning Chesthair followed suit. There wasn't much to appreciate about such fighting, but the damage was direct. After a chilling tug of war, Dragonborn lost one of his ears and one of his eyes. Some of his fingers were fractured, and his body suffered numerous wounds, leading to profuse bleeding. Dragonborn felt that he wasn't going to live long, the loss of blood would kill him eventually. But it was all right, he was going to be the sole survivor. He was the winner. Dragonborn didn't remain happy for long. Suddenly, there was a swoosh sound, and he felt a chill running down his spine. An arrow was lodged in his back. Dragonborn collapsed to the ground. In his field of vision, a gnome in grey camouflage clothing walked out, holding a bow and carrying a small bag. D*MN. Dragonborn only said one last word before he fell quietly to the ground. In the huge arena, the spectators stood up and cheered wildly for the victor. He had relied on lying prone and then shooting an arrow in the back of his opponent to win. He received the compliments and cheering of the spectators as he enjoyed the glorious moment of being the sole survivor. "Sherlock, Sherlock, you're amazing!" The arena boss, Poison Skin, looked excitedly at Lord Sherlock as he held the uranium stick in his mouth. He said, "If this continues, within a few months, the arena will be fully booked. There may even be long queues outside the arena. This is all because of you, Lord Sherlock. When the live stream research is completed, even more creatures will be able to watch the gladiator fights. It's my honor to obtain your appreciation. The research process is slow, and there are many magical materials to prepare." Sherlock stopped for a while, and Poison Skin said, "Lord Sherlock, don't worry, the Northern Gladiator Arena has decided to fully invest in your research. There will be a large sum of money arriving in your account. Don't worry, it's not laundered money. It has been successfully laundered. I mean, there is no problem with the money." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were very pleased. Tiny Meatball sat in his office while he recalled what he saw during the tournament. It was very brutal and violent, but according to the organizer, it was all mana with special effects. All the gladiators were safe. But Tiny Meatball didn't understand how mana skills could be so powerful. He considered carefully and discovered a crucial point, which was mana skills were developing very fast, and there were more and more talents. The future of the underworld looked very promising. Though it was a rosy future, the investigation of Eternal Kingdom's creatures was a heavy burden and a long process. Wong, Wong, Wong. Wong, Wong, Wong. A gamer was imitating the barking of a dog in front of a grotesque, ugly, and revolting hellhound. The hellhound was called a mutated houndhead beast in the game. It was the result of Brainiac's usage of mana to mutate the houndhead man eggs. The hatched creature had low intelligence but was extremely obedient. The creature was supposed to be a cute mutated houndhead man. The gamers didn't know about this, they only knew that the creature looked like a hellhound. After owning them as pets, the gamers wished to interact with them. Though they were ugly, these hellhounds would only chase after the gamers and shout, "Sha and Diao." They didn't know anything else. And they ate a lot. The gamers wished they were more like dogs. They discovered one with more intelligence, and he could use the underworld language. That gamer taught his hellhound pet some fun words. Like the barking of a dog, Wong, Wong. Brainiac walked past the gamers. Behind him were Sherlock and the bespectacled Eggface, who had resumed his secretary role. The three of them arrived at Brainiac's burial hall, which had been cleared of gamers by Brew. It was now mainly used for research. Brew was now responsible for reviving the gamers, and Brainiac was no longer responsible for healing the gamers. However, 100 gamers were arranged periodically for Brainiac to conduct his research. "Lord Sherlock, please take a look." Brainiac pointed at a large box device and said, "This is the magical video switching experimental device created according to your specifications." "That large?" Sherlock was taken aback by the size of the magical device. "Because there are many mana formations, runes, and mana-infused components that will allow you to switch to any video at any location. This magical device has to be charged periodically, and it can be used anytime. To create this device, how much does it cost?" Sherlock asked. "Excluding the repeated costs of testing, it's about 3,000 magic stones." Sherlock shook his head and said, "No, we have to reduce the cost, find cheaper materials and simpler mana formations. The size has to be reduced. It's currently too large." "I understand." Brainiac nodded. He hesitated before saying, "Lord Sherlock, I have a request." "What is it?" "Can I join the management of the Adventurers Guild? I'm very interested in the sociology research of your citizens," Brainiac said. Chapter 261, Auspicious Opening of the Adventurers Guild. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The dilapidated old district had become even more desolate. There were no more residents left. After Sherlock's tempting and the coercion of Eggface and the gamers, the relocation of the old district was completed. The dilapidated old district appeared very quiet after all the residents left. On this day, the quiet old district was having a lively event. A group of gamers pulled open a horizontal banner that said, "The Grand Opening of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. I'm the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild's chairman, Stir-Fried Vegetable Rice." As the largest guild of Eternal Kingdom, the gnome Stir-Fried Vegetable Rice was taking part in an interview with a Winterfell reporter. On a constructed platform, Dungeon Lord Andrew was giving a speech as a special VIP while Sherlock, Eternal Kingdom's employees, and the Merchant Alliance's officials stood by the side. The officials were invited by Sherlock to participate in the opening ceremony. The Winterfell reporters were also invited. The reason was to elevate the reputation of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild. The guild was a small stepping stone for the gamers and a huge money-making enterprise for Sherlock. Sherlock hoped to have business on the first day with the active publicity. To show the high quality of Eternal Kingdom's citizens, Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain his gamers. Otherwise, the gamers would be jumping around like monkeys. The opening ceremony was very successful. The Adventurers Guild set up by Eternal Kingdom was already well publicized. When Eggface, the disguised tycoon, relocated the old district, and when the gamers performed good deeds in Winterfell, they helped to spread the news of the Adventurers Guild. Hence, the Winterfell residents were interested in the Adventurers Guild. The lively but formal opening ceremony ended. The invited Dungeon Lord Andrew was smiling, but he was feeling extreme jealousy because the Winterfell residents and the Merchant Alliance officials were full of praise for Sherlock and Eternal Kingdom. The traffic condition in Winterfell is so much better. I heard that the green-skinned creatures of Eternal Kingdom sacrificed their lives to make it happen. My neighbor's son was forced to commit suicide by the loan sharks. I heard that the creatures of Eternal Kingdom forced the loan sharks out of business. They borrowed money from the loan sharks, then committed suicide in front of them while smiling. The loan sharks became mad and turned themselves into the garrison guard. They were hanged the next day. Really? That's awesome. My granny's leg wasn't feeling well, and she fell down on the road, but nobody dared to help her as they were afraid of being defrauded. The green-skinned creatures immediately helped my granny, who then extorted them. The green-skinned creatures committed suicide. I wanted to give them a proper burial as they were kind souls, but they vanished. I suspect that they knew the master level of the mana skill called Feigned Death. Are you sure? Is there such a mana skill? Of course, it's normal. Don't you watch the gladiator fights? Gladiator fights? What has it got to do with the gladiator fights? The gladiators of the Northern Gladiator Arena are citizens of Eternal Kingdom. They have green words above their heads. They had their flesh, arms, and legs flying all over the place, but after that, they were still jumping around. I even took a group picture with the gladiator peasant. He was really ugly. And other similar conversations. Dungeon Lord Andrew didn't hear praises of himself. Why? Andrew thought that since he was the Dungeon Lord, he deserved praise. Why did it happen? Andrew thought that the Dungeon Lord position in the Winterfell residence would bring him honor and happiness. He should be blissful like in a dream, but why did things turn out this way? It was all because of Lord Sherlock. If Sherlock hadn't been a hero and his citizens hadn't done good deeds. If his citizens didn't kill themselves on a whim. If Andrew was filled with jealousy. His power exploded like an erupting volcano. Lord Sherlock, Dungeon Lord Andrew's expression is interesting. Why is he so different from you even though both of you are superior devils? Bruce said in a teasing voice. Perhaps he didn't learn properly in school. I feel that the Superior Devil College was teaching us valuable lessons. Sherlock sat on the second floor of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, watching over the gamers on the first level. The gamers were queuing up to collect their adventurers' badges. That would prove that they were quality adventurers. Each badge cost them a magic stone or a silver coin. If they lost it when they were killed, they had to repurchase it. Why was the badge not free? Even if it was a small matter, Sherlock had to make money. Sherlock felt content when he saw the gamers queuing up to buy the badges. Lord Sherlock, the superior devil Andrew is a threat to us since he's extremely jealous of you. If we're not careful, he may plot against us in the future. Why don't we strike first? To conquer the heavenly kingdom, we need a large and stable base. The Underworld is the best base for support. We can make use of the unlimited resources to arm the gamers. Why don't we conquer Winterfell first? Bruce started. He then earnestly suggested, let's kidnap Andrew. With the Dungeon Lord in our hands, we can disband the garrison guards. Then we'll enslave all those who oppose us and those who don't. We'll only require the gamers to fight for us. We'll let the natives become free labor and have them produce equipment. We'll conquer the Underworld. Your suggestion is tempting. I'll consider it. But the important thing now isn't this. Sherlock nodded. Brew asked, "Wait a moment, Lord Sherlock. Is there anything more important?" "Of course." Sherlock pointed at a trembling elderly gnome who walked directly to the mission registration counter. Sherlock said, "The first mission of the Adventurers Guild has arrived." Chapter 262, An Entrusted Mission. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, the gamers queued up to pay for their badges. According to the game setting, adventurers were categorized as Bronze, Silver, Gold, and King level. Besides the King level, which was restricted to 10 gamers, the Gold, Silver, and Bronze levels were dependent on the number of completed missions and the difficulty of the missions. Of course, they had to be paid. All the gamers were at the Bronze level. When the elderly gnome NPC walked in, everyone was looking at him. The elderly gnome walked to the mission assignment counter, where Brainiac was sitting without any emotion. Why was Brainiac sitting there? Because Brainiac asked Sherlock, "Can I join the management of the Adventurers Guild? I'm very interested in the sociology research of your citizens." Sherlock generously agreed to his request. Amended the role of Brainiac from Eternal Kingdom's Revival Specialist to Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild Mission Manager. After the public announcement, Brainiac was transferred to the Adventurers Guild at the Old District. Though Sherlock had arranged for Evelyn to be the receptionist at the Adventurers Guild, as she was still a wanted criminal and was under immense pressure, Sherlock thought that putting Brainiac at the Adventurers Guild was a good choice. When Eggface asked to be the CEO of the Adventurers Guild, Sherlock declined immediately. Sherlock wasn't sure if the gamers would do the assigned mission, but Eggface would definitely make the gamers work for him. It was safer to place the small black dragon under Sherlock's surveillance. "Greetings, how can I help you?" Brainiac spoke without emotion to the elderly gnome. Brainiac hoped that his cordial tone and his smiling movement of his jaw would make him more approachable. "I heard that the Adventurers Guild will accept any mission." "Is that true?" the elderly gnome said as he sat down. "Yes, whether your toilet bowl is clogged, your roof is leaking, or your door needs to be unlocked, the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild will provide the best service." Brainiac passed a card to the gnome and said, "This is our name card with our contact details. You may send your incinerated letter to us at any time." "Thank you." The elderly gnome took Brainiac's name card, squinted his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "I have a grandson who is addicted to gambling. I hope you can help him change his ways." "What? Addicted to gambling? Don't worry, I'll get the level 13 God of Addiction cure to help you fulfill your wish." A gnome followed by many other gnomes behind the elderly gnome jumped out and surrounded the customer. "You called him God when he's only level 13? If I'm level 15, do I call the shots?" "Don't worry, Elder, if I teach your grandson my military martial art, I guarantee that he'll turn over a new leaf and give up gambling." "Elder, give me the phone number of your grandson. I'm also a gambler. I'll help him as much as possible. I'll place bets using his phone number. How much I win depends on fate." The gamers smiled jovially. They didn't realize that it was a depressing affair. "Line up properly. The guild has a comprehensive set of rules. You can't take on any mission that you like," Brainiac shouted at the gamers. Sherlock walked over and smiled jovially, and Eggface followed behind, carrying a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea. He drank the tea as he walked until there was no more tea. He arrived in front of the elderly gnome and passed him the empty teacup as he said, "Elder, please have some tea." The elderly gnome was too scared to sit down after being intimidated by Eggface's dominance. Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain the gamers so that they wouldn't scare the first customer away. That would be inauspicious. The elderly gnome trembled while he took the cup. Then Sherlock said, "You're very smart to seek help from our Adventurers Guild. Whatever requests you have, we'll help to fulfill them. All you need to do is fill out a form and place a reward deposit. Leave the rest to us." We'll collect a service charge of 5% from the reward. The minimum is 5 magic stones. Since you are the first customer, I'll waive your fees. The elderly gnome completed the form according to Brainiac's guidance. Then he stood up to thank Sherlock. The gnome's mission was simple: bring his grandson out at the designated address and persuade him not to gamble. The elderly gnome began to describe his family background. After his grandson got married, he didn't work hard because he was addicted to gambling. He dreamed of becoming rich by gambling. His family disintegrated, and his wife and children left him. Now he was renting a house outside, and he couldn't even afford the rent for next month. The only wish of the elderly gnome was for his grandson to get rid of his gambling addiction and be a useful person in society. He completed the form just as he finished explaining his grandson's background. Then Sherlock let the elderly gnome return home. The gamers outside followed behind the elderly gnome. That was because the gamers wanted to see if there were any subsequent plots. Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, we have a new entrusted mission. It sounds simple, but it's not easy to tackle. Addicted gamblers are more devilish than the devils. To make them quit gambling is like asking Satan to believe in the sacred light. However, you have to try to help. Sherlock looked firmly at the gamers and said, I'll need the most powerful warrior for this mission. I'll start the auction at 1 silver coin. Bidding will increase in increments of 100 bronze coins. You will get the bid straight away if you offer 100 magic stones. Chapter 263, The Underworld is Decadent. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. A team of 5 fully armed creatures walked along a Winterfell street. I didn't expect that the first mission of the guild would be to help rid a creature of his gambling addiction. It's great. Peasant walked on the leftmost side of the team. A Hades carriage sped rapidly past them. The driver peered out and looked at the 5 armored creatures on the street. It was strange to wear armor in Winterfell. Most importantly, the armor looked mashed together, giving a strange appearance. This game wants us to be rid of evils and to study hard. After playing this game, many gamers experience better school results. Playing the game for 10 hours daily is like studying for 10 hours. A home-based otaku found some construction-related work that earns a few hundred renminbi per day. That's awesome, Burning Chest Hair said. Not wearing pants quickly commented, what's the big deal about finding construction work? When a foreign game company discovered that an employee was a dungeon beta tester, he was immediately promoted to a manager responsible for making new game titles. He's imitating the dungeon game and earning an 8-figure salary. My god, that's fantastic. I'm going to apply for a position leading the development of games. Peasant was full of envy. Stop bragging. Think of how to complete the mission. Where is this old bro gambling den? Sylvanas took out an old and tattered Winterfell map that was provided by the mission originator. It looked like a map used by the elderly gnome when he was young. Many places on the map were no longer there. They walked around for a while before finding the area, but they couldn't find the old bro gambling den. It must be nearby. Do you have a good idea? Arthur took the map from Sylvanas and checked the street name, which hadn't changed over the years. Try asking the NPCs for information, Peasant said. He then turned to a smartly dressed succubus, who was leaning against a lamppost, and asked, Missy, do you have? Don't ask. If you ask, it's 300 for the night, 1-on-1 for 2 hours. Not for more than 2 creatures. It's too tiring to have 2 creatures at the same time. The succubus interrupted before Peasant finished his sentence. She lit up a long slender female metal stick and started smoking. Ah! Peasant was dumbstruck. He didn't expect the Missy succubus, who looked knowledgeable, to say such things. He was astonished. While Peasant was deciding between the 2-hour and 4-hour service, 2 garrison guards wearing standard armor walked over and scolded the succubus, who let you solicit for tuition class over here. I didn't solicit for classes. Why would I solicit for classes? the succubus replied hastily and left in a hurry. Before leaving, she stuffed a name card into peasant's hand discreetly. Peasant held it tightly in his hands, not daring to read what was on the card. The succubus had gone far when the two garrison guards came over. "What were the two of you doing just now?" "And nothing. I was asking for directions. How do I get to the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild?" Peasant wasn't a fool. How could he tell the garrison guards that he was looking for Old Bro Gambling Den? The game had its own moral system, but gambling dens were always against the law. Even Lord Sherlock, who was thoroughly a bad egg, detested gambling. So it spoke volumes about the attitude of other Winterfell creatures. Peasant wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge and be arrested. The garrison guards asked about his family, the size of his farmland, whether he had money, and then, they searched his body. After finding out that he was a pauper, they left in disappointment. When Peasant was interrogated by the garrison guards, Arthur, not wearing pants, and the others hid at the side and watched secretly. Who knew if Peasant would be arrested by the garrison guards? The garrison guards weren't reasonable creatures. What's the situation, Peasant?" Not wearing pants walked to Peasant and asked. "Just now, when she talked to me and asked me if I wanted services." "Gosh!" Peasant said as he checked the name card in his hand. On it were the words Old Bro Gambling Den. The gamers looked at each other in astonishment. In a dim alley, an orc leaned against the wall. 5 armored creatures walked noisily into the alley and attracted his attention. "Stop right there! Who are you?" the orc asked in a deep voice. The 5 creatures had strange green symbols above their heads, and they were whispering to each other. One of the gnomes walked forward and said, "We're here to look for the Old Bro Gambling Den. I have a name card." The orc took Not Wearing Pants' name card and examined it. Then he sized them up before saying, "You're here to look for a home tutor? Do you know the prices?" "Home tutor?" Peasant was shocked. Burning Chest Hair said softly, "In our world, it's called a prostitute. In the game, it's called a home tutor. It's perfectly fine since the game has to go through censorship checks." I was scared to death. "I thought the NPC wanted me to study," Peasant nodded and said knowingly. The orc didn't hear them clearly. After examining the name card, he brought them to the far end of the alley. There was an open water pipe at the end of the alley. The orc pointed at the entrance of the pipe and said, "Go down the pipe, walk to your right, and follow the arrow to the end. Stomp your feet 3 times, and the door will open." What a strange secret signal! Sylvanas muttered to herself. The orc said, "That isn't a secret signal. The door isn't strong, so you can open it with 3 stomps. Remember to close it." The gamers were dumbstruck, and Arthur said, "Oh." He pushed the other 4 gamers and climbed into the water pipe. They followed the arrow sign and walked for a distance. Before long, they came to a door with the words Old Bro Gambling Den on it. Tisk, tisk, it's a decadent game. Besides gambling, there's also adult content. I'll create a post on the forum to inform the rest. Chapter 264, The First Adventurer's Mission. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Though the opening ceremony of the Adventurers Guild was very successful, there were very few missions. Besides Baron Nicholas' friends, who placed orders for processing raw materials, there was only the elderly gnome that requested assistance to help his grandson quit gambling. He didn't know if there were other creatures who requested assistance as he was very busy. Sherlock and Eggface returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall. Eggface closed the door and slipped to the side of Sherlock. He ran to the counter and brewed some bloody chrysanthemum tea as he asked, "What are you playing? Tropico or Dark Souls 3? Play Dark Souls 3. I want to earn the Fiery Throne Usurper achievement. I haven't completed that." "No, I want to play other games," Sherlock said directly. "There's a recommendation for a game on the forum. I think it'll be useful for the management of the dungeon. I'll try the new game. New game. The eyes of Eggface lit up. It's called Kenshi. Sherlock activated the game Kenshi. Eggface put 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea next to Sherlock. After being trained by Sherlock, Eggface was able to share his bloody chrysanthemum tea with others. The others were only restricted to Lord Sherlock. What kind of game is that? The graphic quality is bad, Eggface said as he placed a stool next to Sherlock. I feel it's bad too. Sherlock nodded in agreement. 24 hours later. Don't beat me. I'm not escaping from prison, my legs are broken. Eggface spoke in his dreams and leaned against the corner wall. His fat body was curled up in a bundle while he spoke in his dreams. Sherlock was saving his game and exiting it. He then turned his head to look at Eggface, listening to his blabbering. Sherlock took out a blanket and walked to Eggface. He knelt down and used the blanket to wrap the small black dragon. He then stood up, opened the door, and threw him out. Gosh! I received a babysitting mission. I'm supposed to make Eggface sleep. How do I do it? Like how we tell bedtime stories to the great white goose. Lord Sherlock, are you too kind to the small black dragon? Brew asked as Sherlock threw Eggface out. As a superior devil, I feel that you should restrain the small black dragon such that he can't escape forever. A dog leash is necessary. Though there's a long period of time before Eggface becomes mature, he will be Lord Sherlock's capable general. I've thought of his name, Wings of Death. How's that? If he can't make it, he can still be a ride for Lord Sherlock. I'm recommending a good game, B*TCH on the dragon's back. It's very popular. With such a name, I don't think it will be fun, Sherlock said mercilessly. I'll only enslave the black dragon if I intend to declare war on all the dragons. Otherwise, I won't do such a foolish thing. Dragon riders are only myths. Only humanoids of the dragon race transform into other races to become riders. I haven't seen anyone using the dragons as a steed. Sherlock accessed the discussion forum. AI, times have changed. During our times, the dragons didn't dare to venture out alone. Those solo dragons were captured to be the steeds of devils, Bruce said nostalgically. We are living in a different time, Sherlock said as he started to browse the discussion forum. Isn't Lord Sherlock curious about my past? I have hinted at my past from my conversations. Has Lord Sherlock ever thought that Brew was a dungeon core of the Great Satan? Haven't you had such thoughts before? Brew asked curiously. No, I'm not curious. You have a 50% chance of bluffing, Sherlock said as he examined a post on the front page created by Not Wearing Pants. It had garnered 10,000 comments. The records of the first adventurer's mission. Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. My 3 worldviews were challenged today. I'm very shocked by the unscrupulous methods used by the game producers in order for the game to survive. The survival instinct is very strong. I have never seen that before. The story begins from the first mission of the Adventurers Guild. This special mission was given by a gnome NPC at the Adventurers Guild. I don't know the details of the reward or any hidden rewards. With the unique plot animation, this mission is different from the rest. We understand that everyone is interested to know more about the mission. I created this post to inform everyone about the mission. I will start from the mission location, the Old Bro Gambling Den. Do you think that it's a gambling den? It's actually a tuition class. There were many topics, including languages of foreign races, Underworld common language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. They encompassed our compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university education. There was a conservatively dressed succubus who was the lead. The smart succubus gave us a name card and spoke of 2 hours of service. The name card looks like this. Picture. The location is the Old Bro Gambling Den. We thought it was a gambling den. When we arrived at the location, the orc in the alley told us it was a tuition class. We thought that it was a euphemistic term for prostitution. I chose a Missy succubus and ordered 2 hours of service. We came up with 300 magic stones for the payment. Oh my god! You guessed it. It was a real tuition class. The tutor had very shallow knowledge, to the point that I could easily overwhelm her with my knowledge. Then she recommended that I become an adjunct tutor at the old bro gambling den. I have become an adjunct tutor and earned 100 magic stones for a day of tuition class. We discovered that our mission target was addicted to studying. He was the grandson of the elderly gnome Xiao Ming. We understood the mission requirement. Xiao Ming deceived his grandfather into thinking that he was gambling, but he was actually studying. So our mission is to have him give up studying. Is that correct? As for subsequent developments, please keep a lookout for my post. Chapter 265, Just Be My Home Tutor. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Caillou, just recite this list of frequency distributions, advanced algebra, real variables, functions, modern algebra, solutions, probability, and statistics to the grandson. I will respect him if he's still passionate about learning. If you're not successful in scaring him, then he's a good candidate for the Sacred Light Believer. He may be one of the main characters. Get him to join Eternal Kingdom. Ilvan Da, this is a game produced by the Education Ministry, Langxiang Technical School, and various high schools and universities to cause widespread agony to otakus. Moonlight Flicker Instant, Advanced Algebra, Simplification, Geometry, Real Variables, Complex Variables, Modern Algebra. After this course of treatment, he will vomit after seeing equations. Not wearing pants, thank you, brothers, for your suggestions. The gamers were enthusiastic in helping not wearing pants as they suggested ways and means. Though Sherlock didn't understand what they were talking about, after seeing the various mathematical formulas and the complaints of the gamers, he believed it was a vicious plan. Tisk, tisk, the minds of the creatures are unpredictable, and the world is getting more decadent. After tens of thousands of years, the strong underworld creatures have become weak studious chickens, and the trend is spreading like wildfire, Bruce said thoughtfully. Peace has reigned for a long time. Killing and fighting are no longer in trend. The emergence of these learning freaks is quite normal, Sherlock said casually. I didn't expect the gamers to become tutors with such high salaries. I'm very tempted. Lord Sherlock. You have to restrain yourself from using such evil ways to make money. It's better for us to be righteous and continue with our swindling and exploiting of the gamers. Brew panicked when he heard Sherlock was interested in making money from learning. Sherlock nodded and restrained himself very hard to dismiss his idea of opening a learning and tutoring class. The gamers have infiltrated into the learning organization. Does Lord Sherlock want to intervene? According to my understanding of the gamers, if we don't intervene, a lot of gamers will flood the learning organization to earn money after reading the post. That is a calamity to the underworld, Bruce said worriedly. Sherlock shook his head and said, that isn't necessary. Use this opportunity to earn some magic stones. We'll deny all responsibility if the learning organization is exposed in the future. That makes sense, Lord Sherlock, Bruce said in agreement. As the main crux of the problem, Xiao Ming was encountering a turning point in his life. A group of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men looked for him at his favorite learning location. Xiao Ming was frustrated because he only wanted to study quietly. The visitors from Eternal Kingdom had interrupted his peaceful learning environment. Xiao Ming discovered that things weren't that simple. These creatures were not only knowledgeable, but they could also use many different ways to verify the Pythagorean theorem. And they were familiar with quadratic functions. Xiao Ming was unable to understand why they had such enviable knowledge but didn't care. He also didn't understand why they would be sad as though they were unwilling to study such knowledge. A creature even told Xiao Ming, we do homework every day, attend 8 classes daily, and do self-study at night with no rest. Did we become passionate about learning? No. Xiao Ming, your grandfather is waiting for you. You must know that there are other things that are more meaningful than learning. Similar words were told to him for the past 2 days. They used various gimmicks such as mahjong, poker, gamaku, and the complex Witcher card game to inform Xiao Ming that there were other things that were more fun than learning. Initially, Xiao Ming didn't understand. He thought the creatures accepted his grandfather's mission to persuade him to give up learning. After some time, however, he found that it wasn't simple. If that was the case, why was each of them so knowledgeable? Soon, Xiao Ming was enlightened. These creatures were meant to test his resolve. After that, Xiao Ming became even more serious in his learning. Return home? Impossible. It was impossible to return home. He could only survive if he stayed there to learn. The ocean of learning was like a home to him. The symbols were attractive, and he wanted to learn all his life. With so many knowledgeable creatures looking for him, he could learn many things from them. Xiao Ming was feeling extremely content. Compared to the bliss of Xiao Ming, the gamers were feeling despondent. They thought it would be easy to dissuade Xiao Ming from learning. They thought they could bring him home so that he wouldn't stay at the old bro gambling den and be addicted to learning. But the reality was far from their wishful thinking. They even used mahjong and the Witcher's card game to entice Xiao Ming without any success. Xiao Ming seemed impervious to temptations, and he became even more studious. When they wanted to meet Xiao Ming, they had to prepare some questions for Xiao Ming to do before he would talk to them. Most of the other gamers didn't have the problems faced by Arthur and his companions. They didn't care about the mission. They were only concerned about becoming home tutors to earn magic stones. Chapter 266, Is this place the Adventurers Guild? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a main hall that wasn't luxuriously furnished, a wall had a large signboard that said, "Customers are Satan Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild always welcomes you." Rows of wooden chairs and tables were placed in the middle of the hall. It was filled with 200 to 300 chattering goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men who had green words above their heads. They were the citizens of Eternal Kingdom and also gamers. Did you receive the adventurer's mission? Dragonborn walked to a table and asked a few seated creatures. No, there are very few missions. Why don't you check the discussion forum? Some gamers received missions. Ask if they're willing to sell them. Takia Spirit was disappointed. Don't think about it. The number of available missions is pathetic. You'll need to spend money to obtain missions. If you don't have money, the only way is to carry bricks, another gnome replied. This game is very practical. You enjoy it if you are rich and suffer if you are poor, Sealhead Ling Chong said hopelessly. Why don't we become home tutors? We'll earn easy money and use it to buy an adventurer's mission. Once we complete 20 bronze level adventurer's missions, we can upgrade to the silver level. I intend to do missions for a few days without sleep and see if I can become the first silver level adventurer. I'm naive. This game only wants us to carry bricks or study. It's impossible to entertain ourselves with missions, a gnome commented, and Takia Spirit sighed. No, there are missions, a gnome who was looking down and out said as he walked over. I queued up for 2 days to receive a mission to help a family clean up. I had never done housework in my life. Today, I did housework for an entire day, the gnome said with exhaustion and sat down. Dragonborn passed him a large pot of underground water that had been boiled to kill the germs. The gnome was taken aback but nodded to show his gratitude. He took the pot and started drinking. Though I don't feel thirsty, it feels good to drink, the gnome commented. Cleaning? You cleaned the whole day without discovering a hidden mission? Didn't you find a blood-stained hard disk or a long-haired lady's videotape? Takia Spirit was shocked and asked, did you really do housework for a day and a night? After receiving a nod, Takia Spirit stood up and shouted, gosh! Don't talk about cleaning. I won't even pick up a leaf in the game. There's a new mission. Helping to clear a clog in a toilet. Who wants the mission? Experience isn't required. You have to be small in size to climb into the tunnel. Brainiac shouted from the mission counter. Takia Spirit dashed to the counter and said, Me. I have the smallest size. I'm a professional toilet plumber. Takia Spirit shouted at Brainiac. Dragonborn was stunned. D*MN, is he a fool? Sealhead Ling Chong looked at the back view of Takia Spirit and muttered. Though the words were harsh, Dragonborn nodded in agreement. The gamers were anticipating more substantial missions. Besides orders from the factories, they only had missions about finding pets, cleaning chores, and sending kids to school to learn mana skills, combat skills, or technical skills. Clearing the clog in a toilet was a more disgusting mission. Some dishonest gamers tried to game the system. Some wanted to test the game mechanism, while others wanted to destroy opposing guild members' gaming experience. The game didn't have avenues for guild conflict except for the guild war held at the Gladiator Arena. Gamers were unable to attack the Underworld inhabitants due to constraints set by Brew. However, they were able to do other things. For example, after an opposing guild member received a cleaning mission, they would stalk him and create lots of rubbish at the target location so that he would be unable to complete the mission. The gamers could resort to such unscrupulous behavior. They even made the effects better. For example, an incident occurred between the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance and the Dragon Raja guilds. In order to protect and disrupt a house chore mission, both guilds fought in front of the NPC's home and alerted the garrison guards. For disrupting public order and rioting, they were immediately executed on the spot. Tens of gamers were hanged, and their equipment was lost. Nobody cared if the gamers died. However, the gamers were feeling the loss of their equipment. Even Sherlock couldn't bear it. He went to the garrison guard station to claim the equipment. Then he resold the equipment to the gamers and felt very pleased. The equipment redemption system was perfect. The new Adventurers Guild had many different levels of adventurers, but there were no benefits to the attributes of the gamers. With the latter system, the difficulty in obtaining missions, and the cap on the king level adventurers, it was a live ranking board. The greater the adventurer's rating, the cooler the gamer looked. The rich gamers played online games just to make themselves look cool. They wanted people to be impressed by their high ratings on the ranking board. They yearned to see their names appear all over the place. Why else would they top up their gaming account? Normal gamers didn't have much chance to be on the list of king-level adventurers. However, it was still cool to have a silver or gold-level adventurer status. All gamers were enthusiastic about the Adventurers Guild. They completed their daily missions and looked at the Adventurers Guild missions. If there were no missions, they would chat at the Adventurers Guild. Takia Spirit managed to obtain the toilet clearing mission after running around and funning. The slime who created the mission was puzzled. He saw a group of creatures fighting over his mission. Some even knelt down and called the other creatures daddy. The slime was extremely touched. He heard that the Adventurers Guild provided intermediary services for specialized housework, work recommendations, and business trading. The most important thing was that the commission was affordable, and there was also a lot of available labor. The workers were diligent, conscientious, and not picky about their chores. However, some of them were potential thieves. Whenever they wanted to rob or steal, they would struggle very hard before giving up. The slime thought that it was a bluff. How could there be such a responsible company in the underworld? But now, he believed it. The slime left happily with Takia Spirit. It was a win-win situation. The other gamers looked on with disappointment. They sighed and sat down. I have a premonition. Once that unlucky Takia Spirit leaves, we'll get a big plot, Sealhead Ling Chong said firmly as Takia Spirit left. I don't think so. Even though his name is inauspicious, I don't think he's an unlucky star, a gnome who didn't believe in bad luck commented. It was then that a group of fully armed orc warriors walked in. There was malevolence in the air. One of them stepped forward and shouted, "Is this the Adventurers Guild that provides warriors? I want to speak to the management." Chapter 267, Warriors Who Don't Want Money. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There were about 30 fully armed orcs whose armor was damaged, unlike the gamers who polished their armor like mirrors. The gamers even used animal oils to protect the equipment. Arthur, who was a serious gamer, prepared whetstones to sharpen his blade so that his weapon could do more damage. After the orc shouted, he surveyed the puzzled gamers. Looking at the houndhead men, gnomes, and goblins, he spat at the entrance of the guild and muttered to his companions, "Who are these worthless pieces of trash? Are we able to recruit brave and fearless warriors?" "I don't know, Captain. They look weak and thin. Can houndhead men and goblins be warriors? Those gnomes don't look like magicians." An orc adjutant who was full of dissatisfaction walked beside the strong orc captain. "Apologies, do you require any services?" Evelyn asked. The fierce-looking orc spoke only 2 sentences before he turned and got ready to leave. Evelyn thought that there was a large order, but when she saw the orc warriors leaving, she caught up with them timidly. "Give way. We're looking for real warriors. Let these weak chickens play with their eggs." The captain didn't become a gentleman even though Evelyn looked gentle and cute. Evelyn panicked when the orcs started leaving. Sherlock had planned for the Adventurers Guild 3 days in advance. After several seconds of consideration, he handed the business over to Evelyn solemnly. No matter what, Evelyn had to spruce up the business. Evelyn inhaled deeply and wanted to stop the leaving customers. She saw tens of creatures walking towards the guild entrance. They had superior equipment and firm gazes. With their walking posture, one could sense that they were good fighters with rich combat experience. The orcs were blocked by a group of gnomes and houndhead men. The gnomes and houndhead men had green words above their heads. Below their names was the guild name, which was Pioneer Alliance. They were the veteran gamers from the first beta testing. The leaders were 4 of the richest gamers: Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, and burning chest hair. Peasant wasn't a rich gamer, but he was on close terms with the rich gamers, so he was always with them. The 2 groups met each other. The 30 strong orcs looked warily at the 100 houndhead men and gnomes while the orc leader looked at Arthur. While the 2 leaders gazed at each other, the gamers started their discussion. "What's up with these orcs? Are they blocking our way? Are they here to create trouble?" "Gosh, create trouble? Is that for real?" "It's highly possible. We have to develop the plots, such as a group of orc gangsters appearing and we, the righteous incarnations, destroying them. Can I hack them into pieces now? They don't have health points. We can't attack them. I don't care. Let me try hacking them." The orc captain laughed heartily. Before Arthur and his group had a chance to react, he turned to the succubus behind him and said, "I'm here to seek help. Where is the guest hall? Can you bring us to the guest hall?" 1 hour later. "Thank you." Brainiac placed a cup of brewed bloody chrysanthemum tea in front of the orc, who nodded gratefully. Then the orc asked, "Is there red tea?" "Apologies, we only have bloody chrysanthemum tea." Brainiac sat opposite the orc. 30 orcs were crammed into the small room. They were brought in by the orc captain. So, Sherlock sat opposite the orcs and said, "You are from the same village and aren't an organized mercenary group. What is this about?" Sherlock was playing computer games with Eggface in the Dungeon Lord main hall when Brainiac came to ask him to settle a matter personally. When Sherlock arrived, he saw the orcs waiting in the guest hall. "That's correct," the orc captain said as he nodded. "Then, your armor," Sherlock pointed at the orc's armor. "Ah, it was painted on our clothes. The armor isn't real." As for the weapons, the orc captain placed his axe on the table and said in a crisp voice, "This is a fake axe. We create it using baked clay." "I see. Why did you disguise yourselves and come to the Adventurers Guild? Sherlock frowned and asked. As they were entrusting missions, he had to clarify things so that he could provide services and earn their magic stones. While they were talking, a feather pen floated in the air and started writing on a blank sheet of paper. We don't mean to deceive you, Lord Sherlock. The orc captain said earnestly, we use all of this to scare off our would-be invaders. Though we don't stay in Winterfell and won't have to pay taxes, we have to take care of our safety. Hence, our elders organize fights to scare off the wild beasts. For recent generations, there has been a dwindling number of wild beasts. The real armor and weapons were unusable after long periods of neglect, so we had to create imitations. We feel safer with our disguises since it's our first time coming to Winterfell. Yes, yes. The group of orcs nodded in agreement. Ah, why did you leave in the first place? Evelyn couldn't help asking. Because we saw a lot of creatures with superior equipment and because there was a lot of wooden furniture. It must be worth a fortune. We were afraid we couldn't afford the charges, so we decided to look for another guild, the orc captain said in embarrassment. Why did you return? The orc captain hesitated as they looked at each other. Brainiac said, they were probably intimidated by the gnomes and houndhead men as they were about to attack. That's correct. They were terrifying, saying they wanted to hack us directly in our face. I thought they had misunderstood our intention, so we quickly returned. The orc captain was still feeling the fear. Then he asked, are they only jesting? Will they attack us? No, according to my research, they'll attack, Brainiac replied confidently. Are you sure? Aren't there garrison guards in Winterfell? The orc captain was shocked. Sherlock interrupted their conversation to prevent further deviation. He said, wait a moment, I don't know what mission you're entrusting us. Are you requesting training or the purchase of equipment? No, no, Lord Sherlock. The orc captain was worried, and he said, we were threatened by a bunch of ogres. We hope to find warriors who don't want money to protect us. What's that again? Don't want money. Chapter 268, The Warm-Hearted Lord Sherlock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I understand your issues. Don't worry, the fearless warriors who don't require money are on their way. I guarantee that your problems will be solved within 180 years. 180 years is the upper limit. Normally, it wouldn't be like this as we are professionals with high efficiency. What? Contract? Ah, you aren't providing remuneration, so I'm treating it like a good deed for publicity. Because of that, we can't sign a contract. What? You have clay products? And a lot of young labor that can help us earn money? Yeah, that's not good. If you work without salary and the union discovers it, they will say I'm exploiting workers. How can a superior devil like me do such a thing? After a cordial and effective communication session, Sherlock escorted the poor orcs that were requesting help out of the guest hall. I said that without magic stones, nobody would be willing to help. Yes, it'll be difficult if you just provide labor in exchange. The orcs looked very dispirited. The orc captain sighed. When he was about to try his luck at other places, he found the black-armored gnome and his companions standing in front of him. Each of the gnomes and houndhead men had an overwhelming aura. The orc captain was able to discern their prowess. Are you here to entrust missions? Can you entrust the mission to us? A gnome came forward and said to the orcs. I, grubs.mccartney.lottie.sodas.tragood.apple, am an orc leader. During my younger days, my companions and I lived in a carefree village. They thought we would live without worries until a group of ogres came to our village. They became stronger and attacked us. We had no choice but to leave our home. We came to Winterfell to look for brave warriors to help us take back our homeland from the ogres. We have neither a home nor any money. We met a superior devil called Sherlock, who was very condescending. We thought that he was unwilling to help us because we didn't have any magic stones. We were wrong. Lord Sherlock is a good devil. As we were leaving the Adventurers Guild, a group of citizens from Eternal Kingdom wanted to help us. Besides them, the nearby goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men also provided assistance. That must have been an order from Lord Sherlock. Without his order, why did so many of his servants help us? The later conversations confirmed this point. Surely? Yes, he lets us help others. Yes, surely let us help in this mission. Entrust the mission to me. Please, I'll help you complete the mission. Get lost. I'm Shirley's most loyal servant. I'm willing to do anything for Shirley. Tell us when we're setting off. I was very touched by them. I also heard their other comments. Gosh, are the orcs in the game that weak? Fighting ogres? Is that a new version? Oh my god, after all the studying missions, we finally have classic RPG content. Are there any rewards for the mission? It must be a hidden plot. We thought cleaning chores were hidden plots, and they were just cleaning chores. This is a realistic online game. Carrying bricks is carrying bricks, learning is really learning. Helping others and cleaning are both as advertised. Why are you confused? They were a bunch of humorous creatures. Why are the hound-head men intelligent? I don't quite understand. Perhaps times have changed. I'm very happy they are willing to help me. I hope they can help us take back our homeland. As for rewards, 300 kilograms of salted fish, clay-flavored saline and alkaline soil, and lots of young labor to help us do work. I feel that such rewards are sufficient. Not wearing pants informed the guild members at the home of the pioneer in Eternal Kingdom. What's the situation? Was the mission given to us? A beta gamer quickly asked. The situation is that other guilds are coming to join us, Dragon Raja, the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, and other guilds, Peasant explained. Another gamer said with disappointment, it's not easy for us to accept a combat mission, and there are so many guilds fighting with us. There's no choice. We can't stop other gamers from accepting the mission. According to the orc, Apple, the ogres are extremely strong. The more gamers, the better. It seems like a plot mission, and it's good that we complete the mission together. Not wearing pants consoled everyone. No matter what, let's nail it down. Now, please list the mission requirements. Sylvanas clapped her hands to attract attention, and she said, starting from tomorrow, let's extend our online duration. Those who are studying or working won't have a chance to participate in the mission. If you wish to participate, find some friends to carry you, because there's no teleport portal and we don't know what will happen along the way. Wah! So hardcore. Don't we have something similar to teleport portals? Why can't we use the same method to teleport like before? This game design is unreasonable. It's discriminating against the working class. Other games require topping up of the account. This game is killing us. The group was complaining, but the mission required the gamers to follow the orcs to their homeland. There would be many gamers going. If there was waiting for gamers, then the journey would be delayed indefinitely. They confirmed that there were no teleport portals and no airship. Besides the 2 beet lemons that they had brought, there was nothing else. They thought of bringing more beet lemons, but to bring the beet lemons to Winterfell required 3 days of travel. The airship was faster, but it belonged to Eternal Kingdom and not the gamers. The airship was a plot tool and could only be used in Sherlock's plots. Similar scenes were enacted in the various guilds. The beta gamers weren't the only gamers who wanted to participate in the mission. After being restless for a long time, the gamers could finally kick some ass. Apple brought his orcs to the eastern gate of Winterfell. According to his agreement with the Eternal Kingdom servants, they would set off from there in the morning. Then they would walk for 3 days and return to Apple's village, which was occupied by the ogres. Though he wasn't sure if the goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men could defeat the invaders, they were his only hope. As Apple was thinking of defeating the ogres, he brought his orcs and arrived at the eastern gate. He didn't expect to see the place filled with creatures and the nervous garrison guards who came to maintain order. The goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men were checking their equipment. Some were chatting, some were shouting at the garrison guards, and some were even dueling in the crowd. What was happening? Chapter 269, Self-Developed Plot. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the chaotic crowd, a gnome swordsman and a gnome assassin were having a death duel. Dragonborn tried his best to regulate his breathing. He couldn't feel pain, but his 5 senses were extremely acute. It could be the result of the game's coding. Whatever the reason, Dragonborn enjoyed this combat that allowed him to use his strength and the freedom of unrestrained fighting. The wrestling techniques that he had learned could be applied in the game. Even his self-motivation method was effective in increasing his combat power. His opponent was Burning Chest Hair. Dragonborn had stabbed Burning Chest Hair many times, but Burning Chest Hair didn't suffer any wounds due to his superior equipment. A fighter with good skills was always welcomed everywhere. The surrounding gamers cheered them on. There was no feud between Burning Chest Hair and Dragonborn. It was just a common race for the flag competition. The gamers had agreed to meet the NPC Apple at 8 in the morning. They were to set off at Winterfell's eastern gate and help the orcs regain their homeland. How could the gamers arrive at 8 in the morning when there was such an exciting mission? When it was just 6 in the morning, the gamers started appearing at the eastern gate, chatting while waiting for the rest. As time passed, there were more gamers selling Winterfell T1 level equipment. Various kinds of green and blue equipment. Purple equipment has to be pre-ordered. Buying magic stones. Buying magic stones with renminbi. I'll take all. Is anyone lacking a team member? I want to participate in this mission, but I have no team. Dragon Raja is recruiting members for 5 of its teams. There are only 30 members in each team. Make haste if you are participating in Apple's mission. Join the guild before joining the team. We're giving out equipment, magic stones, and a renminbi monthly salary. The guild chairman is a rich gamer. Anyone game for a race for the flag? Only 100 coins for each round. Selling exquisite salted fish that can increase your defensive power. Selling bloody chrysanthemum tea that is the same type used by Shirley. Selling gnome tuxedo. Come and take a look. Similar shouts were heard everywhere. It was only 7 in the morning. Tiny Meatball narrowed his eyes and yawned. He was awoken by his assistant Cherry. Cherry woke him up because a group of creatures with green words above their heads had gathered at the eastern gate, 1,000 of them. Tiny Meatball perked up. What was that? Was Eternal Kingdom attacking Winterfell? Impossible. Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell had close diplomatic relations. Sherlock and his servants even saved Winterfell a while back. Tiny Meatball woke up and followed the garrison guards to the location. He gazed at the scene. The gamers were jumping around, singing, trading goods, and fighting. I was an intern for 2.5 years. Some of them made funny gestures at the garrison guards, and they were immediately arrested and hanged without a trial. The creatures didn't even attempt to save their comrades. Instead, they clapped and cheered. Tiny Meatball gasped in astonishment. Though he was taken aback, he had to maintain order. After asking around, he understood why they were gathered at the eastern gate. A group of orcs whose homeland had been occupied by ogres came to Winterfell to seek help. The servants of Eternal Kingdom were going to be their saviors. The garrison guards weren't against good deeds, but the creatures were blocking the eastern entrance, chatting, trading goods, and fighting. As they were servants of Eternal Kingdom, Tiny Meatball didn't dare intervene as long as they didn't create trouble in Winterfell. Tiny Meatball encountered the village orcs, who were led by Apple. Apple was surprised when he saw the scene. He thought there were at most 100 to 200 warriors, but there were 1,000. Apple's eyes were welling with tears. His homeland was saved. That was what he thought. In the Dungeon Lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom. Aya, why are you such a novice? Dead again. I told you to hide here and there. Don't be greedy to do damage at such a critical point of time. Time to take a potion. Make haste. Mana skills. Use your mana skills. Use the blade. Stop forging. It's getting critical. No, I can't bear to watch anymore. Sherlock threw the game character Sekiro aside on the computer screen. He stood up, grabbed Eggface's wings, and threw him out. When Eggface fell to the ground, Sherlock discovered a strange sight. There were no gamers in Eternal Kingdom. To be precise, there were very few gamers. It used to be rowdy outside the Dungeon Lord main hall at all times. The gamers would be prepping their equipment, reviving their companions or exchanging items, dueling, trading goods, or recruiting guild members. Sherlock had never seen so few gamers. What time is it? Sherlock asked instinctively. 8:30, Eggface, who had been thrown on the ground, replied. Eggface was bewildered and asked curiously, why aren't there any gamers helping me bathe? 8:30? According to logic, the gamers should have been getting online. Why are there so few gamers? Sherlock frowned. Brew replied to Sherlock diligently, Lord Sherlock, the gamers are doing a mission. What mission? Did you assign it to them? No, it was the mission from those orcs yesterday. They developed the plot, Brew said. Self-developed plot? You're saying that the gamers are following that orc, Apple, to save his homeland. Sherlock frowned and pondered before he returned to the main hall. Forget it, let me complete my game first. Chapter 270, Gamer's Journey. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Apple walked at the front of the contingent. Behind him was a long trail of creatures of which there was no end. There were more than 1,000 gamers. News of the attack against the ogres was posted quickly on the discussion forum. During this period of time, there weren't many activities for the gamers except daily learning and the carrying of bricks. The only entertainment they had was the new instance dungeon, where they were being tortured. The problem was that only a quarter of the gamers were qualified to enter the new instance dungeon. The passion of the gamers was ignited when they heard of the request to defeat the ogres that had occupied the orcs' homeland. Apple was very touched by the appearance of so many warriors. However, he had to solve the logistical problems of eating and sleeping. According to norms, he should provide for food and lodging since they were helping him. He thought there would be at most 100 to 200 warriors, but now there were more than 1,000 warriors. What was he to do? Apple's worries were unnecessary. When it was time to eat, Apple was worried about distributing insufficient food. But the goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men didn't intend to stop and rest. Apple had wanted to sit down to eat, but since nobody did that, he didn't dare to stop. It would be embarrassing if he was the only one to stop and eat. Moreover, he didn't bring sufficient food to share. The large group marched in the tunnel while beet lemons traversed in both directions. Some of the drivers were curious and asked them, "Which college are you from? Are you going on a graduation tour?" Not having meals was only a small problem. After the gamers marched orderly for a few hours, things started to crop up. Suddenly, a gamer ran across the street and was crushed by a beet lemon. It was only a small issue as it was an accident. However, when two groups of creatures started hacking each other, Apple started to panic. What was the situation? Were they not from the same Eternal Kingdom? Were they not helping to deal with the ogres? Why did they kill each other? Apple thought that the rest of the creatures would stop the fight, but he was wrong. Nobody stopped them. Instead, they laughed while watching. Someone even said, "I feel that Dragon Raja is slightly more powerful. The Meat-Vegetable-Rice Alliance is pretty good too, but they have fewer members than Dragon Raja. Why did they fight?" A devious girl tempted several of Dragon Raja's members and caused a manager of Dragon Raja to fight with his member. The manager was dismissed by the Dragon Raja chairman Gangren. The manager left with his loyalists in a fit of anger and exposed the evil deeds of the Dragon Raja Guild. That devious girl was a secret agent sent by the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild. Are you sure? That's exciting. Did the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance Guild claim responsibility? Why would they do that? The members of the two guilds started quarreling, and it escalated into a full-scale battle. Those gamers are pitiful. They will revive an eternal kingdom. There is no teleport portal for this mission. Will they be able to participate in this mission? Those who are firm will follow the secret road signs to catch up. Those who aren't firm won't come back. Apple was feeling restless. He didn't dare to ask, and he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the battle stopped after a short while. After leaving 20 to 30 corpses, they cursed at each other and retreated. A reason was that there were no revival points. The second reason was that the bulk of the gamers didn't stop their marching. The fighting gamers had to stop their fighting to catch up with the contingent. Apple felt sad. If they hadn't wanted to help him, they wouldn't have perished at such a young age. Apple felt that they had to give these warriors a grand burial. Apple intended to suggest his burial plan and persuade them to bury the hatchet so that they could work together. Before he had a chance to speak, a group of gamers salvaged the battlefield. They salvaged the clothing and equipment while leaving the corpses behind in the tunnel. After, they chatted jovially and left. Apple witnessed the entire process. He felt a terrifying chill within. They were a bunch of strong-willed warriors who weren't fearful of death. They didn't even bury their dead. They only salvaged the equipment, perhaps to prepare for fighting the ogres later. No matter how bloody it was, they were all smiling merrily and looked happy. Everyone was in high morale. None of them were unwilling to fight, and none of them showed fear. That was a powerful warrior. That was what Apple thought. At the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock looked at the images in the crystal ball. A group of gamers sat on the ground, eating. The gamers belonging to a guild would bring a cauldron and fire-building material and would grab some clay from the roadside to cook. Of course, there were poor gamers who ate the clay directly. Sherlock had been observing the contingent for a long time. How many gamers are following those orcs? Sherlock asked Brew as he gazed at the images in the crystal ball. There are 831 gamers following the orcs, Brew quickly replied. The number of gamers who were killed in the fight, crushed by a beet lemon, and perished due to other reasons, in addition to the gamers who went offline and didn't want to participate in the expedition, is 335. Sherlock nodded and kept quiet. Brew asked curiously, Lord Sherlock, why did you allow them to go on the expedition? You could have put up a fake plot to placate this matter. Moreover, the orcs aren't paying any rewards, yet you allowed almost half of the gamers to help them. Is that a good idea? That's what I thought initially. However, while I can still control 2,000 gamers, when the third beta, fourth beta, and fifth beta testing commences, it won't be suitable to use this method to control them. The main thing is, Sherlock pondered and said, after playing many games, I feel that if there are too many restrictions, the game becomes trash. Lord Sherlock, you are a professional and principled game producer. Brew spoke emotionally, I thought you were trying to cut costs and be lazy, but you're trying to create a better gaming experience for the gamers. And you are also testing their independent behavioral model. I'm in awe. Though Brew was fawning over Sherlock, he was indifferent. He gazed at the crystal ball to observe the gamers' behavior. After ensuring that there were no mishaps, Sherlock let Brew observe the gamers and report to him if problems arose. Sherlock was going to do deep research by playing computer games. As for Eggface, he was already thrown outside by Sherlock. The journey undertaken by the gamers had only just started. Chapter 271, Are these your reinforcements? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Apple didn't expect to see such a bitter journey. He was full of confidence, leading a 1,000-member contingent to travel over hills and back to his homeland to chase away the evil ogres who invaded his home. Even though there were some mishaps during the journey, like traffic accidents and rage killing between guild members, it was still quite alright as a whole. As the days passed, when they were about to reach their destination, he discovered the number of goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men dwindled. Some were killed in fights or crushed by beet lemons. A large number disappeared after running around in a small tunnel after leaving the main underground tunnel. Even more of them didn't wake up after sleeping at night. Why did they not wake up? Apple wasn't sure. He thought they were sick. They ate little and slept little. They didn't even drink water. It would be strange if they didn't fall sick. Seeing the contingent getting smaller, Apple was sad. He was filled with remorse and blame. If they weren't helping him, they wouldn't have perished in these desolate lands. Those were hundreds of lives. While Apple was moping in depression, the green-skinned warriors took it as though nothing had happened. They smiled merrily and asked questions. Why aren't we there yet? Why is it so far? We have been traveling for the past few days. I can't wait to kill the ogres. Oh my god, the virtual reality simulation in the game made traveling this realistic. To do a mission, we traveled for 3 days. I give up. SHH, don't let the NPC hear you. Be immersive. Immersive. Apple couldn't understand them, but he felt their desire to fight with the ogres. Apple thought they were very good creatures. Village Chief. Village Chief. There are creatures coming. An orc ran up to him. It was Apple who had sent him to scout the road in front. Are they ogres? Apple became nervous. Since they were very close to the village, if the ogres were still in the village, they would have spotted them. Yes, ogres. Lots of ogres. Apple shouted nervously, warriors, wake up. Wake up, there are ogres. They are charging at us. Apple shouted and pushed the nearest gnome, who was sleeping on the ground. No matter how Apple shouted, that gnome had no reaction. Apple would have thought the gnome had died if not for his breathing. Apple's heart sank when he failed to rouse the gnome. Did a sickness claim this brave warrior? Apple couldn't help but feel depressed. He was full of frustration as he hurried to the next sleeping gnome. It wasn't the time to wallow in sadness. Wake up! Warrior, wake up! Apple shouted loudly as he shook the gnome, but there was no reaction. What's going on? Why did things turn out like this? Apple almost cried out in desperation. With his willpower, he suppressed his tears. As he was feeling hopeless, a black armored gnome walked out from the darkness. What's the situation? Arthur asked Apple. Apple didn't understand the word Arthur, but he recognized the gnome and his lethal aura. The ogres are coming. Why aren't your companions waking up? Apple grabbed Arthur and shouted as though he had found a savior. Please wait for a while. I'll make a phone call and get them on the discussion forum. Apple wanted to ask what phone call and discussion forum were, but he saw Arthur fall to the ground with a loud thud. Apple was shocked. He immediately shouted, "Warrior! Warrior!" As Apple was screaming, the other gamers noticed his behavior and came to find out the cause. What's up? Are the ogres attacking? Apple was worried. He gazed at the large number of collapsed warriors and the small number of gamers who had gathered around him. They weren't nervous at all. Instead, they were full of anticipation. The ogres are coming. Apple screamed loudly. What? What the heck? Wake up the others. Isn't it midnight? The lousy game producer has to run the plot animation at this hour. Gosh! I was about to sleep. The gamers screamed and collapsed to the ground. They breathed uniformly on the ground. Fell asleep? Apple was stunned. He couldn't help it as tears flowed out. He wailed out loud. Village Chief, don't cry. A few awakened orcs wore their fake armor and said to Apple, "Let's arm ourselves. The ogres are coming." An orc wanted to grab a sword from a gamer and pass it to Apple. He tried to grab it, but it didn't budge. He used all his strength, but the sword wouldn't budge. They had no time to consider all these weird happenings. Sounds of rapid footsteps were heard from the tunnel in front. 3 large beet lemons ran over noisily. They were fully armed and had spikes like a hedgehog. On top of each of the beet lemon were tens of ogres. There were a total of 50 ogres. The ogres were tall, and the orcs were only as tall as their shoulders. There were white, blue, and red ogres, but most of them were grey in color. Each ogre had huge solid muscles and looked extremely strong. They looked very cool when they wielded large blades and maces. A tall ogre stood in front of the gamers and looked at the standing Apple. Then he laughed condescendingly and asked, "Are these your reinforcements?" Chapter 272, Goblin Grand Priest. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The ogre standing before him was very tall and had black skin. His protruding fang was as sharp as a dagger. Apple swallowed hard. The dominance of the huge ogre made him unable to breathe. What a terrifying creature! Apple thought. "Apple, I told you before not to return. Your homeland has been occupied. You should be thankful I have just eaten. I'm not going to eat you. Get lost." The ogre laughed sinisterly. He surveyed the gamers on the ground. Then, he grabbed an offline gamer in disdain and threw him at Apple's feet like a puppet before saying, "Are these your reinforcements? After meeting us, they're motionless." Ha 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 ha. Apple blushed with shame. He was about to fight the ogre with his life. Gosh, it's incredible. The game's AI is so cool. The monsters are taunting gamers. This isn't unusual. However, this behavior is stinky. As Apple was gathering his strength, he heard a few gnomes whispering to each other. Though their voices were soft, it wasn't because of fear, it was as though they were afraid of disrupting the conversation. As Apple was preparing to sacrifice himself, he saw a gnome pick up a small pebble and throw it at the ogre. The pebble hit the kneecap of the ogre and made a tiny pom sound. The surrounding air froze. The ogre looked at that gnome in disbelief, while Apple gaped in astonishment. The few gamers started shouting, "Gosh! We can attack now? The plot animation has ended." The ogre lifted his mace and looked malevolently at the gamers. At this moment, the gamers slowly awoke from their sleep. Far from the main underground tunnel, 50 ogres and hundreds of gnomes, hound-head men, and even goblins were fighting. The ogre leader wasn't fearful of the goblins and hound-head men, though he was slightly concerned about the gnome magicians. Seeing as goblins and hound-head men were weak-willed, most of them would flee after a few were killed. What was the use of large numbers? It was only a matter of killing a few of them. The ogre leader had a special intimidation technique. That was maiming his opponent but not killing them. A maimed opponent who looked pitiful had a better deterrence effect. When the ogre leader broke both legs of a goblin and chewed them, the goblin didn't scream in pain. Instead, he crawled and used a short sword to stab the ogre's leg. Their combat willpower was terrifying, and some of them used mana skills like mana wind and fireballs, which were simple and did little damage. However, it was a different story when tens of fireballs wreaked havoc on the ogre. The main point was that during the casting of spells, they sang the incantations as though they were showing off. A nearby dying gnome laughed hysterically. A gnome whose arm was dangling by his side plucked off his arm and threw it at a gnome magician who was singing an incantation. "Is that how you speak the Huffei dialect?" The ogre leader was disoriented. He was unable to understand the situation, and fear gradually crept up within. They were a bunch of monsters. The ogre leader was very sure of that. "Retreat. We're retreating to the stronghold." The ogre leader plucked a hound-head man off his back and threw him to the ground. But another gnome climbed on him. The ogre leader roared in panic, but he didn't have to shout. His companions had started to retreat in the direction of the beet lemons after being sieged by the fearless gamers and sustaining casualties. A fully armed ogre was beaten to death by a group of gnomes and houndhead men. His body was full of wounds and blood spilled on the ground. Then there was the second and third casualty. There weren't many ogres. As the ogres sustained casualties and the enemy had an overwhelming ratio, it was time for a full retreat. However, it wasn't easy to retreat when surrounded by the gamers. The ogre leader turned around to see a goblin who was laden with bladder bombs raising his huge hammer and charging at him. The goblin was mumbling various formulas and equations that the ogre wasn't able to understand. A blinding brilliance erupted from the goblin's body. Sacred light. That was the power of sacred light. How could that be? How could a goblin have such powerful energy of the sacred light? The ogre leader had no time to understand this point. The unlimited power of sacred light crushed down on his head. The white brilliance engulfed him, and his soul underwent an evolution. Merciless questions flooded his mind. With the power of sacred light, his mind was doing the questions. That was an incredibly terrifying thing. The ogre leader felt his life force being drained away by the questions. When he was unable to answer the questions, he knelt down on one knee while mucus and saliva dripped from his face. He was fearful and aggrieved as he said his last words to the goblin. D**mn, why are you a goblin grand priest? The king won't let you off. Their leader was killed, which was the last straw for the surviving ogres. They knelt down under the coercion of the sacred light and ditched their remaining resistance. The first midnight encounter of the gamers and the ogres ended with the gamers' victory. Chapter 273, Not Wearing Pants Report on the Enemy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Apple felt that he was dreaming. The sneak attack of the ogres and the deep slumbering warriors were like the descent of darkness that made all things seem hopeless. Until the warriors woke up from the darkness. Then, it was like the coming of dawn, though the underworld didn't have dawn. But there was sacred light. When Apple saw the blinding sacred light engulfing the ogre leader, he witnessed the godlike goblin who stood on the belly of the leader. The goblin had an imposing figure in the sacred light. He wielded a huge hammer that was half his size. How did such a frail figure wield a huge hammer? The goblin placed the hammer on his shoulders, and there were several bladder bombs hanging from his neck. Apple squinted his eyes. Ah, is that the power of sacred light? At the Dungeon Lord main hall in Eternal Kingdom. In the clear and transparent crystal ball, a group of gamers was salvaging the equipment of the ogres and their fallen comrades. A group of gamers used ropes, spider silk, and various tools to tie up the ogres who surrendered. That is quite an action. It's midnight, and the discussion forum is full of posts crying for blood. There are even lots of irritating imitation posts, Bruce said as Sherlock carefully looked into the crystal ball. Sherlock didn't respond. He enlarged the images in the crystal ball and observed the wailing ogres. Something's wrong. Sherlock frowned and pointed at the crystal ball as he said, the equipment of the ogres doesn't look like the equipment of an ogre tribe. The quality is too good. Quality is too good? Isn't that great? Since Lord Sherlock thinks the quality is good, it must be superior equipment, Bruce said excitedly. It seems like the ogres have quite a powerful backing. Why did they occupy the orc village? Sherlock pondered and shut down his computer. He picked up his clothing and walked outside. Lord Sherlock? Do you intend to take a look at the scene? Bruce asked curiously. My intuition tells me it's not a simple affair. Sherlock walked to the entrance and said, take good care of the dungeon. The gamers encountered 50 ogres in the main underworld tunnel. Hemp rope technology used his power of sacred light in battle and killed the ogre leader. According to the ogre prisoners, there was a large ogre army. Their leader was only the leader of a small section. A powerful ogre king had gathered lots of ogres under his flag. They didn't know the exact figure, but the tents of the ogres extended way beyond the horizon. The ogre prisoners pleaded for the gamers to release them so that they could beg their king for mercy and ensure that the gamers had a complete corpse. The gamers treated the NPCs' words as trash. The gamers didn't treat the prisoners poorly, except for a gamer who tortured them for fun. As the gamers were far from the revival point in Eternal Kingdom, they had no chance to replace their casualties. The gamers weren't bothered by it though, as they were simply having fun. After the first battle, out of the remaining 600 gamers, there were over 100 dead and 100 wounded. Less than 300 gamers were combat ready. Hence, the gamers started to become nervous. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to reduce unnecessary casualties. The game dungeon wasn't a normal game and couldn't be understood using logic. Besides reducing casualties, Not Wearing Pants created a post on the discussion forum to explain the situation. He hoped that more gamers could come to support their war effort. The contents were: Hello everyone, I'm not wearing pants. Danger. This is a crisis. The game officials didn't post any announcements and released a huge plot mission. It isn't a battle campaign scenario as the mission area isn't a sealed location. We can actually travel to this location. But there isn't much of a difference as the distance is very far. It required a 3-day journey without any delay to get here. We marched quickly for 3 days to come here. We shall not mention the fact that the lousy game producer secretly released this mission. I will explain the details of the mission. This mission is very sketchy and without any system announcements. It is more like a strange encounter mission for a large plot without any concrete rewards. We only have the NPC sword of salted fish, clay-flavored soil, and labor. We collected the loot from the ogres. From the fierce battle last night and the scale of the enemy, this is clearly a mission with generous hidden rewards. Let us take a look at our undistributed loot, the ogres' weapons and armor. Picture, picture, picture. The equipment was far superior to most of our equipment. These are uncensored pictures of the ogres in high definition. Picture, picture, picture. Last night, hemp rope technology appeared in the battle with the first use of the power of sacred light. While reciting mathematics and physics formulas and being filled with the power of sacred light, hemp rope technology crushed the strongest ogre leader. Picture. We don't know his name. Though we won the first battle, according to our prisoners, there are countless enemies waiting for us. However, we are only left with around 300 combat-ready gamers. Considering how hardcore the game is, if we all perish here, we will cause the death of the orcs, and our mission will fail. As such, please come quickly to reinforce us. We won't advance. Instead, we will fortify our lines and do reconnaissance. The following summarizes our moves. The enemy advances, and we retreat. The enemy fortifies, and we retreat. The enemy is exhausted, and we retreat. The enemy retreats, and we retreat. Before we know about the enemy's situation, we will retreat. I know that it's hardcore to march for 3 days. We are here to play games, so you don't have to listen to my plea, but for those who want to experience this mission, please make haste. We will wait 5 days for the rest of you to catch up. We have left secret signs to guide you to us. The veteran gamers have also posted a map for the journey. You can download the map as a guide. Do not wander around, as a lot of us went missing. We had 1,000 gamers but were reduced to a pathetic 600 gamers. I hope to see everyone here. Here are some high-definition, uncensored pictures for your enjoyment. Picture, 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 picture. Chapter 274, He Revived in Eternal Kingdom. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a room filled with sunlight, a bird chirped on an air conditioner compressor. The cell phone on a table by the bed emitted a shrill alarm. The time was 8 a.m. A pale hand grabbed the phone and turned off the alarm. A person sat up on the bed, their face obscured by the blinding sunlight. The man put the cell phone back on the table, got up, and walked out. Time passed, and a person came in and walked to a gaming capsule. He opened it and got in. When the capsule door was closed, it was quiet. The capsule hummed to life, and his awareness slipped into the game world. ID, Dragonborn, Gnome. Dungeon Reputation Level, 4. Proceed exit. Game is connecting to server, please wait. Who? Dragonborn opened his eyes and inhaled deeply. There were various mixed sounds. Are you online? Takia Spirit hasn't arrived yet. Dragonborn sat up and saw a hound-head man whose back was facing him. He was Sealhead Ling Chong. Sealhead Ling Chong's pauldron was completely destroyed, and his right arm was dangling, a dirty bandage wrapped around his shoulders. He was injured by a comrade with a hammer while fighting the ogres a few days ago. Sealhead Ling Chong didn't have to go after that comrade as his head was crushed by an ogre's mace. That comrade was revived in Eternal Kingdom. Is your shoulder all right? Is it painful? Dragonborn asked and felt it was strange. Sealhead Ling Chong turned his head, and they were dumbstruck. Then both of them laughed. Gosh, the game is so realistic that I'm disoriented. I adjusted the pain threshold, and the shoulder pain is killing me. Don't you think it's painful? It's really cool to be injured and have your companions worry in the game, Sealhead Ling Chong said thoughtfully as he shook his head. Dragonborn nodded in agreement. They were in awe of the game and its incredible realism. This was the reason they marched for 3 days, shouted for help in the forum, and made a few phone calls that made hundreds of gamers wake up at midnight to get online. To them, it was their second life in an alternate reality. Dragonborn stood up. In reality, he had to brush his teeth, wash up, and eat breakfast. However, in the game world, he didn't have to do all of that, though he still had to eat. After sleeping for a night, the first thing to do was eat some clay. Dragonborn didn't have any clay in his backpack. The existence of the guild allowed gamers to help each other. Before they set off for the mission, Dragonborn had assigned the guild members to prepare a cauldron and fire-making materials. They were to be used now. After the cauldron was lit, they obtained nearby underground water and clay. After cooking it with a special technique, the clay could be eaten. The breakfast was ready early in the morning. The goblin in charge of breakfast for Springfield Flower Kindergarten was still a goblin after a few months. His combat skill was horrible. There were such gamers who weren't specialized in combat. No matter how they learned, they couldn't fight. Considering everyone had the same body, the biggest reason was attitude. The only difference was the combat technique itself. Some gamers panicked when they held a weapon. How could they be good at fighting? They were most likely life connoisseur gamers, like scientists. Or they could learn how to create bladder bombs and gather research and knowledge to become a sacred knight from hemp rope technology. Everybody had witnessed the power of sacred light. Of course, the requirements were good learning results and passing the sacred light examination. Dragonborn wasn't chosen for this path. Most of the gamers weren't chosen for this path. The gamers and 30 of the orcs set up camp at a natural cave. Apple was familiar with the terrain, which was desolate. There was clay, water, and even fluorescent grass. This was a suitable campsite. The cave was large enough to accommodate 300 of them. Takia Spirit awoke. Everyone got online punctually at 8 a.m. Sealhead Ling Chong was a professional gamer, so he was online early. The 3 of them, together with the Springfield Flower Kindergarten Guild members, had breakfast. Then a few of the members stayed back to clear the fire and the cauldron. Dragonborn took Takia Spirit and the wounded Sealhead Ling Chong to the gamers' meeting. The meeting consisted of a few guild chairpersons and management. They discussed their next move. During the 2 days after defeating the ogres, several of these meetings were held. The battle with the ogres caused more than 300 casualties. They had to manage the remaining 300 warriors carefully. For those who survived the battle with the ogres, they were capable guild members. Without capability and persistence, they wouldn't have survived until now. Dragonborn arrived at a cleared empty space where many guild members had gathered. They were from various guilds, such as Dragon Raja, the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, Cool Breeze Buttocks, Mum Says No Long Names otherwise people can see even if you hide behind rocks, the Shirley Hubby Help Society and the Pioneer Alliance. Dragonborn is here. Not wearing pants was the MC. When he saw Dragonborn, he led Dragonborn to an empty spot. Dragonborn saw Sylvanas, Peasant, and Arthur. Burning chest hair was missing. Bro chest hair must have revived in Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn thought. Chapter 275, The Non-Existing Intelligence Organization's Mission. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. On the desolate ground that was filled with black rocks, besides illumination from the fluorescent grass, there were no other sources of light. A few gnomes hid behind the rocks as they looked warily at a distant village. Takia Spirit surveyed the sides carefully. Beside him, Sealhead Ling Chong and Dragonborn were peeking over the rocks to observe the village in front. Two ogres who looked like guards were lazing at the entrance. Occasionally, some beat lemons entered and exited the village. Did you count the number of ogres? Takia Spirit asked Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong nervously. How can we see the ogres clearly? It looks like the ogres are working, Dragonborn said, bewildered. I saw ogres with safety helmets entering and exiting the village. Safety helmets? This game has safety helmets? Don't joke with me. Takia Spirit was puzzled. Sealhead Ling Chong said quickly, spying from here is of no use. This must be the work of the coder monkeys. Perhaps when we leave, there will be a few hundred ogres reinforcing the village. Takia Spirit and Dragonborn nodded in agreement. A beat lemon appeared suddenly at the village entrance. A tall cloaked figure dismounted from the beat lemon. There were a few orc bodyguards escorting the cloaked figure. The orcs looked fiercely at the ogres, who gazed back solemnly. The tall cloaked figure didn't stay long. He entered the village and disappeared from view. While Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong were wondering about the incident, a grey-cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere like a spirit. He hugged his knees, squatted beside them, and said, "It's an unexpected discovery." Holy cow! They were shocked by the sudden voice. They turned around and discovered that it was Sherlock. "You are very brave, warriors. You must be daring and willing to sacrifice. If you continue like this, we'll never gain intelligence." Sherlock looked firmly at them and said, "Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for the underworld's peace and safety?" "We're willing. Whatever it is, we're willing." Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong stood up and shouted, while Dragonborn nodded firmly. "Good, you are now employed by Eternal Kingdom's non-existing intelligence organization," Sherlock announced and looked at them. "Come, I'll teach you how to exchange your life for intelligence. This is the basic operation of the non-existing intelligence organization." Apple's village wasn't large. There were only 20 to 30 families. After the ogres occupied the village, the orcs were driven out. Apple brought most of the young orcs to Winterfell to find help. The ogres fenced up the village and started digging. They excavated a large pit and were still digging. Compared to the construction sites in the civilized underworld, the ogres didn't have safety reminders and banners, but they did wear safety helmets. The black-cloaked figure that was escorted by orc guards walked into the construction site and headed to the tent area at the back. A few ogres received them. The cloaked figure walked into a large tent. The orc guards stayed outside the tent and stood guard with the ogres. In the tent were various ornaments made of teeth and bone. There was a huge dragon skull at the far end of the tent. A bulky ogre that was twice the size of a normal ogre sat on the throne. He held a roasted hoof that was wrapped in clay and covered with oily mud. The shiny orange-red color made the food look tasty. The thick, fragrant clay flavor made one salivate. The soft texture of the meat was very delicious. The fat ogre chewed a mouthful of meat and swallowed the clay covering the hoof. The soft clay dissolved in his mouth and mixed with the hoof oil-flavored mud. The taste emanated from his mouth, and he looked content. "Lord Andrew, welcome," the large ogre said warmly. The black figure lifted his cloak and revealed a pale face. He was Dungeon Lord Andrew. "Cherry King?" Andrew asked the ogre, "Have you found the item?" "How can it be found so quickly? It's a relic left by Michelangelo, the relic that almost destroyed the world. If it was easily found, the orc trash would have found it," Cherry King said to Andrew. "We are already working hastily." The orcs didn't give up. "Did they call for reinforcements?" "Lord Andrew, you are in control of Winterfell. Are you sure they don't have reinforcements? What's up with the goblins, gnomes, and houndhead men? I'm here to explain. Things have changed." Andrew's jealousy was obvious when he spoke. "A superior devil lord, the dungeon lord of Eternal Kingdom, has extended his influence in Winterfell. Those creatures are his servants." "A dungeon lord? He's able to interfere with the operations of the Merchant Alliance." Cherry King looked at Andrew with disdain. "There are various reasons," Andrew said. "Make use of this time to find that item." "Great King! Great King!" An ogre dashed in and shouted, "We captured 3 enemies. They tried to barge in." Chapter 276, Pathetic. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. "Invaders? Kill them. Why are you keeping them? Are you waiting for them to reproduce and their offspring to reproduce? That will be an unlimited food source." "That may be a good idea," Cherry King asked and was pleased. "We intended to kill them, but they shouted." The ogre was feeling awkward. "What were they shouting?" Cherry King frowned. "They shouted not to kill them as they wanted to see the king and defect." "See me? What do they want?" Cherry King was puzzled, and he said, "Kill them." "Wait a moment." Andrew stopped him and said, "Bring them. Those creatures must be from Eternal Kingdom. I'll obtain intelligence from them before killing them. Follow Andrew's instructions and bring them in." The ogre left to bring in the prisoners. Dragonborn's hands were broken, and he was half naked. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong were like Dragonborn. They were imprisoned in a cage, the ogre's cage. They were in this dire situation because they received a special mission. Mission title: Urgent Recruitment of Non-Existing Intelligence Organization. Mission description: The strange ogres occupied the orc village. We defeated the ogre scouts and captured some prisoners. We didn't obtain useful intelligence. It is time for you warriors to sacrifice yourselves for Eternal Kingdom and all Underworld inhabitants. Infiltrate the ogre-occupied village and obtain intelligence. Mission objective: collect as much information as possible. Find out the identity of the black-cloaked figure. Mission tips: before entering the village, you can give your equipment to Lord Sherlock for safekeeping. You will definitely die, but don't worry, Lord Sherlock will revive you. Listen to Lord Sherlock's suggestion. That will reduce the difficulty of the mission. Mission reward: obtain a chance to strengthen equipment to level 5. After a detailed discussion with Lord Sherlock, they stripped themselves of equipment and pretended to sneak into the village. Their sneaking in was actually dashing into the village half naked. They shouted, "We're here to defect. We're defecting." Then they were captured, and their hands were broken. Their legs weren't broken because they had to walk. Dragonborn was nervous, as he wasn't sure whether the mission could be completed. The ogres looked vicious. They broke their arms without reason and looked as though they were going to eat the 3 of them. His worries were uncalled for. An ogre appeared and brought them in for questioning. The 3 of them were led to a large tent. Cherry King and Andrew were waiting for them. After seeing Takia Spirit, Dragonborn, and Sealhead Ling Chong, Andrew's eyes lit up. Those were the servants of Eternal Kingdom. By looking at the strange green symbols above their heads, Andrew identified them. I'm here to defect. Don't kill me, I'm defecting. Takia Spirit shouted loudly. Cherry King grasped the neck of Takia Spirit, and Takia Spirit made a zi sound. Then Cherry King broke his neck. The face of Takia Spirit became dark red, and he vomited blood. He turned his head and stared wide-eyed at Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong. Sealhead Ling Chong started to tremble. Cherry King was pleased to see the Houndhead man trembling in fear. Don't make too much noise, you are my food. Cherry King then stood up and said, Speak. Tell us what you know, and I'll consider using a comfortable way to make you into delicacies. PFFF. Sealhead Ling Chong lowered his head and trembled. He seemed to have farted. The sound didn't come from his buttocks but his mouth. Cherry King grasped Sealhead Ling Chong's scalp and pulled viciously, lifting Sealhead Ling Chong. Sealhead Ling Chong was flushed. Tears and mucus dripped out while he pursed his lips. He was restraining himself. King, is he trying not to laugh? An ogre asked. He deserves to die. Cherry King was infuriated. He intended to crush the Houndhead man's head but was stopped by Andrew. Wait for a while, Cherry King, Andrew said. PFFF. The Houndhead man emitted farting sound again. Though their acting skills are lousy, they are still useful, Andrew said as he gazed at Dragonborn and Sealhead Ling Chong. Gosh! Andrew? Winterfell's new dungeon lord. While Sealhead Ling Chong was stopping himself from laughing, he looked at Andrew and found him familiar. When Andrew walked closer, he recognized him. He was Winterfell's new dungeon lord, the superior devil Andrew. During the opening ceremony of the Eternal Kingdom Adventurers Guild, Andrew was there to officiate the opening and give a speech. I'm honored that you weaklings are able to recognize me. If you're willing to defect to me, I'll spare your life. Andrew smiled confidently and looked at Sealhead Ling Chong. No problem, we're here to defect. Sealhead Ling Chong shouted. What are you doing here? What evil plans do you have? Why are you colluding with the ogres? Andrew extended his hand and broke Sealhead Ling Chong's neck. Pathetic, Andrew said with disdain. He then looked at the last surviving person, Dragonborn. What about you? Chapter 277, Protecting Love and Peace. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. D*MN. With a curse and the flashing of mana rays, Sealhead Ling Chong walked out from the teleport portal. He surveyed the environment and said, D*MN. After confirming he was back in Eternal Kingdom, Sealhead Ling Chong cursed again. Stop cursing. The lousy mission said that we would be revived, and we returned to Eternal Kingdom. A gnome was sitting half-naked on the ground. He was Takia Spirit, who had died earlier. You came back pretty fast. I suppose you didn't gain any intelligence. Does your mission indicate that we have failed? Takia Spirit asked with disappointment. Failed? Wah, I became a fawning dog, and they killed me. That was extreme cruelty, Sealhead Ling Chong complained. Since you're dead, Dragonborn will be joining us soon, Takia Spirit said regrettably. This mission is too difficult. I went to the Dungeon Lord main hall and saw Eggface. Shirley wasn't in, so I asked Eggface for our equipment, but he doesn't know anything. I hope the system doesn't delete our equipment. Delete out equipment? I hope it's not that bad. Such a devious way to cheat us of our equipment, Sealhead Ling Chong said with uncertainty. Perhaps the improvement reward will get our equipment damaged and disposed of in the furnace. It's possible that the Devil Lord cheated us of our equipment. Everything is possible in dungeon, Takia Spirit said sarcastically. Sealhead Ling Chong sighed in agreement. They waited for 3 hours before Dragonborn revived and returned to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers were excited because of the received information. Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong had received a strange encounter mission, and Sherlock appeared near the orc village. There were lots of hidden plots. This hidden plot was developed by the strength of the gamers. Not Wearing Pants created a post on the forum to discuss the plot mechanism. They suspected that new maps had to be explored by the gamers. The gamers had to travel for 3 days before arriving at the mission location. Only the game dungeon was able to do such a thing. There were rewards. When the rune mana formation appeared in the cave, the gamers didn't have to march for 3 days. The gamers who were on the way had to continue their journey or choose to revive back in Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn, Takia Spirit, and Sealhead Ling Chong traveled to the cave via the rune mana formation once it was created. Sherlock received them warmly and asked about the intelligence they collected. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong only knew about the collusion of Dungeon Lord Andrew and the ogres. Dragonborn obtained valuable intelligence and enriched the gaming experience. The story went like this. After witnessing the cruel death of his companions, Dragonborn scolded Andrew. He was going to die, so he took the chance to condemn Andrew. The more he scolded Andrew, the more his death was delayed. Andrew asked him, "Why are you so loyal to Sherlock? In what way am I inferior to him?" Dragonborn continued to scold and insult Andrew. He also praised Sherlock, who was a gentle and cordial dungeon lord. The gamers loved Shirley because he helped them revive, developed the plot, and called them heroes who would save the underworld. Dragonborn also loved Shirley. Dragonborn thought he would die, but after scolding Andrew, Andrew looked frustrated and started talking incessantly. Andrew said that Sherlock was like trash compared to him. Andrew was the youngest and most capable superior devil. Sherlock was only the dungeon lord of a small dungeon, while Andrew was Winterfell's dungeon lord and the third successor of Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire. Did Dragonborn know that? Dragonborn said, "I know. Eternal Fire will be our future instance dungeon. We will destroy Eternal Fire. Surely forever." Dragonborn scolded Andrew again, and the latter exploded with fury. Then Andrew started boasting. For example, "What is Lord Sherlock? Is he as awesome as me? And do you know what I've achieved? My graduation dissertation was a legendary work in the northern underworld. All the undergraduates wanted to borrow and read my work. Do you know what I'm doing now? I'm looking for an ancient ruins. It's underneath your feet. It contains a relic of the great devil Michelangelo. Do you know Michelangelo? The devil lord who almost destroyed the world. Does Lord Sherlock have this capability? No. He's a mudslinger." Andrew condemned Sherlock for a long time. Then he said, "Finally, I'm far superior to Sherlock. I'll obtain Michelangelo's relic and become the most powerful superior devil. I will become a great devil like Michelangelo. All will bow to me." Then Dragonborn was killed. That was the intelligence obtained by Dragonborn. The gamers started complaining. Gosh! Such a silly plot with no twists or turns. The story is mundane. Did I march for 3 days just for this? Shucks! I haven't slept for days and remained vigilant online, just for this. Wonderful! Though it's old-fashioned, it's perfectly logical. Our mission is to defeat Andrew and prevent his plan of destroying the world. We'll become the adorable resistance who defended love and peace. I'm Jesse. I'm the little rascal. D*MN. Ha 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 ha. YAAAAAA. Chapter 278, Humiliation. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Warriors. As the gamers were talking excitedly, Sherlock said firmly, "The underworld is facing a crisis. If we let Andrew obtain Michelangelo's relic, the consequences will be dire. He will conquer the world. We can't let him succeed. Only we can conquer the world. We have to obtain Michelangelo's relic. Warriors, investigate the ogre stronghold. We have to defeat the invaders. For Shirley. For Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. For justice. For conquering the world. For the alliance. Die, you alliance dog. You are tribal pigs, I'll kill you. The situation became chaotic. Cherry King lived like a king. Previously, Cherry King only occupied a small hill. By a stroke of luck, he obtained a mission to excavate Michelangelo's world-destroying relic. Even if the Ogre King was cruel, foolish, and brutal, he had heard of Michelangelo's fame. After defeating the Underworld, Michelangelo challenged the surface world and resisted the heavenly kingdom. He turned the world into an inferno. Cherry King was fortunate enough to be excavating his relic. The feeling was like kissing the toe of the great devil. It was the ultimate honor. Cherry King didn't work for Andrew for free. Andrew promised that Winterfell wouldn't attack the ogres and would help him conquer other ogre lands. Cherry King was building a huge ogre empire. Cherry King was very ambitious. After obtaining Michelangelo's relic, would he hand over the relic to Andrew? Wrong. He would express his gratitude to Andrew. Because of Andrew, Cherry King was able to have his current achievements. But his good days had come to an end. Great King! Great King! A group of naked goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men barged into our defenses. On a sunny morning, after Andrew left, an ogre ran to Cherry King and made a report. What did you say? A group of what? Naked. Cherry King was taken aback. A group of naked goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men barged into our defenses, the ogre said the second time. This was a common gimmick used by the gamers. They wanted to investigate the defensive layout and the number of ogres, so they used themselves as cannon fodder. Since they had a nearby revival point, they weren't afraid to die. Sneak in? No. That was too troublesome. It was faster to die. As long as they had the numbers, some gamers would be able to run inside and take pictures. Then they would upload the pictures to the forum for everyone to analyze. Their plan was perfect, but there were problems. They hadn't considered the defensive stone wall erected by the ogres. As it was Michelangelo's relic site, it couldn't be open to the public. The ogres enjoyed the feeling of killing the gamers, but after a long time, the fearless waves of gamers kept coming as if there was no end. The ogres intended to kill the gamers for food, but after they died, the gamers vanished and dissipated into mana. A more intelligent ogre thought of not killing the gamers and tied them up. If he ate them raw, he wouldn't have to worry about them vanishing. When the gamers discovered the ogre's plan, after being captured, they used all types of methods to obtain intelligence. Then they went offline and chose to recreate their characters at a revival point. This recreation of character function was called recreation of stuck character by the gamers. Nobody knew when this function was added to the game interface during the initial game connection. Perhaps it was in preparation for this plot mission. The gamers were happy since they didn't have to travel for 3 days to arrive at the orc village. I am a normal ogre. I love to eat, drink, sleep, and fight. After following Cherry King for 2.5 years, everyone calls me beautiful chick. I was a brave ogre warrior. Whoever challenged me, I would crush their bones. I followed Cherry King and lived a happy and rich life until we arrived at a desolate orc village. We chased away the orcs and captured their daughters and wives. They reeked of bad odor and weren't tasty, so we released them. I thought this would be our new stronghold. We dug a lot of salted clay. After cooking, the clay becomes fragrant and delicious, which reminds me of our distant homeland. But we don't have time to reminisce about the food. A group of goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men appeared at the village. We aren't sure where they came from, but we are sure that they are nutcases. They charge at us half-naked. They weren't afraid to die. They were even suicidal. When we captured them, they would kill themselves. Then they would vanish like bubbles. When they breached our stone walls, they would run amok and enter each tent to take a look. They showed absolute disrespect to us. I feel frustrated upon seeing them half-naked and covered with mosaic. We counterattacked at the first opportunity, killing and capturing many of them, but it was useless. When we opened our eyes again, there were countless waves of naked bodies invading our stronghold. I used all of my effort to capture an invader and ask why they were doing all of this. He said, "Gosh, your modeling is so realistic." I killed the invader and wished sincerely to leave this cursed place. Perhaps my wish is coming true, as those naked invaders didn't appear again. A few days later, during my patrol, I saw naked bodies charging at us on the horizon. Finally, I remembered the fear and insult created by them. It was the humiliation of being imprisoned in a birdcage. Chapter 279, Full Retreat. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The gamers' attack on the ogres changed from defense and reconnaissance to the YAAAA stage. The ogres didn't abandon their stone walls, and the gamers were unable to breach the walls. The gamers didn't have siege weapons. They wanted to scale the walls, and while they could overcome the walls if they were on a reconnaissance mission, if it was a full-scale attack, they would be losing their equipment to the ogres. The gamers were very well equipped, and they didn't want to lose their equipment. The ogres were happy. Occasionally, a few gamers would overcome the walls, but they were of no threat. Even if some of the gnomes knew mana skills, they would be killed after casting a tornado and some small fireballs. Though the green-skinned creatures were numerous, it wasn't a problem since they didn't have any combat power. The ogres didn't realize that the insane naked green-skinned creatures weren't normal creatures. They were a group of gamers who made use of the internet to brainstorm for ideas. They were intelligent, persistent, organized, and ill-disciplined. The most important thing was that they loved to play with explosions. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved by a single explosion. If there is, use 2 explosions. No doctor. Soon. Beautiful Chick was frustrated and paranoid. He even felt that the deep-fried salted clay was no longer tasty. This was because the green-skinned creatures were like nightmares that haunted him. Beautiful Chick had seen some fearless warriors, but it was his first time witnessing so many fearless creatures. The fortunate thing was that these green-skinned creatures weren't able to overcome the defenses. Oh? What were they doing? Beautiful Chick was stunned. He was patrolling the fortified walls and saw many green-skinned creatures digging at the base of the wall. The green-skinned creatures didn't wear clothes as they dug diligently. Finally, they excavated a huge pit at the base of the wall. What were they doing? Were they thinking of weakening the base of the wall and causing it to collapse? How could that happen? Were they fools? If one side of the wall didn't have the support of soil, would it collapse? If the walls didn't collapse, it was due to the support from one side of the soil. Wait, support? Why was he even considering such an evil topic? Beautiful Chick was confused. He tried to calculate the number of days required for them to collapse the walls. Or whether it would collapse at all. No. He shouldn't consider these questions. It was too decadent. He heard his comrades laughing. Were these fools frightened by us? Haha, take a look. Are they burying bladders? Beautiful Chick looked at the green-skinned creatures, befuddled. A few of them stuffed bloated bladders into the pit underneath the wall, and a naked creature was carrying a torch with the aura of a warrior. The green-skinned creature raised his head and charged at the ogres, screaming loudly. Beautiful Chick didn't hear him clearly. He only heard Andrew something, followed by a deafening explosion. There were violent quaking and flying rock fragments, followed by the collapsing of the wall and the wailing of ogres. When Beautiful Chick recovered, a large portion of the wall in front of him had collapsed. The strong fortified wall was blasted to smithereens in a strange explosion. The corpses and broken body parts of ogres were buried in the ruins, but that wasn't important. In the darkness, the green-skinned creatures were no longer naked. They were fully armed and wielded sharp weapons, their eyes glimmering with a greedy green light. There was only such green light in the darkness. Beautiful Chick felt chills on his scalp as the green-skinned creatures started shouting. MT, advance. Taunt them and pull their aggro. Pull more. Don't let others get them before you. Charge forward. There are elites in one of the tents. Charge, charge, charge. Yaa. Great King. Great King. Those naked, wrong, those fully armed green-skinned creatures are charging in. Don't panic. I have the powerful General Rising Phoenix, who can kill all these pests. Great King, battle report. Rising Phoenix was killed by the green-skinned creatures. He was hacked. What? Get 3 blades. 3 blades will kill all of them. Great King. 3 blades was killed. He was stripped naked and thrown in the ditch. What? Pass me my weapon. The ogre servant carried some luggage over and said, Great King, I am ready. We can set off anytime. Who asked you to bring my luggage? Pass me my great axe. Cherry King sloshed the fat on his body and wielded a great axe as he walked out. He hadn't fought in a long time. When he was young, his name inspired fear and made babies stop crying. When Cherry King opened the door of his tent, it was a chaotic scene of bloodshed. The green-skinned creatures were killing off the ogres who resisted. They were overwhelmed by the flood of creatures. The gamers didn't know how many of them were killed by the ogres. A few hundred? A few thousand? They didn't know as the ogres were all dead. Cherry King didn't understand how he had suffered such a great setback within such a short time. His empire was just beginning to flourish, and they came here to look for the great devil's relic. Great King! Let's flee! Let's return to our fortress! We can rebuild! His servant shouted and pulled him just as Cherry King was about to fight with the green-skinned creatures. Release me! Get lost! I'm going to fight these green-skinned creatures to the death. But Great King, if you die, you won't be able to eat creature shoulders with salted clay gravy. Let's go! Everyone, retreat! Cherry King was full of deep hatred. He cast a final glance at his blood-stained camp. The green-skinned creatures were howling as they charged at him. Cherry King fled without flinching. Chapter 280, Addicted to Games. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Apple was a normal and diligent village orc, who was in awe of the sacred light. The things he saw over the past few days were things he would never forget. He would tell the stories of the heroic goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men to his children. When he was old and rocking in his chair, he would even tell his grandchildren and great-grandchildren about it. At that time, he would gently smile and say, "Who would have believed this silly old orc, that there were creatures who helped me regain my homeland? They sacrificed themselves in droves of tens of thousands, shouting, 'Safety first!' Then, with a loud boom, they blew up the fortified walls, and the Ogre King fled in terror. I feel that I'm almost boasting. Just thinking of these scenes, Apple felt warmth in his heart. The heroic green-skinned creatures had regained possession of the village. When Apple was about to enter his village to account for his properties, he found that the green-skinned creatures were entering their houses. They ransacked the houses and removed all the items while their bodies were laden with the salvaged equipment of the ogres. Some even sawed off the fangs of the ogres as though they were precious items. When Apple was feeling puzzled, Lord Sherlock told the orcs, "Aya, you may not know that there is a very evil great devil slumbering underneath your legs. That is the reason the ogres occupied your land. To protect your land, the first step is to remove all of the items in your houses. Don't be mistaken that we are robbing you. That is absolutely not true. This is to ensure your safety. Don't ask. If you do, you are corrupted. The second step is to excavate the land to purify the evil. This will take a longer time, a few days to a few months. I'm unable to tell you the details." Apple was befuddled. But he was sure that Lord Sherlock wouldn't harm him, so he let it be. Apple saw a green-skinned creature happily removing his grooming mirror from his bedroom, and he felt a sharp, grinding pain in his heart. He would be unable to sit in front of the mirror to comb his scalp and create nice braided pigtails. He sighed. Standing in front of the large excavated pit, Sherlock wore a yellow safety helmet and surveyed the surroundings. Behind him were a group of gamers who were watching the plot animation. Sherlock exerted his dominance to prevent them from coming too close, but he didn't restrain their actions. This huge pit was the ogre's construction site. Compared to the professional Winterfell excavation team, it was horrible. Sherlock wasn't familiar with archaeology and wouldn't spend money to employ professional archaeologists. He would never employ them unless they were free. Lord Sherlock, the gamers can help you with archaeology. Though it's an unpopular profession in their world, it's not a problem when questions are posted on the discussion forum, Bruce suggested as Sherlock gazed at the pit and pondered. However, Lord Sherlock has to return to Eternal Kingdom. Because you left Eggface for a few days, he has become addicted to computer games. Isn't the computer installed with an anti-underage addiction system? I even installed the secret code. How did he gain access? Sherlock was taken aback. Though he had a slight understanding of the monolith computer, he was far from being an expert. He required Bruce's guidance for a lot of the computer's operations. Eggface obtained a way to access the secret code from the gamers, like hacking the secret code and bypassing any preventative systems. These are quite easy to hack. Bruce continued saying, Lord Sherlock, don't worry about the gamers having second thoughts. They will only exclaim at the intelligence of Eggface's AI and curse at the game producer. I understand. I'll return immediately. Prepare the archaeology missions. I can feel the powerful and evil aura from below. Even if it's not Michelangelo's relic, it must be a valuable item. I understand, Lord Sherlock. Sherlock left the pit and said to the surrounding gamers, Warriors, we have occupied the village that was invaded by the ogres, but it hasn't ended. We haven't found Michelangelo's lost relic. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The Ogre King and Andrew may counterattack at any time, so you have to make haste and boost the defenses, gather the safety helmets, and put up safety signs and banners. We are preparing to excavate. As for now, you may rest, warriors. In a dim room, a magical lamp was adjusted to the dimmest setting. A computer screen was extremely bright and blinding in the dim room. A fat small black dragon slumped in a chair, using his right claws to move the mouse while his other claws pressed on, Influence 99999, and Cash 99999. He was so engrossed in his game that he didn't notice a superior devil who came in and looked down at him. Eggface was playing the Stellaris computer game. Eggface muttered to himself, the contingency is trash. Come on, long live the organic life. Chapter 281, Archaeology. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What are you doing? Sherlock stood behind Eggface and asked. I'm fighting for the freedom of the Milky Galaxy, Eggface said halfway and stood immediately. He moved obediently to the side and said earnestly, I'm helping you to test the game. I found a good game company with many great titles. Lord Sherlock, you can give it a try. Eggface had mastered the communication technique with Sherlock. He was young but had great learning skills. He was only 2 years old, but his intelligence was fully developed. It's only a small ball with so many runes and words. What's so fun about it? Sherlock frowned, but Eggface explained excitedly, that's what I thought, but after understanding its background and gaming for 30 minutes, I'm hopelessly addicted. Come, Lord Sherlock, I'll explain it to you in detail. Sherlock sat down suspiciously. 2 days later, Arthur walked out of the Pioneer Alliance house and proceeded to the teleport portal main hall. After the gamers defeated the ogres, the gamers had fully occupied the orc village. The gamers had a new daily mission, archaeology. It wasn't a simple job of excavation. Arthur wasn't professionally trained in archaeology, so he could only excavate. For hemp rope technology, who was technically trained and skilled in civil engineering, he had different missions. Though hemp rope technology explained everything in detail on the discussion forum, nobody understood the professional terms and knowledge. It was about locating the relic position according to the surrounding soil layers and rock placement. The gamers didn't have a treasure map, but archaeology didn't require maps. Arthur wasn't sure of the scientific reasoning. Science was as mysterious as mana. Even in the gaming world, the science knowledge learned by the gamers could be used miraculously. What more could they say about the excellent game production? Arthur. When Arthur arrived at the location of Michelangelo's relic via the rune mana formation, an ugly gnome, Sylvanas, ran happily to him. "You're here. Everyone's waiting for you. I haven't started the archaeology work. Let's begin together." Sylvanas wore a yellow safety helmet and held a small shovel daintily. If her voice wasn't hoarse, she would sound very gentle. "*MN, I feel like vomiting. You are flirting with Arthur again." Before Arthur responded to Sylvanas, another gnome, not wearing pants, came over. Behind not wearing pants were Peasant and Burning Chest Hair. They were the Fantastic Five. "Join us quickly. There are many people doing archaeology work, and we have to queue up. We also have to challenge the instance dungeon later. It has been a few days since we fought. It's bad if we get rusty," Burning Chest Hair said. "Have you completed your archaeology work?" Arthur asked as he looked at not wearing pants. "No, Sister Vanas said to wait for you." "We're all waiting for you," Peasant said, and Sylvanas charged and wrestled with Peasant. "Why did you say that I'm waiting for Brother Arthur? Who are you waiting for?" "Ah!" Everyone was used to the bickering, and nobody stopped Sylvanas from strangling Peasant. Not wearing pants walked to Arthur and pulled him as he said, "I talked to hemp rope technology. His team members are the main workforce for excavating the relic. Though other guilds are bribing him, he is willing to share the results and rewards with us first." "What's the price?" Arthur nodded and asked. Not wearing pants showed one finger and winked. "This number." "How many figures?" 6, 7, 8. Arthur looked at not wearing pants, who smiled and said, "Just a single figure. He wants you to help him build a large-scale laboratory in the game. Isn't the old district under Shirley? When the old residents relocated, the land was sold to Shirley. The Adventurers Guild can't possibly use all the land. They were talking on the forum about how the land would be used by the gamers. Perhaps we can buy the land and set up shops in the future. So hemp rope technology wants to create a laboratory in Winterfell? Why didn't he choose Eternal Kingdom or the Marshing Spewers marshland?" Arthur frowned and asked. "The Winterfell location is convenient and has raw materials. Many magical items can't be transported via the teleport portal. Winterfell is also safer. After some experiments that cause explosions, the system can rebuild itself. Didn't the system rebuild Winterfell after the Ancient Gods' War devastated it?" Not wearing pants said. "I understand. The cost isn't cheap. As long as he gives the Michelangelo's mission rewards to us, setting up a laboratory is no problem. But I can't guarantee the time." Not wearing pants nodded. "I understand. We are earning very few magic stones, and the laboratory setup requires lots of magic stones. I think hemp rope technology will understand." A fight broke out nearby. It was a battle between guilds. As the gamers were away from Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell, the restrictions on the gamers were lifted. Hence, they were able to attack each other. Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell were safety zones. "I discovered." A loud exclamation was heard. Chapter 282, Ogre's Counterattack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A gamer excavated a valuable item. Arthur and his companions ran in the direction of the exclamation, where a group of gamers surrounded a large black chest that was half buried in the ground. Everyone was astonished by the chest that had the size of a building. If it contained treasure. Who excavated it? Not Wearing Pants ran hurriedly over and asked the gamers. It's veteran hemp rope. They are really cool. They managed to locate the chest after doing a soil analysis. When they excavated, they really found it, a gamer replied quickly. I think the game is really cool. Even the archaeology content is so realistic. Let's not discuss it further. I'm fully in awe of dungeon. I journeyed 3 days and excavated for a few days, and yet I don't feel bored. The gamers discussed loudly. They cursed at the game producer while praising the game quality. Where is hemp rope technology? Peasant shouted at the crowd. Don't shout. He's doing archaeology work. When the crowd saw Arthur and his companions, they gave way and allowed them to enter. Arthur was the top rich gamer, they had to show him respect. When Arthur and his companions reached the front, they saw hemp rope technology holding a small custom-made shovel. The game official adopted his suggestion to create the custom shovels. There were many gamers with small shovels at the side who were excavating carefully. Some gamers wanted to help but were stopped. Don't move. You can't excavate this relic. We're excavating carefully and waiting for Shirley to take a look. Don't touch the rune mana formation. We will be in trouble. Burning Chest Hair asked curiously, Gosh, since when did you learn about the rune mana formation? I didn't learn about the rune mana formation. I was told by an NPC. Hemp rope technology pointed to a squatting figure who lifted his head. Burning Chest Hair discovered that the face in the cloak was a skull. Everyone recognized that he was Brainiac. The gamers weren't sure what mission hemp rope technology had received, but he obtained lots of knowledge from Brainiac, who had traveled all the way from Winterfell. D*MN, when was the plot animation? I didn't catch it. It feels like I've lost 1 billion yuan. Peasant screamed, but hemp rope technology said, Don't scream, nobody saw the plot animation. Brainiac just appeared at midnight and excavated with us for half a day. After excavating the chest, he only said not to touch the rune. The gamers didn't feel anything was amiss as Brainiac seldom interacted. If he talked too much to hemp rope technology, that would be strange. When an NPC appeared, it indicated the development of a plot, so the gamers worked harder. As the chest was slowly excavated, a gamer shouted, The ogres are attacking. There are many of them. The gamers were shocked. Someone screamed, Get your weapons and fortify the walls. Yes, get up on the walls. Someone shouted, Why get onto the walls? Let's charge out and kill the ogres for their equipment. We are fools to hide behind the walls. D*MN. Who shouted just now? I was almost duped into getting on the walls. Charge. Don't let others get the equipment. The gamers charged outside the walls. Arthur and his companions followed. Only hemp rope technology and a few gamers were still doing the archaeology work. Compared to fighting with a boss, archaeology was more interesting. Brainiac remained silent. He looked on, lowered his head, and pondered. Cherry King remembered the insult of being defeated by the green-skinned creatures. He led his large ogre army and appeared outside the orc village. His army spanned beyond the horizon. He gathered several thousand ogres from 10 tribes. Cherry King thought that the green-skinned creatures couldn't possibly outnumber his large ogre army. Cherry King surveyed and calculated that there were at most 1,000 green-skinned creatures. Each of his ogres was a skilled warrior who was extremely brutal and violent and could kill hundreds of green-skinned creatures. His previous defeat would never occur again. Cherry King wanted to witness personally how his ogre army would crush the green-skinned creatures. Cherry King, are these the green-skinned creatures that you talked about? Were you defeated by these tiny little hands and feet? Ha ha ha. Being defeated by the orcs is better than being defeated by these little creatures. A leader of a large tribe teased him mercilessly. Cherry King gritted his teeth and kept his wits. In the ogre world, strength and capability ruled everything. Half of Cherry King's troops were killed in the previous conflict, and their superior equipment was taken by the gamers. Cherry King's power was greatly diminished. Without the backing of Andrew, Cherry King wouldn't be called a king. The tribes agreed to avenge Cherry King because of the Great Devil's relic. Who didn't want to possess the relic? Previously, Cherry King's tribe was the strongest. And with Andrew's support, all the other leaders kept quiet. But now, they were going to show Cherry King their wrath. Chapter 283, Release the War Cries. In a hack. A black armored gnome executed a precise attack sequence and killed a wounded ogre who collapsed to the ground. Other elite gnomes and houndhead men gathered around him. The fighting was the fiercest at the base of the wall. The ogres didn't occupy the fortified walls and conquer the village, they were playing cat and mouse. By waiting at the base of the wall, they baited the gamers and killed them. They used axes, blades, maces, spiked hammers, and even their teeth to kill as many gamers as possible. Most of the gamers were unable to fight against the ogres. Only the guild members were able to fend off the ogres. The most powerful guild was the Pioneer Alliance, which was created by the first beta gamers. Hence, the ogres concentrated their attacks on the Pioneer Alliance. Cherry King, besides their overwhelming number, the green-skinned creatures aren't powerful. You must have been caught unaware to be defeated by their numbers. Several tribal leaders gathered around Cherry King and laughed heartily. Their weapons weren't stained with blood as they didn't have the chance to kill the green-skinned creatures, which were already killed by their subordinates. We can't be complacent. There are too many of the green-skinned creatures. Who knows if they have reinforcements? If we leave after defeating them, they may counterattack again. The Michelangelo's relic is at stake. I suggest we stay back to help with the defenses. We have to protect the relic from harm. Yes, yes. That's what I thought. All the tribal leaders agreed. Cherry King wanted to object, but he was unable to do so. His tribe was unable to fight with the other tribes. It was the fault of the green-skinned creatures. If not for them, his tribe wouldn't be diminished, and he wouldn't care about other tribes. It was too late. Though he hated the green-skinned creatures, he hoped that they would perish together with the other tribes. Then he could reap the benefits. There were other ogre tribes that he could make an alliance with. Cherry King thought of this plan, but it wasn't practical now. Seeing the green-skinned creatures being mowed down like grass, he was enraged. They were powerful when they attacked him, so why were they so weak now? The gamers weren't weak, they just didn't expect so many ogres. They weren't worried about the number of ogres since they could salvage more equipment. They loved the thrill of walking on the blade's edge and in the sea of monsters. If they were killed, they would lose their precious equipment. Then they had to return to the battlefield carefully to retrieve their equipment. The exhilaration and the pain of loss were unbearable, but it was all right. The gamers were used to it. They were able to revive and return back. Was it more painful than Simba's deliberate destruction of their equipment? With so many ogres, the gamers were in danger of being overrun. The gamers spent a lot of effort to locate Michelangelo's relic, and they hadn't discovered the contents. If the village was conquered, then the relic would be lost. That couldn't happen. What were the mission rewards for the Michelangelo's relic? A complete guild land with free construction materials and a title Master Archaeologist. A guild land might not be complete even if the members slogged with their lives. A guild who obtained the Michelangelo's relic would have a complete guild land. Its members would also have the title of Master Archaeologist. That was extremely tempting to the gamers, especially the rich guild chairman. Who would obtain Michelangelo's relic in the end? It was anybody's guess. If the ogres managed to overrun the fortified walls, then Michelangelo's relic would be lost. The management of the large guilds gathered and came to a conclusion. All the guilds would unite together and be led by the Pioneer Alliance, which had the highest reputation. Not Wearing Pants would be the battle commander. They would kill all the ogres and split the loot according to contributions from the guilds. Then the guilds would distribute the loot to its members. Though the gamers often killed each other, when it was time to collaborate, they were extremely cooperative, especially if they would perish and lose the relic. All members gather. Follow your leaders, who will follow Not Wearing Pants. Follow instructions. If you perish and can't find the main force, proceed to the crowd. Follow the crowd so you won't lose your way. Rallying all individual gamers on the discussion forum to join us. Pull your friends along. How is the loot going to be distributed to the individual gamers? Join a guild first, then obtain the distributed loot before leaving the guild. Don't you understand the basic operations? The gamers started rallying other gamers. When the perished gamers revived, they formed a large legion that was dark and dense. Under the leadership of Not Wearing Pants and other leaders, they advanced towards the ogres. Charge! Kill them! For Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Make haste! Battle stations! Release the war cries! A gamer in the crowd hollered. Wah! Chapter 284, Counterattack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac looked at the battle situation in the crystal ball and pondered. He obtained approval from Lord Sherlock to research the battle results, but he wasn't bothered with the fighting prowess of the ogres. The ogres ate creatures. Though they were intelligent, their race had the violence defect, and it deterred them from achieving high mana skills. In short, they were on the same level as the Houndhead men. Brainiac wasn't interested in the ogres, but he was interested in the gamers' battle prowess. Especially in this battle, where the gamers exhibited high organizational skills and discipline. For the dungeon battles, commanders were required. But the gamers didn't have a fixed commander. According to Brainiac's observations, they were usually in small teams of 10 to 300. Sometimes, they battled individually. After a meeting, the gamers' battle organization became thousands of gamers, and it was still increasing. They had elected a field marshal, a gnome called Not Wearing Pants, as well as other guilds leaders and communications officers. Brainiac was puzzled and decided to conduct sustained research. In the crystal ball, Brainiac witnessed the nth time that the gamers were annihilated. Gosh! Why are the ogres so strong? We have to form a battle formation. Do you understand battle formations? Didn't you watch it on television dramas? Don't just think of the equipment. Didn't we agree to distribute the loot according to contribution? What's the hurry? D*MN. I'm picking up my own equipment. Follow the contingent closely. We'll attack in the next wave. Brainiac looked at the gamers without emotion. He was used to their tactics of dying and reviving to achieve victory. It was like cheating. Until now, Brainiac was unable to figure out the mystery. It was all right, there was still time. The contract with Sherlock hadn't even reached halfway. Even if the contract was up, he could continue to sign on. The gamers weren't aware that Brainiac was observing them discreetly. They were fully focused on the extremely difficult battle ahead. Their tactic was simple and violent. That was to charge as a group before executing a self-detonation and other methods that inflicted huge damage to the ogres. The ogres felt what Cherry King had felt previously. Full-scale attack. Scale the walls. Take down the walls, the ogre commanders shouted loudly on the battlefield. After several kamikaze bombing attacks by the gamers, the ogres sustained incremental casualties. The ogres were no longer complacent and relaxed. They thought that there were slightly more green-skinned creatures than them. Once the ogres killed large numbers of green-skinned creatures, would the green-skinned creatures not flee in terror? It was far from reality. There were countless green-skinned creatures. Why are there so many green-skinned creatures? We can't seem to finish them off. Yes, where did these green-skinned creatures come from? They claimed to be from Eternal Kingdom. They claimed to be heroes of the underworld, the beacon of freedom, and some pioneer nonsense. Some claimed to be junior high students. It's highly abnormal. I haven't seen such green-skinned creatures in all my life. In an ogre tent, several leaders hectically discussed the strange occurrences during the past 2 days of battle. The powerful ogres were crushing the green-skinned creatures over the past 2 days, so they had the attitude of being playful. Since then, there were continuous waves of attack from the green-skinned creatures, even at midnight. They formed groups of hundreds and charged fearlessly at the ogres' camp. They couldn't be annihilated completely. Were they not going to sleep? Though the underworld didn't have sunlight to differentiate between day and night, it was normal for the underworld creatures to sleep at 10 p.m. How did the green-skinned creatures survive without sleep? The ogres were both mentally and physically exhausted. They were thinking of exhausting the combat power of the green-skinned creatures before invading the village, but the situation seemed to suggest that the ogres would collapse first. The ogres blew their invasion horns. They could no longer delay. In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall, red tea swirled in a classy wine glass. Andrew held a glass of bloody chrysanthemum tea and stood in the Dungeon Lord main hall as he surveyed the huge Winterfell underneath the balcony. He was able to see half of Winterfell, including the detestable Adventurers Guild in the Old District. He even officiated the grand opening of the Adventurers Guild as the Winterfell Dungeon Lord. That land should belong to him. Andrew narrowed his eyes, inflamed with jealousy. That hateful Sherlock was the VIP of the Merchant Alliance and the savior of Winterfell. He had countless loyal and fearless servants. As he saved Winterfell, he demanded a king's ransom. He even had an unknown relationship with the fallen angel. Andrew had seen the fallen angel first, but she invited Sherlock to be her dance partner. All of these things inflamed Andrew with jealousy. He was the main character, the evilest superior devil. He came to Winterfell to make himself look good. Once he returned to Eternal Fire, he could boast of his management experience in Winterfell. But now, all that glory was stolen by that Lord Sherlock. Everyone praised him and his citizens. Nobody cared about Andrew. Nobody. Lord Andrew, a reporter would like to interview you, Andrew's assistant said. Andrew looked vicious. The reporter would praise him in the newspaper. He started scheming. Chapter 285, It's a Conspiracy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A muscular orc secretary in office lady clothing walked in big strides as he carried 2 cups of bloody chrysanthemum tea. He placed the teacups on the table and nodded to Andrew and the gnome reporter before leaving the office. Dungeon Lord Andrew, thank you for your hospitality. I'm here to conduct a special interview. The gnome reporter was wearing large black framed spectacles. He adjusted his spectacles and spoke politely. Of course, as the Winterfell Dungeon Lord, I'm honored to be interviewed by the media. You can ask whatever questions you want. Andrew was gloating inside. Finally, a reporter came to interview him. He was going to be in the headlines tomorrow. He had already thought of a title for the newspaper: Dungeon Lord Andrew, a good dungeon lord who cares for his residents. This represented his intention and achievements. The most important thing was that it told the truth. The first question is, what does Dungeon Lord Andrew think about Lord Sherlock, who is highly praised by everybody? The gnome reporter asked. From an objective viewpoint, Lord Sherlock is a pretty good devil lord. From what I know, he has a dungeon with 2,000 servants. As a new dungeon lord, it's a good achievement. As for Winterfell, we have 1 million residents in the dungeon. As a dungeon lord, I have already planned in detail. Just as Andrew was going to expound the details of his Let Winterfell Be Great Again plan, he was interrupted by the reporter. Apologies, Dungeon Lord Andrew, my time is limited. I have to interview Lord Sherlock next. Please do not deviate from my questions. Is that all right? Ah. Good. Next question, is Lord Sherlock The door was pushed open, and an orc rushed in nervously and said, "Lord Andrew! Bad news!" The orc didn't stop because of the reporter. He shouted, "Dungeon Lord Andrew! An orc village was attacked by ogres. Lord Sherlock is fighting the ogres with his brave warriors." "What?" Andrew stood up immediately. The eyes of the reporter lit up, and he indicated his intention to leave. He was going to obtain the orc village's location from the orc later. Seeing the leaving back view of the reporter, Andrew raised his hand slightly. "Come and pay me a visit next time," Andrew smiled and said to the reporter. The gnome nodded politely and hurried out. Andrew looked grave. He turned to look at the agitated orc and asked, "Which department is that? From where did you receive the news?" "Dungeon Lord, it's the publicity department." The orc said excitedly, "I just received an anonymous letter." After checking it, an orc did come to Winterfell to request aid. "Let me take a look at the letter," Andrew extended his hand and said. The orc handed the letter to Andrew, who examined it. Then Andrew said, "Thank you for contributing to Winterfell. You may leave." "Dungeon Lord, it's what I should be doing," the orc shouted excitedly before leaving. Andrew threw a punch in the air. He gritted his teeth and finished the bloody chrysanthemum tea in one gulp. He was full of jealousy. Why did Lord Sherlock help those orcs? Why did his green-skinned creatures defeat the ogres easily? Did Sherlock discover his plan and Michelangelo's relic? Did the ogres divulge the secret? That was despicable. Why was Sherlock so lucky? Andrew wasn't resigned to fate, but he couldn't do anything. He wouldn't give up Michelangelo's relic. However, Winterfell already knew about the attack on the orc village. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. Though the situation was out of his expectation, Michelangelo's secret wouldn't be revealed to the public. He could make use of the Merchant Alliance's power to pretend to help the orcs and restrain Sherlock at the same time. This was a feasible plan. Who was the sender of the anonymous letter? Was it Lord Sherlock? Report? No, no, no. Why would I report on myself? I mean, I wouldn't send out an anonymous letter. I'm indeed compassionate and will help the orcs. I'm currently at the orc village. It's no longer an urgent matter. I don't think it's necessary to publish it in the papers. What? Must you report on this good deed? No, no, it's nothing special. What? You're feeling the desire to join us against the ogres? Yeah, I know you detest ogres, but going into battle is precarious. I don't think it's suitable for you. Don't report it. Please don't report it. Please listen to me. After his futile attempts, Sherlock sent the gnome reporter off to the Adventurers Guild. Then he went into deep thought. Is this Andrew's conspiracy? Or is some other creature helping Andrew? Brew asked. Lord Sherlock, there must be a conspiracy. I know, something's not right. The anonymous letter isn't from us. I don't think Andrew is putting on a show either, as he wouldn't take the risk. Sherlock sighed and said, "Ai, we have already occupied the orc village, and such a thing has to happen. Let the gamers inform Brainiac and see if they can transport Michelangelo's relic away." I understand, Lord Sherlock. I'll give the orders to the gamers, Brew said. Transport away? Brainiac looked at the huge chest in the pit and at the huge statue of a devil beside the chest. He lowered his head and pondered. How can we transport such a large item? The gamer before Brainiac was very excited. He received his reward and immediately returned to the battlefield. The fighting spirit of the green-skinned creatures was extraordinary. Chapter 286, Accede to all requests. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The ogre army retreated. After 7 to 8 days of bitter battle, the ogres didn't defeat the gamers who defended the orc village. The gamers didn't destroy the ogres. When the ogres discovered something was amiss, they tried to reduce their casualties. Besides the bladder bombs, which were lethal, only the large gamer unit could inflict damage on the ogres. For the past 7 to 8 days, the gamers attrited the ogres like ants chewing up a huge elephant. The damage was limited due to the short period of time. This continued until the ogres started retreating one day. Dragonborn didn't know what happened. He saw the ogres retreat like floodwater after a wave of attack. Before long, a group of beat lemons, Hades horses, darting birds, and strange rides arrived at the orc village with gnomes, orcs, vampires, and werewolves. They wore shiny Winterfell standard armor and held pikes. They formed into phalanxes quickly. The phalanxes advanced under the leadership of a werewolf general. Next to the phalanxes was a group of gnome and orc reporters. They were busy snapping photographs. When the storage capacity of an adamantine rock was full, they would swap to new ones and continue snapping pictures. The werewolf general and a group of orcs, werewolves, and gnomes walked over. A gnome came forward and shouted at the low fortified walls, "Listen up, you have been surrounded." Before he finished speaking, he was slapped by an orc leader. "What nonsense are you saying?" "Apologies, it was a slip of the tongue," the gnome quickly explained, but the reporters had recorded down the information. "Warriors on the fortified walls, thank you for defending the Merchant Alliance's land and for your excellent contributions. We're here to reinforce you." They waited for the gamers' response, while the gamers on the walls also waited. What were the gamers waiting for? Plot animation. The ogres suddenly retreated, and the Winterfell troops and reporters were here. Were they here to shout a few lines? What about the plot animation? And the rewards? The gamers on the walls shouted as well. "Are you from Winterfell? Are there any missions for us? We defended the village for 7 days. Yes, are there any rewards? Winterfell is generous. We received generous rewards the previous time. You must be fakes." The gamers shouted nonsense. They didn't have the intention to let strangers in. The well-dressed dungeon Lord Andrew walked to the front and shouted, "Is Lord Sherlock here? I'm Winterfell Dungeon Lord Andrew. We drove the ogres away. You are now safe. Please inform Lord Sherlock that the Winterfell troops are here to safeguard the Merchant Alliance's land." There was a round of discussion held by the gamers, but nobody opened the gates. Andrew frowned. He had an ominous feeling. His plan was in tatters, and the location of Michelangelo's relic was occupied by Sherlock for a long time. Andrew didn't believe that Sherlock didn't discover anything. What he didn't know was the amount of information that Sherlock had and whether the ogres divulged any secrets. Andrew had to take control of Michelangelo's relic location as soon as possible. As for how he was going to bring out the relic under the noses of the Winterfell troops and the reporters, Andrew had already formulated his plan. He had to bypass the fortified walls first. He noticed a portion of the walls had collapsed and knew he could launch a desperate attack. However, with the presence of that many reporters, he was unable to attack Eternal Kingdom's servants, especially when they helped to defend the orc village. He had to use his wits. "Do you have any requests?" Andrew asked cordially. "You are the heroes of the Merchant Alliance. We'll accede to all of your requests." The gamers shouted, "It's your word. Write a written pledge." Andrew was furious. He received thousands of requests ranging from magic stones to reputation points, equipment, and even a shop in Winterfell. Andrew had no choice but to give a standard reward. Every Eternal Kingdom warrior was entitled to 100 magic stones and 2 sets of high-quality equipment. The magic stones could be given on the spot, but the equipment had to be claimed in Winterfell. The representative of the gamers said, "No, we don't and will never agree." No equipment? That was a lame excuse. The gamers thought that they could take the equipment of the Winterfell troops. What? Andrew felt it was absurd for the high and mighty Winterfell troops to strip their equipment for the gamers. Since when did the Winterfell garrison guard suffer such humiliation? Andrew ordered his troops, "Everyone, strip your equipment." After giving up the magic stones and equipment, the gates slowly opened. Andrew clenched his fists, while a group of reporters snapped pictures and recorded down information behind him. He was going to massacre the gamers when the reporters were gone. Andrew fumed. The most important goal was to take over the relic location and restart the excavation. He had to find Michelangelo's relic at all costs. Andrew took over the orc village. When he arrived at the large pit at the excavation site, he was stunned. Wait a moment. When Andrew was there last, the pit wasn't so large, deep, and neat. Andrew turned his head and looked at the green-skinned creatures who were smiling merrily. His heart started thumping. What did these green-skinned creatures find? If they found it, where was the item? In a dark tunnel, 3 beat lemons were controlled by orc drivers as they hauled a large rock and a mysterious metal chest. They emitted dragging sounds as they moved. Sherlock was at the front of the convoy. Apple, who was at the side, asked, "Are you lost?" Chapter 287, Sherlock's Trust. Michelangelo's relic, which was dug up in the orc village, was a huge statue whose hand was grabbing a metal chest. As Winterfell troops came to take over the village, Sherlock had to let Brainiac excavate the relic and transport it away. Fortunately, the orc village was further away from Winterfell by a day's journey. With Sherlock's order and Brainiac's urging, the gamers excavated the statue and chest at an incredible speed. They were sure it was Michelangelo's relic because the chest was filled with runes, and some ancient words were written on one side of the chest: "The Great Conqueror Michelangelo." They were unable to use the teleport portal, so they let the orc guides lead them on a longer detour route. It wasn't safe to use the normal route. Sherlock followed the convoy. It was Michelangelo's relic and beyond Brainiac's knowledge. Not to mention, the gamers were fond of getting into trouble. If they botched things up, he wouldn't be able to sell the relic. They met with a mishap. Sherlock chose 100 strong gamers to carry the chest and statue. After traveling for a short while, something mysterious occurred. The first was mass poisoning. Besides the gamers, who ate indiscriminately, Apple and the orcs vomited and had diarrhea. Even Brainiac had the symptoms of food poisoning. Brainiac explained, "I didn't eat much." They were also afflicted by insomnia, panic, chest pains, shortness of breath, and leg and back pain. With Brainiac's help, everyone learned massage and helped each other with massaging. The effect was good. "We are under a curse," a gamer said in a doomed and worried tone as he was massaging Brainiac. Everyone had low morale, except for the gamers. "Gosh, the feces is so realistic." The feces excreted under normal circumstances is different from being sick. "You silly dude. There are many good things in the game besides feces. Why are you so obsessed with it? We are able to fall sick. That's a new discovery. How long is this strange encounter mission? We have been transporting the relic for many days." "I don't know." The gamers chatted as they escorted the relic. They also helped to relieve the nervousness of the native orcs. They only wanted to regain their homeland. Never did they expect to be embroiled in this complicated affair. Brainiac was busy researching the runes on the chest. With all his knowledge, he was unable to disarm the rune mana formation. He couldn't even understand it. Sherlock didn't stop Brainiac from studying the rune mana formation. Sherlock was also interested in the chest that was covered by the runes. After studying for a while, he lost interest. Instead, he examined the statue. Was there something wrong with the statue? Perhaps the runes on the chest were to mislead them? Brainiac also thought the same way. He examined the statue, but he didn't discover anything. What was the relic of the great devil Michelangelo? Brainiac's mind was full of questions. "Lord Sherlock, I don't understand." When the gamers and the orc guides looked like they were cursed with ill fortune and losing their way, Bruce said to Sherlock, "You must have researched the rune mana formation. Why don't you open up the chest? Aren't you curious about Michelangelo's relic?" Are they really under a curse? It's just a curse. It's not a big problem. Have you heard the story of Pandora's box? Sherlock said. This is a legend of the Otherworld. Do we have a Pandora's box in the Underworld? Brew asked in surprise. Yes, it's almost the same. Before it's safe, who knows if it's a good thing or a bad thing to open the box? We have to figure it out before opening it. Sherlock expressed his opinion, but Brew rebuked, Lord Sherlock, applying Erwin Schrödinger's theorem on your opinion would be more suitable. Who is Erwin Schrödinger? He's a cruel person who tortured cats, Lord Sherlock, Brew said. Is Lord Sherlock going to open the chest once you arrive at a safe location? Do you have other plans? Sherlock paused and laughed. Then he said, It seems like you know a thing or two. It's all right, I'm already tens of thousands of years old. Whatever the case, Michelangelo is my junior, Brew said proudly. I'm not sure, but seeing Lord Sherlock delay opening the chest, I'm more confident. Where is your final destination? This, Sherlock looked at the distant apple and said, That's the reason I brought along the orcs. Ah. I see. Apple was feeling awkward. He felt he was being slapped. He had known the vicinity since he was young and yet he lost his way. He was unworthy of the green-skinned creatures and Lord Sherlock's trust. Apple was blaming himself, but the friendly Lord Sherlock didn't mind and continued to let him lead the way. Sherlock said, It's all right, Apple. I believe in you. You'll find the place. Apple was almost moved to tears. Lord Sherlock had such deep trust in him. Apple braced himself and continued the journey. He brought everyone to the end of a tunnel. Everyone was dumbfounded, while Apple was shocked. Because it was impossible to have an end in the underworld tunnel. We have reached the place, Sherlock muttered to himself as he looked at the end of the tunnel. Chapter 288, Vanishing Dungeon Lord Overseer. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Make a fire and prepare the meals. Let's set up camp. Ah. Why am I always on a night shift? Isn't a night shift mission good? You can browse the discussion forum and brag about your gaming experience. Or you can sleep and get your reward when you wake up. I wished for a night mission, but I didn't get it. I want to go and explore. The gamers weren't nervous when they arrived at a dead end, though they noticed the abnormal behavior of the NPCs. Lord Sherlock gazed at the huge wall at the dead end for half a day. Beside Sherlock, Brainiac stared blankly at the wall. Lord Sherlock. Brainiac faced the wall. Then he looked at the pondering Sherlock and said, You've already. Don't ask. I already knew. Sherlock turned to look at Brainiac and said, You have to continue learning, Brainiac. How about extending your contract for another year? Lord Sherlock, this isn't a contract problem. As for the relic. Sherlock interrupted Brainiac and said, Relic? What relic? Ah. There is no relic. This is the personal property of Eternal Kingdom's Dungeon Lord, Sherlock said firmly. Bring my personal property over. Brainiac let the gamers transport the statue and chest over. Under Sherlock's direction, the gamers moved the statue and the chest in front of the wall of the dead end. They spent a great deal of energy and time to accomplish it. Apple witnessed the citizens of Eternal Kingdom at work. He didn't understand what they were doing. Should they not backtrack? Lord Sherlock, you're a genius. When did you discover that the orcs were the crucial guides to finding the relic? This is a perfect plan. Who would have thought that the orcs were the blood relatives of Michelangelo? While the gamers were busy erecting the statue, Bruce spoke incessantly in Sherlock's mind. Blood relatives? How did he breed to let his superior devil's blood be contaminated by orcs? From what I know, Michelangelo was a superior devil. Sherlock spoke with an "Are you an idiot?" tone. Not blood relations? This isn't following logic. Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. He walked in front of the wall and placed his hand on the wall while chanting. Ancient Devil's Tongue? Brainiac recognized Sherlock's chants, but he didn't understand most of them. Even Brainiac had gaps in his knowledge. The gamers were expressing their compliments and complaints about the lousy game producer. Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain them, and they went into plot animation mode. With Sherlock's mana transfusion and chanting, mana runes gradually appeared on the wall. Mana runes also appeared on the statue that was facing the wall. Everyone gaped in astonishment. The statue emitted booming sounds as though it had come to life. It lifted the huge chest in its hand and threw it against the wall. Palm. The rune mana formation on the chest exploded into blinding brilliance. When the chest hit the wall started to fold and collapse as though it was opened with a key. The wall started to collapse and pull back, and behind the wall was a huge crimson vortex that spun in a clockwise direction. There were low moaning sounds coming from the wall. Red flames danced behind the wall, but they didn't break out of the collapsing wall. The feeling was like, is this a television in the game? Is that a large vortex in the game? No, no, no. Compared to a large vortex, it's more like the entrance to the mysterious world of Stranger Things. Even the sounds are similar. I'll create a post on the discussion forum later. Wait, has the plot animation ended? Where is Shirley? Shirley. While the gamers were chatting, they discovered that Lord Sherlock had disappeared. Without Sherlock's dominance, they were able to chat and move around as much as they wanted. The atmosphere became heavy as everyone looked at each other. Brainiac looked very grave. Apple could hear his own heartbeat and breathing sound. He looked at the Devil's Door, which he had just named it. He didn't know what was going to happen next. The plot just ended like that? Aren't we allowed to enter? Some gamers placed their hands on the Devil's Door, but they weren't able to enter. The other gamers also placed their hands on the wall. They weren't fearful at all. When the gamers failed to gain access into the Devil's Door, they decided to explore the area and chat with the NPCs to trigger new plots. Then a mission appeared in their minds. Mission title, Journey Home. Mission description, Lord Sherlock requires you to return to Eternal Kingdom immediately. Remember to bring the statue and the chest back. They are Lord Sherlock's private property. Mission objective, escort Lord Sherlock's private property back to Eternal Kingdom. Mission reward. Lord Sherlock. Lord Sherlock. Brew's voice reverberated in the darkness, but he was unable to get Sherlock's response. Brew wasn't even able to feel the presence of Sherlock. He could only feel the mana connection with Sherlock. It was as though Sherlock had disappeared from the world. Brew, who was in darkness, started pondering. The Dungeon Lord was missing, and the gamers had lost control of themselves. Only Sherlock's mana was still functioning. That proved that Sherlock was still alive and in another special dimension. But that had hindered the communication between Brew and Sherlock. It was too strange. What shall I do now? Brew thought for a while and then assigned a new mission. Chapter 289, Eggface's Mission. Sherlock stood in a large hall. It was lavishly furnished. On a platform with 10 flights of stairs was a throne, and 72 tall figures stood on the passageway beside the throne. Sherlock surveyed the figures, but he was unable to see their faces. The throne was empty, and there was no master. A black figure walked out from the 72 servants and knelt on one leg as he said, "Welcome back, Devil Master." Sherlock was missing, but the gamers didn't panic. The gamers continued their daily missions, and they were able to obtain their rewards. They could do without Shirley, but he was the main character for developing the plots. Without Shirley, they felt terrible. They wondered if there was a main plot without Shirley. The gamers didn't care if there were any plots as long as they were able to play the game. It was an online game and not a single-player game. There were only a handful of gamers who were free enough to watch the plot animations anyway. But not everyone was a gamer. For example, Eggface. He wasn't even worried about Sherlock's safety. In fact, he was overjoyed. In the Dungeon Lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, after Sherlock had left for 10 days. Ha! Treat you like a princess. Eggface was accessing a QQ software and was chatting with a female, Bunhead, who said in a post, "I hope that you can treat me like a princess." Eggface was deeply troubled. What shall I do? Marry her off to Winterfell Dungeon Lord Andrews so as to build an alliance between Winterfell and Eternal Kingdom? Or should I find a king to marry the princess before I'm conferred as the Baron Glamorgan? Then I can attack Winterfell and assassinate the king to usurp the throne. Eggface went into deep thought. It was too complex for Eggface. He preferred to play Crusaders King 2 and start in the year 1066 as the French Capetian Baron. Eggface shut down QQ and initiated Crusaders King 2. A window popped up. Do you wish to play computer gamers forever? Yes/no. Eggface wanted to close the pop-up window, but he was unable to do so. He intended to restart the computer. Eggface thought that it must be the age restriction software at work. Wait, don't shut off the computer. Lord Sherlock needs you. New words appeared on the computer. If you help Lord Sherlock, you will have unlimited bloody chrysanthemum tea and computer game playing time. I guarantee that. The eyes of Eggface glimmered. After communicating with Brew, Eggface understood what happened. According to Brew, Sherlock lost contact due to some reasons. Brew intended to help Sherlock manage the dungeon until his return, but he discovered he was unable to do it alone. Without Sherlock, he was unable to control the gamers. Number 1, Brew was unable to have the gamers enter the plot animation mode. Number 2, Brew was unable to get Mufasa and Simba to create equipment. Number 3, without Sherlock's help, the gamers wouldn't take Brew's mission notices seriously. Without the plot missions, how could they prepare for war? Or perform training? The gamers would hurry to Winterfell to discover other strange encounter missions from NPCs. They would accept missions from the Adventurers Guild and challenge the Instance Dungeon. They would never prepare for war. There were many things that impeded Brew's great plan, such as the fact that he was unable to create a stable revival point. Brew was unable to communicate with other creatures aside from Sherlock. He could only use the game system to communicate with the gamers. Besides Sherlock, only Brainiac could install the revival rune mana formation. However, Brew wasn't able to order Brainiac to do things. Brainiac would only listen to Lord Sherlock. Though the gamers helped to relay orders, it was a direct order from Sherlock. Sherlock had vanished in front of Brainiac. To order Brainiac to do things was impossible. After some considerations, Brew discovered that Sherlock was the soul of Eternal Kingdom. Without him, it was impossible to carry out any battle plan. The only thing he could do was find Lord Sherlock. Brew couldn't depend on Brainiac, as he was still looking dazed at the location where Sherlock vanished. Who could he depend on? Mana Engineer? Senior Beast? Evelyn? Skills Trainer Moros? The Little Fairy? Senior Beast? Or the Mana Engineer Yoda, who had the title of the Jedi Warrior? Or the retired Great White Goose, Black Hand, who had left Eternal Kingdom? No, no, no. He couldn't depend on any of them because he wasn't able to communicate with them. The only hope was Eggface. So Brew tempted Eggface with many rewards and informed him of Lord Sherlock's disappearance. Then he gave the mission to Eggface. To let Eggface find the lost Lord Sherlock? No, no, no. It would be strange if he could find Lord Sherlock. He was only a 2-year-old black dragon. So the mission to Eggface was to find help. At this critical juncture, only the fallen angel Lilo could help Lord Sherlock. Bloody chrysanthemum tea, dragon's nest bed, shiny metals, and black dragon toenail clippers. Eggface placed each item into his backpack and then pulled the zipper and carried it on his back. Behind Eggface was a weak and fearful Evelyn and a large group of gamers. The gamers chattered excitedly. Gosh, I'm so lucky to have a strange encounter mission while mining ore in the dungeon. I received it just after I revived in Eternal Kingdom. SHH, stop talking. Be immersive, you little satans. We have to save Lord Sherlock. Is that it? That's cracking me up. Are you performing a sketch? Compared to the merrymaking gamers, Evelyn was looking tense. She got to know that Sherlock had disappeared. To find Sherlock, she was willing to risk returning to Winterfell without any disguise. Besides the gamers, only Evelyn was able to recognize the fallen angel, Lilo. Moreover, Evelyn was very familiar with Winterfell. Are you ready? Eggface carried his backpack and shouted to the gamers behind him, My dark servants, follow me closely. In the darkness, follow behind the flaming devil dragon. I'll bring you to a whole new world. Let's go. Chapter 290, Seeking Help from Lilo. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It was another peaceful day in Winterfell. There was a news report, shocking. An orc village was attacked. Why was the Winterfell dungeon lord not doing anything? Lord Sherlock led his brave warriors and saved the underworld once again. Because of this news, even though the newspaper was full of advertisements, the volume of sales was extraordinary. Were the Winterfell residents worried about the orc village? No. They were concerned when Lord Sherlock and Andrew were going to fight. It would be a battle of the century and even more exciting than the sole survivor gladiator fight at the arena. Tiny Meatball was the captain of the Winterfell garrison guards. He wasn't involved in the expedition to defeat the ogres at the orc village, so he didn't have the chance to appear in the news. As a garrison guard officer with 70 to 80 guards, there were only about 100 officers who had a higher rank and position than him. Tiny Meatball had never been in such a high position. He swelled and placed his legs on the table. He was only happy for a few days before he received big news. A group of creatures from Eternal Kingdom, led by a small black dragon, were in Winterfell looking for a person. Who are they looking for? Tiny Meatball asked. A fallen angel called Lilo. Looking for the fallen angel? What were they trying to do? Tiny Meatball squinted his eyes. His acute intuition told him that there were hidden secrets. He lit up a metal stick and put it in his mouth. The stick sizzled as smoke rings floated up. He stood up and picked up his large windbreaker. He had to investigate personally. Eggface received the mission to rescue Lord Sherlock. He brought along the gamers and Evelyn to Winterfell, but they couldn't find that fallen angel. Though Evelyn was familiar with Winterfell, Lilo had just arrived in Winterfell. Besides knowing that she lived in a manor outside Winterfell, Evelyn didn't know anything about her. The situation was tricky. Thankfully, the gamers were around. What? Looking for someone? The Lilo fallen angel? She appeared in the forum before? No problem. Let's go. The gamers used their resources to complete this hidden mission. By asking NPCs. The NPCs referred to the Winterfell residents. The gamers were going to inquire, but it was actually harassment. The method was foolish, but it was still effective. The night they arrived in Winterfell, Eggface used the gamers' insane method of inquiry to locate Lilo's residence. It was a manor outside Winterfell. Is this Miss Lilo's residence? It's huge. Evelyn lifted her head and surveyed the large manor, which was surrounded by walls and a large metal gate. It was private property, after all. This is the fallen angel's manor. Where are my magic stones? An orc who was driving a beet lemon shouted at the gamers. A rich gamer gave the orc a bag of magic stones. He bought those magic stones from other gamers. After receiving his reward, the orc left the manor, driving the noisy beet lemon towards Winterfell. This mission is complete. When are you giving me my title, Eggface? The rich gamer received the strange encounter mission from Eggface, who promised titles and legendary equipment. Eggface asked them to do lots of work, but the rewards. Of course, I'll reward you with titles. I'm the king of black dragons, the master of devil flames. Since when did I deceive anyone? After we save Lord Sherlock, you can have anything you want. Eggface walked to the metal gate and shouted loudly, "Hello! Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Eggface shouted a few times, and the gamers joined in. There were about 100 of them, and they filled the seats on the Beat Lemon. Soon, a few gnomes and a sludge monster came out. The sludge monster wore a black suit, and he looked like a butler. "Who are you?" The sludge monster eyed the gamers and the black dragon warily. "Black dragon puppet? Another sales stunt? I told you we don't need breakfast milk, including black dragon milk. Please go back." The sludge monster misunderstood the gamers and Eggface. "Wait. We're not here to sell breakfast milk, we're here to find Miss Lilo," Evelyn shouted when she saw the sludge monster and gnomes leaving. "You're looking for Miss Lilo? Do you have an invitation?" the sludge monster asked politely. What's that?" Eggface asked, bewildered. "Apologies, Miss Lilo said she will not meet anyone unless there is an invitation," the sludge monster said to Evelyn and the gamers. "Please go back, no matter what it is, Miss Lilo will not meet you. We're here to save the underworld." Yes, let Miss Lilo meet us. We're different from other visitors. We're not common creatures. We can sing, dance, get lost. I'm going to sue you for harassment." The gamers started shouting noisily. The sludge monster didn't bother with the gamers and started to leave. However, he stopped when he heard a name. "We're here because of Lord Sherlock. Please let us meet Miss Lilo." "She knows Lord Sherlock," Evelyn shouted. She knew that Lilo was fond of Sherlock. She hit the right spot. "Lord Sherlock? That superior devil? You should have told me earlier. What did Lord Sherlock say?" "Our Lady is very concerned about Lord Sherlock's situation," the sludge monster said as he opened the gate hurriedly. Chapter 291, How was Sherlock? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The main hall of the manor was in the midst of the woods, which was very rare. Due to some special reasons, Underworld residents didn't like using green plants to beautify their homes. When Evelyn, Eggface, the gamers, and the sludge monster went into the manor, Evelyn looked around curiously. The gamers were whispering to each other since they wanted to be immersive. However, their chats could still be heard. "The mission chain is long. I'm going to take my meal later. Take your meal after completing the mission. I have exams tomorrow morning, so I can't play for too long tonight. Let's hurry the mission along. I'm begging all of you. Take a look at the game to see how it's designed. Don't talk to me about the design, it reminds me of the lousy game producer. The lousy game producer made my hubby Sherlock disappear, gosh. I'm afraid your hubby is dead." The discussion forum did an analysis. The death of the dungeon lord can develop the plot and is a common gimmick that earns tiers and provides a chance to create an instance dungeon for remembrance. A statue is erected in the dungeon, and a nostalgic mood is created. It's pretty sweet. I don't believe you. And other similar conversations. Normally, creatures would be angry with such chattering. This was a prestigious household, so they were particular about manners. The chit-chattering wasn't showing respect for the lady of the house. The sludge monster butler wasn't angry due to Sherlock. They were brought to the main hall. The sludge monster turned around and said to them, "Please wait for a moment." The main hall didn't have seats for 100 creatures, so the gamers sat cross-legged on the ground or just stood around. After waiting for a few minutes, the gamers were getting restless. They started doing things like advertising. 1 hour tuition class for 100 renminbi. I'll guarantee that you can cut down trees rapidly. For the Sacred Night package, please meet me personally for discussion. Selling equipment. Selling blue superior equipment. Anyone interested in taking over my adventurer's mission? Blacksmith raw materials. Selling all kinds of ores. Recruitment for a guild. Springfield Flower Kindergarten is a quality guild. Our guild chairman was the runner-up in the Dark Rider tournament. The main hall became rowdy. A young lady who was dressed in a tutu skirt had a pair of black angel wings behind her. The decadent black feathers shed continuously and vanished into trails of mana in the air. The young lady appeared at the entrance of the chaotic main hall. Behind her were a succubus servant and the sludge monster butler. She was the fallen angel, Lilo, that the gamers were looking for. The gamers noticed Lilo and continued chatting. Though the gamers were emphasizing being immersive, they were in the midst of business. So they continued talking. The only way for them to stop was for the gamers to go offline or for Sherlock to exert his dominance. Lilo didn't have the ability to restrain the gamers and activate the plot animation mode. She discovered that when she went to Eternal Kingdom for a visit. She tried again to stop the gamers, but it was in vain, and she gave up. Miss Lilo. Evelyn walked towards the fallen angel. I remember you. You're Sherlock's secretary. Lilo looked at Evelyn and asked, Where's Sherlock? Why isn't he here? Evelyn was about to speak when Eggface stopped her. Eggface walked in big steps and stepped in front of Evelyn. He said, Greetings, I'm Sherlock's secretary, the King of Darkness, the Master of Devil Flames, and the all-knowing and capable dragon. Are you Eggface? I heard Sherlock mention you. I didn't see you when I went to Eternal Kingdom, Lilo said. Wait, she came to Eternal Kingdom. Eggface looked bewilderedly at Evelyn and asked, Why don't I have any impression? You were in the Dungeon Lord main hall. I heard you were doing work, Evelyn explained in a low voice. I see. Eggface nodded, and Lilo said, Sherlock said you are a small black dragon with the potential to become the strongest black dragon and be our vanguard in the conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom. But looking at you, you'll need a few hundred years to mature. Wait, what conquest is that? Eggface was befuddled as he said, Conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom. No, no, no. Though I'm the King of Darkness, the Master of Devil Flames, and the all-knowing and capable. Eggface, we're not here for the conquest. Evelyn interrupted Eggface before he finished speaking. Eggface wanted to continue speaking, but the gamers were chatting too noisily. Why is there so much dialogue in the plot? Please hurry up. We're going to the next stage of saving Sherlock. That's hilarious. Thank goodness that this is a game. If it was the real world, with such lousy skills, I'm afraid Shirley's wouldn't be coming back. What's the deal with the relic? It made our Shirley disappear. Lilo frowned when she heard the gamers. She asked, What did you say? What happened to Sherlock? In the Orc village, which was 3 days' journey from Winterfell. After Andrew's suggestion, the gamers agreed to open the gates. Of course, that was after receiving the magic stones and the stripped equipment from the Winterfell garrison guards. What about the food? The winter clothing? And the reporters' interviews? Get lost. The gamers didn't want any obstruction to their missions. Wait. Interviews? That could be done. Greetings, I'm Winterfell's reporter. I'm honored to interview you. Are you? Asked a gnome reporter as he looked at the surrounding group of green-skinned creatures. It wasn't practical for him to interview so many creatures. I'm from the Dragon Raja Guild, said the leading gnome, Tgang Gren. Dragon Raja Guild? Aren't you from Eternal Kingdom? Eternal Kingdom? That is the name of the dungeon. The guild is different from the dungeon. Our next goal is for our members to build a new dungeon, Tgang Gren said happily. Just as he finished speaking, a nearby group of creatures came over with malicious intent. They had the words Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance above their heads. The gnome, Tgangren, pushed the reporter away and shouted to the gamers behind him, "Prepare to fight. Get more people. Where is Orang Eskin? He isn't online? Call him and get him here." Chapter 292, Hidden Conspiracy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The conflict between the gamers wouldn't change with Sherlock's disappearance. The conflict between guilds was one of the main themes in online games. A group of strangers called each other brothers and used their keyboards to defend their camaraderie. For Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom, the keyboard was no longer used. It didn't stop them from killing each other until the heavens cried. The Winterfell reporters and the garrison guards were frightened. Did the battle with the ogres make them insane? Whatever the case, it was big news. While the gamers were interacting with the NPCs, Dungeon Lord Andrew was trying to find out news regarding Michelangelo's relic. As there were many creatures surrounding him, Andrew didn't have the chance to investigate. As time passed, weird sounds appeared in the crowd. "Your Dungeon Lord, Andrew, is a wicked creature. He got the ogres to attack this place. His goal is to find Michelangelo's relic." "What? Why is Michelangelo's relic buried here? How do I know? Our Sherlock went missing. Most likely, he was kidnapped by Andrew." "What? Lord Sherlock is so awesome. How could that happen? Nothing is impossible." After the penniless warriors cleaned out the chief's house, they gathered their comrades to defeat the Devil King. "What's impossible in the game? Gosh, why did I tell the NPCs so much?" "What? You said Andrew is a wicked creature? Why did you open the gates? Do you think I, take ya spirit, am a righteous person? No, I'm evil. If you bribe me with magic stones, I'll tell you everything. I told you a lot, please pay up." There were similar conversations going on everywhere. Then the Winterfell reporters went to ask Dungeon Lord Andrew questions. "Dungeon Lord Andrew, did you betray Winterfell, the Merchant Alliance, and the Underworld?" "What? Betray? No, no, no. How could that be? I'm the Dungeon Lord assigned by the Merchant Alliance. What explanation do you have for Eternal Kingdom's accusations, Dungeon Lord Andrew?" "Explanation? Those are baseless accusations from the green-skinned creatures. I mean, the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. They are nutcases. You have seen how 200 of them killed each other. I believe the ogres used mental-related mana skills against them. There aren't many ogre magicians, but they are good at such mana skills. If it's not caused by mana skills? What if it's real? Lord Sherlock is really missing. We sent many letters to Lord Sherlock in Eternal Kingdom but didn't get a reply. Why didn't you rescue the orcs that were attacked by the ogres? Why was Eternal Kingdom the first one to help them? This problem. Dungeon Lord Andrew, you are unable to answer us. Is there any hidden conspiracy? Did you come to Winterfell because you had already hatched a scheme? Conspiracy? What? Don't think of creating. Don't say any more. Dungeon Lord Andrew, we have deduced the truth about the entire incident. The problem had gotten out of hand. Andrew didn't understand why it happened since he did a good job of keeping it a secret. Besides the ogre leaders, none of the ogres knew about his plan. Did the ogre leaders betray him? No, why would they do that? What benefits could they obtain? The Winterfell reporters believed the crazy accusations of the green-skinned creatures. Though the accusations were true, they weren't willing to believe him. Why? Was it because they were from Eternal Kingdom? Was it because Lord Sherlock was Winterfell's hero? Andrew was feeling jealous and angry. Why did Sherlock become so popular while he became notorious? Andrew was carrying out his great plan, but the green-skinned creatures had to obstruct him. If he knew the whereabouts of Michelangelo's relic, he wouldn't waste his time with them. They would have been killed. As long as he had Michelangelo's relic, the entire underworld would be his. Andrew thought about his plan, but he said, "No, there must be a misunderstanding. How can I be an evil dungeon lord? As the Winterfell dungeon lord, I'm always for the residents." Nobody believed him, especially the gamers, who provided evidence of Andrew's crime. At a location around a day's journey from here, Michelangelo's relic was found. "Our Lord Sherlock disappeared over there. We can bring you there. Everyone has to pay 10, no, 100 magic stones." Those brave reporters instantly agreed to the request. They followed the gamers to the location of Michelangelo's relic. The gamers didn't think that the location was a big deal. They happily chatted amongst themselves. "Gosh, these strange encounter missions are so good. I just divulged the contents of the discussion forum and earned tens of magic stones. This AI design is impressive and awesome. This is a benefit mission that rewards gamers with magic stones." Andrew's eyes lit up when he heard the gamers. Outside Winterfell, Tiny Meatball lowered his hat. 100 houndhead men and gnomes were packing their luggage and placing it on a beetleman's back. A small black dragon was directing them. Not far away, a fallen angel sat quietly in a carriage, while a sludge monster butler was talking to the gnomes and houndhead men outside. Tiny Meatball narrowed his eyes. These criminals were in cahoots with the fallen angel, who had arrived in Winterfell recently. There must be a hidden conspiracy. Chapter 293, Lilo's Trust. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Brainiac deeply pondered about the gates of hell that had been shut. The gates of hell was Lord Sherlock's special method of opening the wall at the end of the tunnel. It created a tunnel that looked like mirrors. This name was given by the gamers. They were unable to travel through the tunnel because the gates of hell disappeared soon after Sherlock vanished. The gates had become a huge wall again. The disappearance of Lord Sherlock was related to the gates of hell. Brainiac examined the statue and chest that opened the gates of hell for many days. He was sure there was no more mana on them. Even the runes had faded. But it was hard to say because the statue didn't have runes or mana previously. With Sherlock's activation, the statue moved and chiseled through the wall, thus opening the gates of hell. There wasn't much time for Brainiac to ponder. The whistle-blowing gamers had led Andrew and the Winterfell residents here. Because of the discussion forum, the encounters of the gamers weren't kept confidential. Moreover, the gamers treated this as a strange encounter mission. They were doing everything for the rewards. Andrew had given them enough benefits. Andrew had the expression of "I'm doing it for the Merchant Alliance." He ordered his subordinates to transport the huge statue and the chest that had been used by Sherlock away. The reporters were busy snapping pictures of the scene. Brainiac watched them leave without emotion. Only a group of orcs and the adventurous gamers who were waiting for new plots were left behind. What should I do? Brainiac couldn't help thinking about it. Apple brought his orcs back to their village. Though the village had lots of pits and looked very different, it was still their homeland. Though Dungeon Lord Andrew invited them to Winterfell, they didn't want to speak to him because he was the mastermind of the attacks. Besides the reporters, who were anxious to make headlines, the Winterfell residents didn't believe the news, or rather, they weren't bothered. Winterfell Dungeon Lord Andrew left with Michelangelo's relic. This news spread like wildfire on the discussion forum, and the gamers expressed differing opinions. One of the opinions was that the relic was the game's strange encounter mission. Though Andrew wasn't an adorable or attractive character, he could be a future hero like the evil character Illidan Stormrage who later became the savior. Other gamers admired the secret scheming behind the background that Andrew characterized. Some even explored the possibility of whistleblowing and defecting to Andrew. The popular opinion was to condemn the gamers who betrayed Eternal Kingdom and had no sense of shame. They were willing to betray Shirley for a few benefits. As the gamers obtained the latest news on the forum, Lilo also got a hold of the information while she was en route to the Orc village. After Sherlock disappeared, Dungeon Lord Andrew hijacked Michelangelo's relic. Is that correct? At a makeshift camp in the wilderness, Lilo obtained updated news from the gamers. Yes, Andrew is despicable. We suggest turning around and raiding Winterfell. After that, we'll kill and rob Andrew. Though Shirley has left us forever, we can't take this insult. We'll support you as the new Dungeon Lord, a gnome, not wearing pants, said seriously. Lilo didn't understand the words not wearing pants, but she understood his words. The gamers behind also nodded in agreement. Yes. It's time we set up a new battle campaign scenario. Let's invade Winterfell. We raided a lot of loot the other time. We have to attack Winterfell again. Invade Winterfell and raid for loot. The sludge monster butler thought he had heard wrongly. The excited gamers were more interested in conquering Winterfell than Sherlock's whereabouts and his safety. Lilo wasn't affected by the gamers. She paused for a while and said to the gamers, "Go, let's go to your dungeon." "Wait a minute, Miss Lilo. Aren't we investigating the disappearance of Lord Sherlock? His disappearance wasn't in Eternal Kingdom." Evelyn was worried when she saw Lilo boarding the Hades carriage in a bid to go to Eternal Kingdom. Lilo explained casually, "Perhaps you have only been with Sherlock for a short while, so you don't understand him. My understanding tells me that though things look out of control, everything is prearranged by him. If the statue and chest were easily taken away, it means that they are useless and we don't have to go there. Sherlock already knew what Michelangelo's relic was. Perhaps his disappearance is also pre-planned." Evelyn was taken aback. She didn't expect the aloof Lilo to have such trust in Sherlock. But she quickly asked, "Why didn't Lord Sherlock inform us? Or make some arrangements?" "I don't know," Lilo said directly. "When he appears again, you can ask him yourself. Perhaps he wanted to create a chaotic situation. But now, we have to return to the Eternal Kingdom." "Wait, you said Sherlock will appear? Does Miss Lilo have a solution?" Eggface asked excitedly. He then muttered to himself, "That's great. I'll have unlimited bloody chrysanthemum tea and absolute freedom in playing computer games. I want a private suite with a personal computer that is full of good games." Eggface let his imagination run wild. "Miss Lilo, do you really have a solution?" Evelyn asked in anticipation. "No," Lilo said simply. "I'm thinking if he performs another disappearing act, I will extract his dungeon core and sell it to recoup my losses." Chapter 294, Ready to Save the World. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Are you frustrated over your long hair? Are you being discriminated against because you can't perm your hair curls? Purchase our cooling head and hair shedding package. You will never fret over your hair again. You will reach the pinnacle of your life. With the 3-day promotion for Winterfell's joining of the Alliance, you will get a chance to see Michelangelo's relic. What are you waiting for? Brainiac put down the copy of Winterfell Monthly Digest. He had returned with the gamers to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal. He was unable to do anything even if he stayed there. The gamers had to continue their game. Brainiac was a responsible lich. At this critical juncture, he had to help the missing Lord Sherlock manage the dungeon in an orderly fashion. When the gamers tried to gain access to the Dungeon Lord main hall, he would gaze at them with his empty eye sockets. Brainiac also stopped them when the gamers occupied the dungeon's land illegally, when they constructed buildings illicitly, when they pulled down buildings secretly, and when they tried to rob the weapons warehouse. When Brainiac returned to maintain order, a group of gamers was with Eggface, Evelyn, and Lilo. They returned to Eternal Kingdom via the teleport portal at Winterfell. A large group of gamers followed behind them to watch the plot animation unfold. Gosh, the recent plot is exciting. Shirley's missing, Brainiac became the Dungeon Lord, and Eggface and Evelyn went to look for Lilo for help. The evil Andrew controlled Winterfell and hijacked our Michelangelo's relic. This must be in preparation for Winterfell Fortress. I'm quite intrigued by your words. Andrew became the boss of an instance dungeon, while Brainiac and Lilo become friendly NPCs. The game officials should write a novel, Dungeon Gamers. Like Chronicles of Azeroth. Without Sherlock around, nobody could restrain them from chattering. Brainiac was used to their boisterous manners, but Lilo wasn't used to the noisy green-skinned creatures. After she came to Eternal Kingdom, she shut the green-skinned creatures outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Or rather, she locked herself in the Dungeon Lord main hall? I don't think this is appropriate, Miss Lilo. Eggface sat in a chair and cupped his brewed bloody chrysanthemum tea. The previous seat of Sherlock was occupied by Lilo, and that was the only seat to play computer gamers. To be precise, that seat belonged to Eggface. Why is it not appropriate? Lord Sherlock and Lady Lilo are very close. They've known each other since before you were born, a fat hamster who stood beside Lilo said indignantly. Two other hamsters stood beside him with the same posture. The rightmost hamster said, "The green-skinned creatures love to speak. Why are they harassing us with their chattering?" The leftmost hamster said, "Can we have our meals? I saw a black Chiron dwarf preparing food." The three hamster followed beside Lilo as though they were her bodyguards. "Apologies, you are now on Lord Sherlock's private land. As his adjutant and secretary, I feel the need to inform you that you can't take away the dungeon core. Even if Lord Sherlock owes you money, you can't take the dungeon core as payment." "I mean, Lord Sherlock will be back," Eggface said seriously. "Our Lady didn't say she would take the dungeon core away. If Sherlock doesn't appear for a long time, she will take the dungeon core away." "Wait, hasn't Lord Sherlock been missing for a long time? Is it mealtime yet?" A commotion erupted outside. Lilo went out first and saw a huge teleport portal materialize in Eternal Kingdom's plaza. Sherlock walked out of the teleport portal. He was wearing a black cloak with a high collar and a red base. His shirt was black, and he looked like... "Since when did you become a vampire? And, where did you go, Sherlock?" Lilo clasped her elbows and stood in front of Sherlock. Sherlock noticed Lilo and the three hamsters, Evelyn, Eggface, and Brainiac, all of whom came forward. And the numerous gamers who were busy watching the plot. "It's a long story, Lilo." Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain the gamers. He looked at the Dungeon Lord main hall behind him and said, "Shall we go in and chat?" "Lord Sherlock! My Lord Sherlock! I can't believe it. You left us for tens of days without any news. Do you know how worried I was? A lot of gamers lost control and were doing crazy stunts. Lord Sherlock, if you had come back a day later, I may have been sold by the fallen angel for money. And, Andrew hijacked your private property. Guess what? It was Michelangelo's relic. Lord Sherlock, don't hesitate. Let's launch an attack before Andrew obtains the power of the relic. We'll take back the relic. Otherwise, the jealous Andrew will kill you once he takes control of the relic. Of that, I'm certain." Brew talked incessantly in Sherlock's mind. When Sherlock went missing, besides their mana connection, Brew had no communication with Sherlock. Brew assigned missions to the gamers and communicated to Eggface via the computer. He didn't have other avenues of communication and was unable to chat with Sherlock. "Lord Sherlock, where did you go?" Evelyn asked with concern. "To explore certain interesting things, a part of history and memories. I also found a treasure and fought some monsters," Sherlock said casually. "Do you know that your two toys were taken away by Dungeon Lord Andrew?" Lilo looked at Sherlock and asked. "Was that intentional? Michelangelo's relic can help us counterattack the Heavenly Kingdom. You can't possibly let Andrew take it away, can you?" Sherlock looked at Lilo and smiled as he said, "You've moved back to Winterfell already? It's time to prepare." "Prepare for?" Eggface asked. "Prepare to save the Underworld once again." Sherlock smiled as he said, "Let me tell you what happened for the past 10 days. Chapter 295, Statue. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. You entered the world of Michelangelo's memories and wandered for more than 10 days. Is it that simple? Eggface stared wide-eyed in shock. It wasn't really wandering. Most of the time, I was learning. Sherlock had already explained his experiences over the past 10 days to them. It was simple. He just took a look at Michelangelo's memories. Sherlock wasn't concerned with whether they believed him. Evelyn went back to the Adventurers Guild at the Old District to work. Brainiac returned to work. Lilo left with the 3 hamsters after she was sure Sherlock was all right. She couldn't stand the chattering of the gamers. She couldn't kill them or use other methods to shut them up. Before she left, she reminded Sherlock of their plan to conquer the Heavenly Kingdom. As for what Sherlock had learned in Michelangelo's memories, Sherlock didn't explain, and they didn't ask about it. Though he cleared everyone's doubts, he didn't explain the details. As for whether Sherlock planned to give the statue and chest to Dungeon Lord Andrew, Sherlock answered firmly, yes. Don't ask. This is the first step of my plan. After Sherlock returned, his first order to Brew was, prepare to conquer Winterfell. The large statue was transported horizontally through Winterfell's gate under the applause of the excited Underworld residents. The statue was placed in the courtyard of the Dungeon Lord. Dungeon Lord Andrew even gave a spirited speech and obtained the thunderous applause of the Underworld residents. Everyone was examining the statue. Who paid attention to Andrew's speech? Andrew wasn't bothered. He was just putting up a show for these fools. Michelangelo's relic was in his hands, so what if the statue was placed in the courtyard? The real mystery was the chest, which had a rune mana formation, though it had faded. Why did Sherlock disappear? Of course, it was due to the foolish Sherlock, who triggered the relic's protection trap and was killed. No, it was best not to kill him. Let him live a miserable life. Then, once Andrew obtained Michelangelo's relic, he could destroy Eternal Kingdom in front of Sherlock. He would then show the world that Andrew was the most powerful and popular superior devil. As for the Devil Management Committee's concern about dungeons in conflict, Andrew wasn't worried. If he had Michelangelo's relic, why would he be worried about the committee? When Michelangelo conquered the Underworld, did he care about the Devil Management Committee? Andrew looked at the residents that were examining the statue and felt pleased. He felt himself becoming the second Michelangelo. While Andrew was letting his imagination run wild, the statue emitted the brilliance of mana. Mana runes started appearing from the head of the statue all the way to the dungeon core main hall. The crowd started to panic, spreading out like waves. Even if the garrison guards wanted to maintain order, it was no use. Andrew looked at the chaotic situation and the mana runes that appeared on the statue. He panicked. What was happening? What was going on with the statue? There was no indication of mana, so why did it happen? What was it? Was it a scheme of Sherlock's? While Andrew was having wild thoughts, an orc ran over and shouted nervously, "Lord Andrew, bad news. Please take a look." Andrew left the speech platform and followed the orc to a room with a crystal ball. In the crystal ball was a dirty gnome who was wearing goggles on his head. He shouted in panic, "Dungeon Lord! The dungeon core is losing power rapidly." Mana runes appeared and covered the dungeon core. The rune mana formation is absorbing the energy of the dungeon core. What? Andrew couldn't believe it. The statue was absorbing the dungeon core's power? Rune mana formation? The rune mana formation on the statue? Andrew picked up the crystal ball and aimed it at the statue and the chaotic crowd as he said, "Are these the mana runes?" "That's right, Dungeon Lord. Those are the mana runes. We have to find the mana team to handle this situation. Within 3 days, the dungeon core's power will be exhausted," the gnome in the crystal ball shouted worriedly. "What? Exhausting the dungeon core within 3 days?" Andrew was scared stiff. His mind came up with various possibilities. His orc assistant quickly suggested, "Lord Andrew, I'll find the mana team to handle this." "Wait a moment." Andrew stopped the orc and pondered for a while. Then he said, "Don't call for the mana team. Seal the dungeon core main hall, arrest all the workers, and arrange for our creatures to take over." "Wait for a moment, Lord Andrew." The orc didn't understand Andrew's strange order, but Andrew shouted at him, "Make haste and act according to my instructions. Seal all the news regarding the dungeon core. Don't let anyone know, and don't let anyone close to the dungeon core main hall or the dungeon lord main hall." "I understand, Lord Andrew." The orc nodded and carried out Andrew's order. Andrew looked at the panicking crowd and the statue that was shimmering with mana. He felt agitated and thought, "It's coming. Exhausting the power of the dungeon core within 3 days? How could Lord Sherlock do such a thing? This must be Michelangelo's mana. This is the key to accessing Michelangelo's relic. It must be this. Yes, this is it." A dungeon core could be bought using money, but this was Michelangelo's relic. Chapter 296, Drained Dungeon Core. In Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Warriors. Sherlock stood at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. With his height, he was able to watch over the gamers. He said, "At the other end of the teleport portal, our brothers in Winterfell are facing a huge crisis. The evil mana of the great devil Michelangelo is threatening Winterfell. We have to save Winterfell. I learned about this while I was missing for more than 10 days. There is no time to hesitate. Warriors, be prepared, a fierce battle awaits us." Sherlock looked at the time and said, "We'll set off in 2 days' time. We'll disperse now." Sherlock left the front of the Dungeon Lord main hall after his speech. Without the restraint of Sherlock, the gamers started discussing the plot. Winterfell is pitiful. It's involved in the new battle campaign scenario. Ha ha ha. Are we able to raid Winterfell again? I don't know. I hope so. I looted a lot of nice furniture last time. Gosh, you looted furniture? I was retrieving equipment, and the furniture was all looted by you. Sherlock was in the Dungeon Lord main hall, typing furiously on his keyboard. A table appeared behind Sherlock, and a computer screen and a computer processing unit were placed on the table. After Sherlock returned, he gifted it to Eggface to commend his heroic performance. After Brew pleaded with him 3 times. Though Eggface had his own computer and didn't have to fight with Sherlock over it or have the chance to harass Sherlock, Eggface wasn't able to use the computer anytime. Only 3 hours per day. Eggface objected vehemently. "Wait a moment. That's not what the computer said. It said that if I helped find you, I'd have unlimited bloody chrysanthemum tea and could play computer games every day." Sherlock said calmly, "Will bloody chrysanthemum tea ever run out?" "That's not quite possible, but..." "There are no buts. The bloody chrysanthemum tea will never run out if you have money. You're allowed to play computer games for 3 hours every day, that's pretty good." Eggface's objections were overruled. Eggface was easily placated. After complaining to himself while playing computer games, he became silent. Sherlock was creating a new post on the discussion forum. Dungeon, Eternal Kingdom version 0.25 official update. Added new data, Michelangelo's relic. Thousands of years ago, there was a great superior devil, Michelangelo. He unified the entire underworld and gathered all the power of the underworld residents. Even the Devil Management Committee became his supporting tool. Michelangelo had the great ambition to conquer the heavenly kingdom. He led his immense dark army and the entire underworld in an unknown battle and lost. The age of the legend was no longer with us. There's no need to complete the unfinished work of Michelangelo in this new age. However, Michelangelo's relic appeared near Winterfell. The great Lord Sherlock obtained the inheritance of Michelangelo. A new crisis arose from the discovery of the relic and the foolishness of Andrew. Misfortune will befall Winterfell. warriors. Though Andrew is our enemy, Winterfell is innocent. The wealth of Winterfell must be spared from destruction. Take up your weapons. Help our weak neighbor. Added new mission, battle preparation. To prepare for Winterfell's crisis, gamers will not be allowed to enter Winterfell until the start of the battle campaign scenario. Added new friendly NPC, Fallen Angel Lilo. She was a previous member of the Heavenly Kingdom. Because of her arrogance, she became a Hades fallen angel. She is a close friend of Sherlock and an important investor. I also stopped the work of the Adventurers Guild. Added new mission, gather. All gamers are to gather in Eternal Kingdom within 3 days. The server will identify the gamers' locations after 3 days. Gamers who are not in Eternal Kingdom will suffer equipment and item loss. Sherlock checked his post before publishing. The next thing was to wait. For the past 3 days, Andrew didn't sleep. He opened his eyes widely and gazed intensely at the huge statue in the Dungeon Lord main hall. The facts showed that his guess was correct. From the statue's weak mana, Andrew was able to feel terror deep within his soul. The unfamiliar rune mana formation was absorbing power from the newly installed dungeon core. The energy of the dungeon core was drained within 3 days. Since yesterday, Winterfell had stopped providing mana. The Winterfell residents lived in darkness. Though the residents were against it, Andrew was obsessed with his great ambition, so he ignored them. As the statue gained more and more power, Andrew was able to interpret more than half of the rune mana formation, which was used to control the statue. The large statue must be one of Michelangelo's relics. The legends said that Michelangelo had 72 powerful superior devils as his assistants. Perhaps the statue was one of them. If he was able to unravel the secrets of the mana runes, he could control the statue. The chest could contain Michelangelo's relic and his power. Andrew was exhilarated. He was researching intensely when the large statue emitted loud booming sounds. An orc ran over and shouted at Andrew, "Dungeon Lord! The dungeon core has been drained." But Andrew ignored the orc. The gigantic statue lifted its leg. Chapter 297, A Human. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A huge airship stopped outside Winterfell. It wasn't the first time Dragonborn came to Winterfell. He looked at the dark dungeon and felt nervous. The game environment was very realistic. "Prepare to land. Steady yourselves," shouted the mana engineer Yoda, who was at the helm controlling the airship. Dragonborn and the other gamers grabbed the railings nearby. Sherlock only chose a few hundred gamers to board the airship because it couldn't accommodate 2,000 gamers. Why did they not use the teleport portal to travel to Winterfell? Because all of the teleport portals stopped working after Winterfell lost its mana power. The rest of the gamers could teleport via the rune on the airship after it had landed. Dragonborn and the gamers on the airship would serve as the vanguard. The gamers disembarked after the airship landed and started building their base, which was constructed by placing rocks in a circle. The previously constructed base was demolished. But now, it was back. Lord Sherlock, Winterfell, looks different. When Sherlock disembarked from the airship, Bruce's voice appeared in his mind. The power of the dungeon core was drained. It's normal that there is no illumination from mana. Sherlock didn't feel that it was strange. He knew what had happened in Winterfell. "Lord Sherlock, you already planned for this. You let Andrew take away the statue so that it would drain the dungeon core's power. That will leave their defense system paralyzed. We'll let the gamers attack, then Winterfell will be ours." Bruce said excitedly, "We'll use the resources of Winterfell as our base for conquering the world. Then we'll begin the third beta test. With Winterfell's resources, we can afford tens of thousands of gamers and expand steadily. To be honest, I was depressed when you went missing for more than 10 days. I intended to carry out such retaliation, but you weren't around, and I couldn't perfect the plan. It's a pity. Since you're back, we'll take over Winterfell." "What are you talking about?" Sherlock wasn't as excited as Brew. He looked at the quiet dungeon and said, "We aren't invaders. Instead of launching battle after battle, don't you think doing business and giving favors are better? Moreover, our goal isn't as small as Winterfell. Warriors of Eternal Kingdom." Sherlock exerted his dominance to restrain the gamers. He then shouted to the excited gamers, saying, "I don't know what you will face later. However, the relic of the great conqueror won't be simple. You'll sacrifice and die. But remember, you're doing it for the underworld and peace. Follow me, warriors. Don't be nervous or fearful, because you're fighting for your dream." The gamers were no longer restrained, and they started shouting. "For the equipment! For the furniture! For Dragon Raja! D*M and the scoundrels of Dragon Raja! We, the Meat Vegetable Rice Alliance, will kill you! Wah!" The excited gamers followed behind Sherlock and marched towards the deathly quiet Winterfell. Dragonborn, Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong were in the contingent. The battle campaign scenario was in Winterfell. However, the enemy had changed from the ancient gods believers to the great conqueror Michelangelo. To be precise, it was his relic. Whatever it was, the gamers always had loot after each battle. This was no exception. When the gamers arrived at the gate of Winterfell, they found something strange. There was nobody in Winterfell, only numerous stone statues. There were various stone statues. Some were walking, some were standing, and some were opening their mouths to eat. It was as though they were turned to stone instantaneously. "What's up? Is Medusa here?" Takia Spirit surveyed the strange statues. Once they entered Winterfell, they didn't follow Sherlock. Instead, they looted the surrounding shops. Like the stone statues on the streets, the shops were turned to stone, including the furniture. Takia Spirit wanted to carry the furniture, but the stone seemed to grow out from the ground. No matter how they tried, they couldn't carry them. Using the weapons to hack only left noticeable marks. More and more gamers ran around. After discovering that they couldn't loot, they returned to Sherlock in disappointment. Sherlock didn't stop the gamers. Sherlock wasn't concerned about the petrification. He walked towards the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. Inside, everything was petrified like the stone buildings outside. There were petrified gnomes, werewolves, and orcs who were in a panic. From the Dungeon Lord main hall, Sherlock noticed that the petrified passers-by on the streets were looking at the Dungeon Lord main hall. Outside the Dungeon Lord main hall was a pile of fragmented rocks. It was as though a huge rock was smashed. The gamers were talking incessantly. They hadn't seen any enemies, and they couldn't carry any loot. It was like they were watching plot scenery along the way. "Seems like we have a guest." A stone throne was placed at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. A figure was sitting on the throne. Beside the figure was a petrified superior devil with devil wings. Andrew looked proud and excited. From the art perspective, it was a superior statue. Sitting on the stone throne was a human. Chapter 298, Devil King of Fury. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. There was a human in the Winterfell Dungeon Lord main hall. It was like a devil appearing in a surface chapel. The human had a weathered face, and he was wearing a normal set of white clothing. If he was thrown in with the grey stone statues, it would be impossible to figure him out. Even the gamers knew that he wasn't simple. "I thought Andrew would be a boss, but he's now part of the backdrop of a scene. That's hilarious. The game officials are so mean to Andrew. He has a tough character, yet he can't be a boss in the instance dungeon. No, a statue can also be part of an instance dungeon. The game officials must hate Andrew a lot. If we complete the instance dungeon, will Andrew be saved? Definitely. We are the heroes that are here to defeat the evil characters and save Winterfell. Yes, we depend on them to complement us as heroes. If the NPCs in Winterfell are all dead, who's going to compliment us? Are you fools? Just replacing all of the dead NPCs will do. That sounds logical. It was a grave situation, but the gamers behind Sherlock weren't in the mood. They were chattering non-stop in front of the human. The human looked more and more annoyed. Is that an insult, Sherlock? The human stood up and walked towards Sherlock as he asked, "Are your green-skinned creatures here to humiliate me?" The gamers were dumbstruck. They reminded each other to keep quiet. SHH, stop talking, be immersive. That's awesome. Is the plot created in real time based on NPC interactivity? Sherlock exerted his dominance so that the gamers were unable to speak. Then, he looked casually at the human and said, "Green-skinned creatures? They look green, but they aren't normal creatures. They are the Underworld's bravest warriors and the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. They will stop you, Samael. Whatever schemes you have, they will stop you. When did you discover me?" The human didn't appear shocked, and he said, "Seeing your reaction, you must have taken Michelangelo's relic. Where is it? Who knows? Do you want to try capturing and interrogating me? Perhaps I will tell." Sherlock smiled. A huge rock smashed into the side of Sherlock and cracked as though it hit a wall. The flying rock fragments fell to the ground like a mist. Sherlock smiled as he stood, unmoving, at his location, a transparent shield flashing by him. Samael tilted his head. Behind him, orcs, werewolves, and even vampires with strange pupils walked out from the sinister dungeon lord main hall and the streets. Their distorted faces were flattened as though they were walking serpents. "Kill all of them!" Hissing sounds came from Samael's mouth. Those strange creatures came from all directions and charged at Sherlock and the gamers. A mission notice appeared before the gamers. Mission title: The Battle Against Samael. Mission description: one of the devil kings from Hades, Samael, has been spreading plague and is now going after Michelangelo's relic. He has a plan to conquer the world. As a citizen of Eternal Kingdom, you have to stop him. Only we can conquer the world. Defeat the servants of Samael and stop him. Mission reward: the rewards will be based on the number of enemies killed. The highest reward is a piece of legendary equipment. There was a huge list of mission rewards, which caused the gamers to scream. For Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. For Lord Sherlock. For the equipment. For the reputation points. Wow! The gamers charged at the strange creatures, and a chaotic battle ensued. Samael didn't expect the gamers to be courageous. They didn't know what Samael meant. Because the green-skinned creatures weren't fearful. "I must admit that your green-skinned creatures are pretty strong. However, they can't save you, Sherlock." Samael stood up from the throne. His lone, vulnerable, and weak body walked towards the tall Sherlock. "Samael, if you return to Hades, I'll pretend nothing happened," Sherlock negotiated with a solemn tone. "Do you know what you sound like?" "The repulsive and pretentious Metatron," Samael said in disgust. "You should kneel down to me and beg for mercy." "Sherlock, I will forgive your sins and let you be the vanguard in my conquest of the Heavenly Kingdom." "I can understand why Metatron expelled you from the Heavenly Kingdom," Sherlock nodded and said seriously. "Don't mention Metatron. Never ever again mention his name in front of me." The mana around Samael congealed as pebbles floated up by his side. He walked towards Sherlock and said, "The mysterious young Sherlock, let me take a look. Are you really as powerful as Satan said?" "I'm a peace lover, but if you must fight," Sherlock pinched his fingers and said, "I'll help Metatron beat you to death. To be honest, I haven't killed one of the 7 devil kings." Before Sherlock fought with Samael, the gamers shouted. "Gosh, the dialogue is awesome. Our Shirley's background isn't simple. Even Satan said he's powerful." "Nonsense, in World of Warcraft, which Lord Overseer isn't awesome?" "That sounds logical." Wow! Chapter 299, battle begins. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Black veins appeared on Samael's face. The rock fragments by his sides started rolling. They were statue fragments from when they cracked. The rolling rock fragments gathered and formed a huge rock serpent. The huge rock serpent emitted a booming sound and smashed against Sherlock. Dragonborn used his shield to fend off a gnome's body. The gnome opened his huge, terrifying mouth and spat his forked tongue at Dragonborn's neck, but it was a bit too short. Takia Spirit stabbed the gnome's neck with his pike and flung him away. The strange thing was that the killed enemies climbed up as though nothing had happened. The gnome, whose neck was stabbed, pounced forward and strangled Takia Spirit's neck. The pike pierced through the gnome's neck, but he seemed all right. "Attack their heads," someone shouted before using a short sword to decapitate the gnome. Blood splattered on Takia Spirit's body, and he was covered with a mixture of grotesque blood and body liquids. "That's like a zombie. Oh. Before the gamer finished his words, he was stabbed in the heart by the headless zombie. It was a gruesome death, and he had to revive. "Mince them!" Takia Spirit shouted loudly. He slung his pike on his back and fastened it with a rope. He then took out his backup steel blade and roared. Nobody responded to him, they were busy fighting the monsters. "Brother Pants, if we don't fight the monsters in the plot, there won't be any rewards." While most of the gamers were fighting Samael's troops, Not Wearing Pants had climbed on the roof of a petrified house. He noticed a battle nearby and heard peasants' shouts. Not Wearing Pants hollered, "You go ahead first, peasant. I'll capture some screenshots. Shirley is participating in the plot. Look at the vicious fighting." Boom, boom, boom. The huge stone serpent used its tail to whip maliciously at Sherlock. A huge pit appeared at the whipped location. Not Wearing Pants wasn't able to see inside the pit, but that didn't stop him from capturing screenshots. The tail of the huge serpent was raised very high. As it was about to smash down, the serpent discovered that there was a huge pit at its tail, as well as fissures that looked like spider webs spreading out. "Your head is harder than a rock." Samael advanced closer as mana accumulated at his palm. He held a black pike with a spiral engraved shaft, and poisonous bile was applied at the tip of the pike. A grey aura of death emanated from Samael as he edged closer. "Did you support the previous army of the ancient gods? Let me guess your reward. They helped you find Michelangelo's relic? Or helped to open the gates of hell so that you can enter the underworld and surface world?" Sherlock clenched his fists, speaking calmly. "After the failed attempt, you started the plague in Winterfell and tempted Andrew into finding Michelangelo's relic." "Andrew? Is that the name of the superior devil? A believer of Satan who was full of original sin? Jealousy? Sometimes, jealousy is more sinful than fury. He was a good candidate for manipulation." Samael flipped the pike and rested it on his arm. His stride emitted grey ripples that spread on the ground. "I only need Michelangelo's relic, but you robbed me of it. I had to drain Winterfell's dungeon core. It's your fault for causing the downfall of Winterfell." "It's my honor." Sherlock smiled and said, "I committed another hateful sin." Boom! The stone serpent smashed at Sherlock, but he gave the snake a strong punch. Time froze as the fist and stone serpent collided. Then there was a violent explosion of blinding light. A series of three-layered mana formations appeared at Sherlock's fist and expanded, and a magical vortex wrapped around the stone serpent. The stone serpent exploded instantly, and the fragments flew in all directions. Samael's pike shimmered with rays of death. Samael wielded the pike and pushed through the fragments of the exploding stone serpent. He aimed the sharp tip of the pike at Sherlock's heart, but Sherlock dodged. There was a continuous series of pike afterimages that surrounded Sherlock's body. Samael's pike spun out a web of death, and Sherlock looked like a dancer on the web. The dance of death didn't last long, as Sherlock took an opportunity to punch at Samael's face. Samael was distorted, and he flew back with great force, knocking into a petrified building and leaving a long ditch. "Is he dead, Lord Sherlock?" Brew asked impatiently. "He's not dead yet." Sherlock shook his head and raised his fist. A dark liquid was eroding the skin of his fist with a sizzling sound. "This is tricky, Lord Sherlock. We started our small dungeon less than half a year ago, but now you're challenging one of the Devil Kings, Samael. This seems like a big jump. Are you going to die?" Brew was worried. "Don't exaggerate. He's not the real body of Samael. The power of Winterfell's dungeon core isn't sufficient for Samael to pass through the gates of hell," Sherlock said, "but things aren't optimistic. We're waiting for reinforcements." "Reinforcements? Lord Sherlock, you have a backup plan." Samael stood up among the ruins in his tattered clothing. Part of his head was flattened, and his face was grotesquely distorted. His back started to bulge enormously. Then there was tearing of the flesh. A pair of black feathered wings tore out and splattered dark liquid on the ground. The black wings flapped a few times. Then, Samael held onto his wings and shrugged his shoulders. He bared his sharp teeth at Sherlock and smiled.